Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Sorry if that music was a little loud there at the beginning. Still working out the kinks with the audio levels. Welcome in, hello. Where is everybody watching from today? Do we have any people here from anywhere? I can't tell. Chat's barely moving, guys. Where are y'all from? Let's see it. 1, 2, 3. Welcome back to yet another live stream here on the Right All Y'all YouTube channel. We're calling this SNOW-A-THON. It's the SNOW-A-THON today because, buddy, we've been live for, after today, we will be a total of 20 hours into live streaming this major winter storm. Obviously, we've got the snow. Right? Obviously, we've got the ice and sleet. We've been talking about that for a while, and we're going to continue to talk about that today. But two new big factors are going to be on the table today. Two new big things are, something that we have to be concerned about, and that's going to be a severe weather threat. With tornadoes down in the south, and then also a flash flooding threat on up into Tennessee and central Kentucky. So once again, we've got heavy snow, we've got big time snow going on in Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, down into Missouri, back into Arkansas and Oklahoma. And then also we have ice, like a full-on ice storm going on in Texas, into Arkansas. Once again, Tennessee, especially western Kentucky, and then that's going to extend all the way up into the Ohio region as well. That's going to be probably the main thing that we continue to talk about today. But I'm telling you, around here in the next hour or so, a big-time storm system is going to spark off some tornadoes in the Deep South. So that is also something that we have to watch very closely. So it's going to be a chaotic stream today, guys. It is going to be a little crazy. I'm not going to sugarcoat it for you. There's going to be a lot of stuff going on. We got a lot of people we're working with. There's a lot of information flowing back and forth. And I need your all's help. I need you to continue to send me your reports on Twitter. Send me your pictures and videos of what's going on in your neck of the woods. And then also anything that's newsworthy that you're seeing that maybe I'm not seeing, make sure you tag me in that. Tag me in that on Twitter. That way I can relay it here for you guys. That way everybody can see it. We currently already have 4,000 people watching. As always, I want to remind you guys that it's important that if you can, not everybody has to do this, but if you're feeling like you want to spread the love a little bit, we need to get this in front of as many people as possible. So share this on social media, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. Send it in a text message to a family member or friend, because I'm telling you, there's going to be some very important information that needs to be shared today. Not only are we talking about this ice storm looking a lot worse than what we originally thought, we are also talking about, once again, we're going to have tornado warnings, tornado watches go out here within the next little bit. And some people down here in the Deep South are going to have no idea this is coming because we haven't been talking about it, okay? Where a lot of the national media hasn't been talking about it, okay? The ice storm and the snow has stole the story. So we need to get this information in front of them. Let's share this in front of as many people as possible. Also, we have a lot of help out there today. We have storm chasers all up and down the map. Okay, you can see we got Brandon Copic up here in around Toledo, Ohio. He's going to be showing us the ground truth and the road conditions down there around Toledo and into northwestern portions of Ohio. And then we have Bryce Shelton. Bryce Shelton, you can see his live feed right here. Obviously, in this part of the world, we're having some, internet problems, but he's right in the middle of this ice storm, and he's providing some great pictures and ground truth as to how much ice accumulation that we're seeing. And then, of course, we have our trustworthy, our always there guy, Vince Waelti. Professional storm chaser Vince Waelti is on the interstate heading south out of Tennessee. He drove through the ice storm last night. We're going to get an update from him here in a second, but he is currently on his way down to Mississippi and Alabama to intercept that big-time tornado threat that we possibly have today. And then, of course, we have professional storm chaser Reed Simmer, the legend himself, who is feeding us a live stream, also on his way to the tornado threat down there in Mississippi and Alabama. So we have eyes on every single aspect of this storm with our professional storm chasers. And then additionally, all of you guys can help out as well by submitting your pictures and videos and your storm reports on Twitter at Ryan Hall Y'all. Okay? So that's what we're looking at right now. We're going to have, obviously, problems keeping up the connection with some of our storm chasers. They are literally in the middle of severe weather today. But every once in a while, we get a clear picture like this from Bryce Shelton, who is right along the border of Kentucky and Tennessee there near Murray. And you can see the ice is already starting to really pile up on the trees out here. Okay, you can see that pretty well. And it looks like the power lines might be sagging a little bit as well. Guys, we still have hours and hours and hours of freezing rain to go. That's concerning. That is a very concerning look to me. What's more than likely going to happen over the next couple of hours is not only are we going to see those frosted tips on the trees, but we're also going to see them start to sag. Okay, you're going to start to see big branches fall off. You're going to see the power lines start to sag more. Maybe even some of those fall. Okay, so that's what we are concerned about there in the middle of this ice storm, which is raging, by the way. It's raging in Texas. Okay, we talked about the possibility of this overperforming a little bit in Texas, and it looks like in some places it's going to. All right, Interstate 45 between, let's say, Huntsville and Dallas is a mess. Okay, I wouldn't get on that I wouldn't touch that interstate with a 10-foot pole. I really wouldn't. We got to shut her down if we're over here, okay? Obviously, south of Dallas, we're having a lot of problems with power outages and ice accumulation. And in Dallas, in the Fort Worth area, we're having a snowstorm, son. Visibility is extremely low. This is a live view of downtown Fort Worth. We have a lot of snow falling right now, and it's coming down at an incredible rate. This is obviously going to cause problems with the roads and stuff, but thankfully this isn't freezing rain. Okay, a lot of the freezing rain and sleet that has moved off to the south and east of Fort Worth, and you're just dealing with all snow right now, close to blizzard conditions, by the way, with those wind gusts ripping up as well. So we're going to keep up with Texas. We don't have a chaser in Texas right now, but we've got all you guys, okay? And we also have these live feeds from our stationary cameras. So we're going to keep up with Texas very closely today. Another place that we're going to keep up with very closely today is Louisiana, okay? These storms down here, these are the ones that will likely produce our tornadoes later today. Right now, you're not under a tornado watch in Louisiana or Mississippi or Alabama. However, you are likely going to be under one very soon, okay? Or at least a severe thunderstorm watch or a tornado watch, something like that will be issued by the National Weather Service within the next hour or so, okay? And we're going to watch these storms unfold as Reed Timmer and Vince Waelti drive. They're racing towards this area because we want to make sure that if there is a tornado, we can provide you with ground truth and the ability to track exactly where it is as we go forward. So we're going to keep a very close eye on this area from Louisiana into Mississippi and Alabama. Now, Mississippi, you're in for a wild ride today because down here in the southern part and the central part, yeah, you've got your tornado risk. But up here a little bit further to the north, you have a flash flood risk up there near Tupelo. And then in the extreme northwestern portion of Mississippi, near Memphis, we are seeing an ongoing major ice storm. Once again, Memphis, Covington, Dyersburg, Union City. I've been telling you for days now, I hope you prepared. I hope you heeded the warning because we are seeing massive power outages up through here. Also in northwestern Mississippi and portions of eastern and northeastern Arkansas. We're going to continue to see this to go on throughout the day. We might have a little break here as there's a little bit of a dry slot coming into the Little Rock region. But look, all of this also has to come through. All right, this is all going to the north and east. So once again, several hours of intense freezing rain and frozen precipitation is going to continue here in Arkansas, Mississippi, Tennessee, Kentucky, and in the Boot Hill region of Missouri. This is going to extend all the way up the Ohio River into Covington, Cincinnati, and possibly into areas just south of Columbus, Ohio as well, with the big ice storm threat. And then not only that, we have snow. We have blinding snowfall rates in Fort Smith, Arkansas right now, down here in eastern Oklahoma as well. We overperformed, I believe, in areas south of Tulsa last night with several inches of snow. Big-time snow drifts as well. I'd love to see your snow reports from out there. Springfield, Missouri has snow. St. Louis, right now, you're getting in on some snow. Now, in Indianapolis, you've got some snow, but I think some even heavier snow is on the way later today. Indianapolis, you haven't seen the extent of it just yet. You've got some much heavier snow on the way, and that's also going to be true for Kokomo, all the way over to Mansfield, Ohio. Cleveland, you're going to get well over a foot of snow from this today. Toledo, Toledo, you are really like the most unlucky area, I believe, with this situation. Yesterday, you received more rain than what we thought. You were right on that line between rain and snow. And today, it looks like the moisture just isn't getting up to you in time to provide those big snowfall rates. So Toledo might be a massive bust with this storm. But we'll have to continue to watch the precipitation shield out here, because if enough of that does slide through, we are going to see at least several more inches than what you already have there in the Toledo area. But Cleveland, I have no doubt you're going to get buried with snow. Oil City, I have no doubt you're going to get buried with snow. How about you, Syracuse, New York? Are you ready to get buried with snow? Because that's going to happen. Now, we will talk a little bit more about the East and the Northeast later on today, but we're going to kind of focus on nowcasting down here to the South and West for now. I want to get right into reporting on this ice storm, and we can do that with the Radar Omega app. Okay, this is a wide view of the United States right now. And my goodness, there's a lot of stuff going on. This is, once again, this is a storm that's affecting almost everybody in the United States in some way. If you're in the pink, you are under a winter storm warning, okay? And if you are in the purple here, you are under an ice storm warning. So once again, that includes all the way down here to Cleveland and Clarksdale, Mississippi, Memphis, Tennessee, Dyersburg, Union City, Tennessee, and then in Kentucky, we got Paducah, Owensboro, Evansville, Indiana, Louisville, Kentucky, Lexington, Kentucky, and then, of course, like I said yesterday, I believe that they were going to extend that ice storm warning into southern Ohio, and they have. Portsmouth, Jackson, Logan, you guys are included in this ice storm warning now. And I wouldn't be surprised if that doesn't even get a little bit more north and east. We'll look at the models here in a second, but I wouldn't be surprised at all if they don't extend that. And of course, we can keep up with our ice storm on Radar Omega with our cyclone ports. Look at this, guys. We have a live view of some trees here in Cadiz, Kentucky. And this is going to be really important. We're going to keep up with this closely today, because this is a stationary live view with a high-quality video camera of the ice accumulation that's going on. And this is going to be in one of the hardest hit areas of the ice storm. You can see we already have a decent amount of accumulation out here. However, I want to kind of look at this now, right, and kind of take a mental picture, or maybe if some of you guys can keep screenshots of what this looks like, and then every time we look back at it, we're going to see if there's a difference. Are we seeing these tree limbs sag a little bit more? Are we seeing tree limbs disappearing because they're falling? That's going to help us kind of gauge the severity of the ice accumulation in this area. And also, this gives us a good a way to kind of gauge the wind speeds. You can see that the trees are moving just a little bit right now, but for the most part, they are kind of stationary. All right. So we also have another nice video camera down here south of Humboldt in Tennessee. This is going to give us another good view of the ice accumulation out here, but this is a little bit further to the south and east, right? You can see the frosted tips on those trees out here. However, the surface temperature is 33.1 degrees. All right, that surface temperature has to be pretty much well below freezing before you get a bad ice storm. So hopefully we stay above freezing down here in Jackson, Tennessee. All right, we also have near Sikeston a camera over here in Missouri. It looks like we're all snow over here. So there's a pretty big temperature gradient. 22 degrees in Sikeston and then 33 degrees in Jackson, Mississippi. All right, we also have a camera down here let's see, where is that? Near Hernando, Mississippi. Looks like we're 32.2 degrees there. And you can see that there's some ice accumulation, but it's not as bad as in Kentucky just yet. We also have a camera in Little Rock, and it looks like we're all snow there as well. So we're going to be checking back and forth with these cameras today. And then also some more cameras down here a little bit further to the south. Look at this. In our marginal risk today near Atlanta, we do have a camera in our marginal risk for severe weather. All right, so not only are all of the pinks and the purples and all this winter weather, not only are we seeing that, we are also seeing a severe weather outbreak likely today in portions of Louisiana and portions of Mississippi and in portions of Alabama. You see the yellow area? This is a slight risk of severe weather today. This includes Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, Montgomery, Alabama, Mobile, Hattiesburg in Mississippi, Laurel, Meridian, Mississippi, and then, of course, Mandeville in Louisiana there, north of New Orleans. So anywhere in this yellow area today, we can expect straight line damaging winds, maybe some hail, and then, of course, we can't rule out tornadoes. Okay, tornadoes, that's going to be a real threat today. We looked yesterday at the forecast models, and 100% I think there's going to be some tornadoes today down here. That's why Reed Timmer and Vince Waelti are on their way down there right now. So I think we're going to be going back and forth quite a bit between looking at the ice storm, the snowstorm, and the tornadoes. So bear with me as I try to manage all that today. But obviously, at any point, if a tornado warning is issued today, that has to take precedent. If we get a report of a tornado on the ground, I have to focus on that, and that's going to be the number one focus of the stream during the duration of that tornado warning. All right, because that's the most life-threatening thing that we're talking about today. But I promise you, as long as there is no tornado warning, we are going to focus equally on all of the different aspects of today's storm. Slight risk of severe weather down here. And guys, all of this information, this is a radar app called Radar Omega. You can download this on iOS or Android, and you can look at all these cameras yourself on your own phone or however you want to do it, your tablet, by downloading that app. Okay, they're a sponsor of the channel, and we love them to death. So apparently you guys really blew them up yesterday with the support, so they're here again for us. And it's one of the reasons why we have our storm chasers out there in the first place. Once again, we got Vince Waelti, Reed Timmer, and Bryce Shelton out there. Let's get a little bit of an update from them. What do you guys say? Vince Waelti, let's start off with him. How's it going, Vince? You got an update for us? What's going on out there in Mississippi? Let's zoom in on where he is right now. He's south of Tupelo already. You guys were watching last night. He was way up in Illinois.
I lost the capability to monitor temperature in the car. Apparently that feature doesn't exist anymore. It's much warmer than the 13 degrees that it's indicating. We're probably up around 50 degrees or so here. I am between Tupelo and Meridian, headed down toward Meridian. A little bit of fog and just some light rain, well south of any of the icing problems. So the plan is here over the next hour and a half to get down toward the Meridian area and wait for those storms that may fire later on here. And as you mentioned earlier, with the possibility of that weather watch being issued, we'll pay attention to that and see where that watch gets issued and possibly use that as a kind of a go here indicator for positioning as well.
All right, sounds good. Just holler at us if you got anything you want to share. Reed Timmer, give us an update, man. What's going on out there? We'll see what Reed Timmer's up to. He's probably got the same idea as Vince, waiting on some guidance.
Well, I'm dropping to the southwest on I-20 near Tuscaloosa. Stockton with clouds here because I'm north of the warm front, but the temperature here is 65 degrees. A couple of those early renegades that are elevated above the surface-based instability I've just lifted north of I-20. I see that more of as a hint of what the atmosphere is going to do later on today. That warm front, though, is approaching the I-20 corridor. The ramp shows it reaching I-20 in about an hour, and definitely invigorated messy convection just east of the I-55 corridor that might organize as it moves off to the east. I did notice that the NATO cast just came out at 12Z, trending up, increasing those tornado probabilities near the I-20 corridor along that surface low track, including Tuscaloosa, Birmingham. So I do think tornadoes are probable somewhere along that surface low track, but probably just a tornado or two, given the messy storm modes that are expected.
10-4, just holler at me here if anything pops up or anything you want to show us on stream, all right? So that's Reed Timmer. We also have...
Copy that. I'm hoping to gain a little visual of these renegades just to see how they look structurally and maybe use that to try to predict what the supercell structure will look like later on this afternoon with the mature supercells. But with these low clouds out here, I'm not sure I'll be able to get an eye on those.
Yeah, so we'll also be able to help Vince and Reed today with some radar guidance. One of the cool things about what we do here is I have the radars. I have all the radars. And these guys are driving, right? So if we see something that looks interesting or looks like that, hey, maybe you should turn left here or maybe you should go here, we'll be able to communicate that with them live and literally help guide them to the storm, hopefully, as the day goes on. We also have Bryce Shelton out there. Bryce, testing, 1, 2, 3, making sure you can hear me. If you can, give us an update on what's going on out there. Where are you right now? What are you seeing? And what's your plan as the day goes on? He had some incredible footage of the ice earlier, so let's listen.
Yeah, I got you clear, Ryan. I'm actually coming into Murray, Kentucky right now on Highway 94. I'm headed east. Roads are beginning to ice over throughout the area, but the ice accumulations so far have been minor, but you're starting to see more of a rapid accumulation within the past hour or two across the area.
Okay, sounds good. Just let me know if anything pops up that you want us to see, and we will switch over to your stream, all right? And once again, this is Bryce's stream right now. A little bit, spotty internet connection, but I mean, you don't have to have a clear picture here to see what's going on. We have, once again, rapid accumulation popping up on these tree limbs out here. I think I can even see that these trees are starting to be weighed down significantly by the ice. Can't really get a good view of what's going on there with the power lines, but this gives us a good gauge as to what's going on. And guys, I want to make it abundantly clear that this is just starting where he is, okay? If we go back to the map view, he's down here near Murray, Kentucky. That's south and east of Mayfield. That's to the north of Paris, Tennessee. He's right in the middle of this thing, and a lot more frozen precipitation is on the way to him, so we're gonna check back in with him often. And then another thing that we have to check in with is our snow in the north. Okay, so we do have professional storm chaser Brandon Copic, who will be sending us a stream shortly, but we will we'll wait on him before we bug him on the radio system. But yeah, this is once again an unfolding situation. I also want to show you the power outages, because we are also already seeing a ton of power outages out here across the United States. This is something that we have to keep up with very closely today. Here is a look at everything. Texas has 70,000 people without power. Arkansas has 24,000 people without power. Tennessee already with 60,000 people without power. Now, we're not very bad in Kentucky yet, but I do expect that those numbers are going to rise. Okay, total, we're well over 100,000 people without power due to this storm specifically. All right, in Texas, we are mostly going to be talking about the northeastern section there as far as power outages go. In Hunt County, we have 8,000. We have about 1,500 in Lamar County. This is the part of the outages that are being caused by our storm right now, and I do think those numbers are going to continue to go up. So if you live in the area, prepare for a potential power outage. Okay, also here in Arkansas, we have Poinsett County with 6,000 people without power. Almost half the entire county of Phillips County in Arkansas is without power, and we're going to continue to see that as we go forward to kind of intensify. And look here, Shelby County. Wow, Shelby County has 52,000 people without power. So if you're in and around the Memphis area right now, expect to lose power. That is almost a guarantee right now. Because if we come back over here to the radar, I can show you exactly what's happening, okay? We are seeing a non-stop inundation of freezing rain in Memphis. Look, this is Memphis. This is Memphis, and what we're seeing in the pink there is freezing rain. Remember, if you saw my beautiful drawing yesterday of how freezing rain works, what's happening here is rain is falling out of the clouds, but there's a shallow layer of sub-freezing temperatures around the Memphis area, and that rain hits the ground. It doesn't have time to turn into sleet or like a frozen precipitation, so it hits the ground as a liquid and then freezes on impact. This can cause significant problems with power outages and obviously travel and all of that stuff, okay? So we are expecting that number to go up significantly as we continue to refresh the page here on that power outage monitor. monitor. I wouldn't be surprised to see over 100,000 people without power in Tennessee alone within the next couple of hours. So please prepare for a power outage if you're not prepared already. And it's important to remember that these power outages may last longer than a couple days, right? Like some of these power outages may be so significant that they last longer than a couple of days. If some of the higher numbers on the models end up coming true and somebody ends up with over an inch of ice, we could see a power outage that lasts for a week. We could see power outages that last even longer than that. So I'm not trying to scare you. I'm not trying to fear monger or whatever. I'm just giving you the facts, okay? We are looking at a damaging level of ice accumulation possible in these areas. I'm talking about Memphis all the way up into Louisville, Kentucky, and possibly even north and east of that into the southern central Ohio area. That's what you need to be prepared for. We're going to hope for the best and hope that that doesn't happen, but it's always going to be best to prepare for the worst. This is a broad view of everything that's happening right now. And buddy, it's getting ready to take off here, because not only are we going to continue to update on the ice storm down here in Texas and the big time snow on the backside there in Fort Worth. Let's look at that real quick. This is a live view of downtown Fort Worth. I'm sure the roads are an absolute travesty in the Dallas-Fort Worth region. Please stay off them, guys. It's not very often that you all see this kind of snow. So obviously, the roads are going to be terrible. Not a lot of people out there have experience driving in this stuff. Even if you do, if somebody else is out there driving on the roads, there's nothing stopping them from slamming into you if they don't know how, ice and snow works. So stay off the roads today, guys. That goes for you guys. Also in Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, you guys are also getting absolutely pummeled with snow today. And I am now finally going to go look at your Twitter reports. I know you guys are sending in a ton of pictures and videos of what's going on out there, and I'm very excited to start looking at those now. And you guys are sending in some great reports. I can already see Jordan, thank you so much for this. We've got 1/4 of an inch of ice already in Princeton, Kentucky. Lots of icicles on everything. Trees and limbs are down all over the town, even in my yard, and isolated power outages are reported as well. This is important. It's important that we get these images in, because Princeton, you're another one of these areas where you still have hours of this to go. Okay, we're going to see more rain. We're going to see more freezing rain come over this area, and it's only going to continue to accumulate on top of what you already have. So prepare for power outages if you live in this area. This just happened on Cherry Street about 10 minutes ago. That's a large tree that has fallen due to the weight of the ice, guys. Once again, unfortunately, it looks like one of the things that we were talking about yesterday, or a worst case scenario, may be unfolding, where this is only half or a quarter of the overall impact that we are going to see from this by the time this is said and done. That is, I can't gauge just from this picture, but that definitely looks like over 1/4 of an inch of ice to my, untrained eye here, just from gauging this way. Obviously, I'd need to see a ruler or a measurement, something next to that. It's hard to measure ice, I know that, but I would say that you already have 1/4 of an inch of ice, if not more, in this area, and that's going to continue to cause significant problems out here, guys. Thank you so much, Jordan, for sending that in. It's stuff like that that's going to be vitally important today as far as relaying information goes on the channel. We also have a great picture coming in from Sergeant David. Look at this, guys. You can see that the ice is weighing down the tree here. We have a lot of debris, a lot of tree limbs and pieces of the tree falling off already. Another area here in Hernando, Mississippi, where you're not done. Okay, you're going to see more and more of this freezing rain before it's all over with. So prepare for a power outage there if you haven't received, a power outage already. So we're going to continue to look at your reports here. And thank you guys so much. You're doing a great job with these. Literally some high quality reports coming in. Thank you, Thomas. This is Columbus, Ohio. In southeast Columbus, Ohio, we're already seeing accumulation of ice. My goodness, look at this. About 1/8 of an inch of ice there in southeast or Columbus, Ohio. So that's that is also not a good sign, because speaking of places that have several hours of this to go, you know, southern and south central Ohio is one of those places. Okay. So let's go over here to the radar. Columbus, you are right now right on the line between snow and freezing rain. So what we can hope for is, if you are in Columbus, hopefully that cold line goes down to the south a little bit more, and maybe you switch over to all snow. But if not, you're going to see a lot of freezing rain if you're already seeing accumulating ice right now. And that's even more serious. That is even more serious for areas south and east of Columbus. Okay, I-71, shut her down. Interstate 71 between Cincinnati and Columbus, you got to shut that down. That's a mess. Okay, hopefully we don't have anybody on there. If we do have any truckers, okay, if we have anybody out there watching on the road, get on that CB and start hollering, shut her down, son, because ain't no reason for anybody to be on that road today. That's going to become a huge hazard to your life, just driving down that road today. So we're going to keep a very close eye on southern Ohio. Hopefully everybody's sharing this on Facebook. Everybody's sharing this everywhere on social media, so we can get as many people as possible in our pool of reporters here. Thank you guys so much for sending in your reports, and I'm going to continue to look through them here. Obviously, I'm not going to be able to get to all of them because it's going to be hard to do that, but there's a lot of reports coming in here that are going to be very valuable to us as we try to understand the difference between the ground truth, what's actually happening on the ground, and what is happening according to radar. A lot of places will only be able to show you the radar and all those colors, and that does a pretty good job of showing us what's going on, but it doesn't do the whole job. All right, Ural's reports it helps a lot. Here's an example of some ice hanging off the power lines there. This is from Eric. Thank you so much, Eric. Please remember to include your location if you send in a report like this. Just you can, if you don't want to tell me where you live, I completely understand, because I'm going to be sharing it here with almost 20,000 people. But even if you just say Southern Ohio, or you know, along I-80 in Ohio, whatever it is, like just give us a general idea of where you are, and that would be greatly appreciated. We've got snow in Ontario, Ohio. All snow in Ontario, Ohio. Thank you so much, Michael, for sending that in. Let's see here. Also, we have Jackson County, Indiana, with some ice. The picture's a little bit out of focus there, but you can tell that we have almost, a little bit more than 1/8 of an inch of ice there. And obviously that's going to create some treacherous conditions on the roads and sidewalks and stuff like that. And you're another area that I believe has a significant amount of ice yet still to come. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for sending all this stuff in. And of course, we always love to see the Ryan Hall Y'all logo there drawn out on the snow and the sleet. So thank you for sending that in. I'm very happy that I'm not getting any ice today, but I am a little bit, jealous of you guys that are seeing all snow. If you're seeing all snow today, I'm extremely jealous of you. Yeah, a lot of ice pictures coming in. I'm going to go back and I'm going to let this build up. Keep sending in those reports. Keep sending in those pictures. Keep tagging me in newsworthy things, and I will continue to update you on that. Now, real quick, I do want to show you some more information on the severe weather. Okay, so severe weather is getting ready to break out. We do have a mesoscale discussion to read. So let me come back over here to our radar, and we'll look at the full storm here again. And I want to read you that mesoscale discussion because it's pretty indicative of what we can expect today. So here we go. Mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. Thunderstorms will increase by intensity by late morning and early afternoon. Damaging winds and tornadoes are possible. So they are planning on issuing a watch. I don't know if it's going to be a tornado watch or a severe thunderstorm watch, but there's an 80% chance now that they will issue that watch. Storms have developed in southeastern Louisiana and will continue eastward today. The modest destabilization and strong shear will support organized storms capable of damaging winds and tornadoes. A watch is likely by early afternoon. So once again, within an hour, I believe they will start issuing tornado watches for us down there in Mississippi, Alabama, and Louisiana. And thankfully, we have a huge team of storm chasers on this. We have Reed Timmer and Vince down here on their way to intercept those tornadoes as we get later on in today. And of course, I'm going to be here with you guys the whole time. I plan on being right here for at least, I don't know, what time did I start? At 10 or 11? I started at 11. I'll be here until 11 o'clock tonight, more than likely. So through the whole ice storm, through the whole flooding event, through the whole tornado and severe weather event, I'm going to be right here for you guys. So and maybe you have to go take care of something else. Maybe you have to leave the stream for a little bit today. Please remember to slap that like button and subscribe to the channel so that you can continue to check back in with me periodically as the day goes on. I am going to turn our next rad data on now so we can get a high definition view of these storms down here in Louisiana as well. And give me just a second. I want to make sure that I've got everything set up correctly here. All right, so yeah, there we go. You can see that those storms are already getting pretty nasty looking in Louisiana. This is the line of storms that could possibly produce our audio sounds like what now? Oh, wait, what? The audio is funky. Hey, is there something wrong with my audio? Your audio is messing up, probably from the chaser. I'm not seeing anything.
Yeah, someone's audio was loud, and it's not Reed's, I don't think.
Okay, what scene was I on when that happened? Let's do some beta testing here, guys. Help me out. Help me fix this problem. Do you still hear it? And do you hear it now? Do you hear it now? Oh, I think I found the problem. This is it. Okay, all right. I found the problem. Thank you. We solved that problem together. Okay, so his audio was coming through. I usually mute these.
You were on the scene with the 3 chasers at the bottom.
Okay, we should be good now. We should be good now. Thank you guys so much for pointing that out to me. Thank you so much. Once again, I'm for the most part, as far as the production side of things goes, I'm a one-man show here, okay? So I'm sorry we're going to have some hiccups like that, but thank you so much. When the chat starts going crazy, my eyes just go straight towards it. So anytime something goes wrong like that, just start freaking out, and I will I will be able to fix it, okay? All right, so thank you. We are going to get right back into looking at these storms. One last thing, real quick, we got to watch Reed Timmer walk out of the store. What do we think he got? What did he get to eat? Everybody, let's take a bet real quick. What did he get at the food mart there? What's Reed Timmer's preferred gas station snack? All right, we're gonna ask him here in a couple of minutes, and then whoever gets it right, you get 5 points. I don't know what that means. I don't know what kind of points, but you win. Anyways, these are the storms that we're watching potentially produce tornadoes later today. Now, Reed mentioned earlier that we are going to see a more than likely a messy storm system, right? So when he says that, what we're really trying to talk about is the fact that these storms are going to be in a multicellular or linear mode. Okay, a multicellular or linear mode. And normally what that means is there's a less likelihood of a tornado happening, because what you want to see are these individual supercell thunderstorms kind of pop up. Okay, so if these kind of pop up and start producing really strong storms with hook echoes and rotation. That's where I think we will see tornadoes. Okay. Now, of course, this big line of storms is going to be nasty. There's going to be straight line damaging winds, possibly maybe some embedded tornadoes in that line. But the real thing that we have to watch out for potential tornadoes is stuff like this. Okay. Storms that pop up by themselves. Those are the dangerous ones today. So let's keep that in mind. All right, let's go. Let's ask him. Okay, everybody in chat is taking bets on what your preferred gas station snack is. What did you get in there at the Food Mart, man? Everybody's dying to know.
Well, I didn't get exactly what I was wanting in there. I just went in there for pure hydration, got some water, some electrolytes, went in there, considered going number 2, but the toilet seat was pretty dirty, so decided maybe a better time later down the road might be a better time to go to the bathroom. But I definitely have a good foundation. I had about 4 breakfast burritos at McDonald's to start off the day. So I'm hoping that that'll get me through peak heating and storm chase mode. And then I'll probably finish the day with a Hunt Brothers pizza after the tornado. Celebrate the tornado with a Hunt Brothers pizza and maybe a little thing of chocolate milk to really light the match.
Love it. Love it. All right. All right, man. Sounds good. Keep dominating out there. So, yeah, we're going to have Reed Timmer on this like, you know, he's going to be on it. All right. So if there's a tornado down here today.
The mesoscale discussion might be a tornado watch here soon.
Oh,
Boy,
yeah.
that initial convection sure looks messy, but I think once that surface low turns northeast, right at about 18Z, maybe about 1 or 2 o'clock, I think we'll suddenly see rapid convective organization.
I 100% agree with Reed Timmer there. I think we're going to see rapid convective organization. And once again, we're going to have Reed Timmer on these storms today and professional storm chaser Vince Waelti. Okay, so if there's a tornado out here, we are likely, we're going to see it. All right, so these guys are the best in the game when it comes to storm chasing, and I'm very honored to be able to have them here helping us. Couldn't do that if it wasn't for you guys and your support with the super chats and all that stuff. So thank you very much. So this is the radar that we're going to look at most today when we try to track these tornadoes. This is GR2 Analyst, okay? This is the same exact program that the National Weather Service, like the National Weather Service uses to, you know, monitor the radar and issue tornado warnings and stuff. So, you know, we're going to go back and forth between this and then we're going to monitor our snow and our freezing rain with this. And then we're going to keep doing our big overview picture with this. So we're gonna, you know, you're gonna see a lot of different colors today. I just want to get you familiar with all of them as we go forward because stuff is going to be changing a little bit. And then also we're going to keep up with our watches and warnings with the Radar Omega app once again. So we're going to go back and forth between all this stuff. You're going to see a lot of this today. So I want to really quickly get this out of the way.
Storms down near Lumberton might be far enough south of that warm frontal zone that those might have a chance to mature, develop some deep mesocyclones, turn right and move off of that boundary a little bit and maybe even interact with the warm front once it gets up near the I-20 corridor. Figure if I drop down near Meridian, I can keep those in play and intercept anything new that fires. But I'm liking the early appearance of some of that stuff down near Lumberton, Mississippi.
Lumberton. I don't even know where that is. Let me see what he's talking about here. South of Lumberton, Mississippi. Let's switch our radar view here. Let's help Reed find the tornado. Okay. Okay, I see now. I see what he's talking about. That is south of Hattiesburg, south of Lumberton. Yeah, so we're going to keep up with him all day long today, and once again trying to help him a little bit, try to find these rotating storms, that this is going to be one of the things that we do is we analyze the radar, and I want to show you real quick how we find tornadoes on the radar. But first of all, we have to find a supercell that will allow us to give you that sort of in-depth analysis. Let me switch. I'm going to go back and forth between these two radar sites here because I think right now some of the most rotational looking storms are up here to the north near Tuscaloosa. Look at this, guys. Look at that. So one of the things that we look for when we look at tornadoes or potential tornadoes is we look at the reflectivity. This is what you're seeing. Usually when you look at the radar, the reds and the purples, the deeper the colors are there, the more intense the precipitation is. You might see hail, for example, in the purple. And one of the things you look for whenever you think a storm might go tornadic is you look for it to become a bean. All right, we want to see some beans today. Well, we don't want to see some beans. All right, if we're looking for a tornado, it's more than likely going to present as a bean in the beginning of its cycle, and you can see that there's a little bit of a bean shape going on here. With this storm, that means that we might see some inflow coming in, some cooler air coming in on the backside, and that could overall start to produce rotation in our storm. Additionally, down here on the southwestern side of the storm, on the velocity, this shows that there is a big-time wind coming in on this side and some bigger wind coming down on the backside. So there, once again, there's two signs now that point to potentially seeing some rotation with this storm. If I'm in Tuscaloosa, I'm watching this closely. Okay, Tuscaloosa is no stranger to tornadoes. I don't think that there's necessarily a tornado getting ready to drop right now with this. However, this definitely looks kind of tornado-y to me. So keep your eye on that if you're in Tuscaloosa. Yeah, we're watching those storms pretty closely, and we're also watching that little renegade sail that just popped up to the west of Tuscaloosa up there. I don't know if you've seen it. Shows some baby signs of some bean activity there, and maybe even a little bit of rotation on the southwestern side of the sail. So once again, we're going to keep a very close eye on that. No tornado warnings right now. Still no tornado watches either. But we're going to go back and forth between that and our massive ice storm that is unfolding. Let's go back to Radar Omega real quick. Let's look at some of our cameras. Once again, this is an update.
Well, it's 68 degrees here right now along I-20 in Tuscaloosa. That thing actually developed south of Meridian a while ago and just gradually organizing, lifting out to the northeast. I do wonder if that warm front will catch it or if it is just a little too far south to northeast or if maybe it's a sign of things to come a little later on.
So Reed's going to have a lot of decision making to do today because I do think there's going to be a time where there's multiple different areas to watch for the potential for tornadoes to come down with those storms.
I agree, though. Probably need to stop coming up here and keep a close eye on that beam. You know, you can get burnt down here in Dixie Alley.
So Reed's going to be keeping an eye on that bean. He'll drive right towards it if it looks like it's going to drop a nadir. And then also we have Don Murray, I believe. He's driving around now. So this is the same camera, I think. Let me double check myself. I don't want to sound too stupid here. Yeah, this is the same camera we were looking at earlier that was stationary and pointing at the trees. Now Don is driving around. Once again, you can look at this yourself on the Radar Omega app if you want to. But you can see that the trees are still covered in ice. You can see very clearly that they're starting to be weighed down. We're starting to see tree branches and trees fall, and this is going to add to the problem that we're having with all of our power outages that are rapidly spreading in the Kentucky and Tennessee region. Here's a broad view of the radar right now. Let me put this into motion for you, get it up to current. And guys, it's not moving much. It is just not moving much. That's the bad thing about this. If you're down here in southeastern Texas and you've already got a good amount of ice,
really
you're going to get more.
Bright coloring on the horizon there. I do wonder if that storm headed toward Gordo might be on the northeastern edge of the warm front. Temperature is 69 degrees. Numbers don't lie. You'd think 70 degrees would be more than sufficient to have surface-based instability up here.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with everything that Reed is saying to us. I personally think that right now, if any of these storms is going to go tornadic, it's going to be this one. That's my personal opinion. Now, where is Reed? Real quick, let me analyze this.
All right, we'll do a pickle up to Gordo.
Okay, so he's really close to this storm. Reed is in Tuscaloosa. I didn't realize that. For some reason, I thought he was a lot further south. And he's saying he's going to go where, to Gordo? Okay, yeah, so he's on his way to that storm right now. Guys, Reed Timmer is in Tuscaloosa right now, and he's going to head towards that supercell that we're watching with the rotation. So we're going to go back and forth between Don with the ice storm and Reed with this rotating supercell near Tuscaloosa and Gordo there. Once again, I told you guys earlier, this is going to be kind of a chaotic stream. We're going to go back and forth between these guys pretty often. But that's what we're looking at right now, a rotating supercell thunderstorm near Tuscaloosa. And, you know, right now there's no tornado warning. There's no tornado watch or anything. There's no need for you guys to run to shelter just yet. Okay, basically we're investigating this. We're sending Reed Timmer out here to investigate it because it looks kind of sus. It looks kind of suspicious on radar. But what does it look like in real life? That's a very important part of weather forecasting, or nowcasting as we call it. And thank goodness we got professional storm chaser Reed Timmer out there to give us some eyes on the ground. Once again, he says the ground temperature is around 69 degrees. Perfect, ripe temperature for supercell activity. However, you know, there's a lot more that goes into it than that for the production of a tornado. So we'll see what happens, and we'll continue to keep an eye on Reed Timmer's stream there as we go forward. Additionally, it's not only that that we're watching. We're watching the ongoing big-time ice storm down here in southwestern Kentucky. This is what you have heading towards you in portions of central Kentucky, Louisville, Lexington, all the way up into south central Ohio. Power outages are continuing to spread out here. And let me give you an update on those power outages right now. And please continue to send me your pictures and videos in on Twitter, and I will continue to relay those as well. We're almost at 90,000 now, 90,000 people without power in Tennessee. Shelby County alone has 72,000 people out. If you're in the Memphis area, you will lose power before this thing is all said and done. Gas up the generator if you haven't already. Charge up your devices. It's very important that you do that.
Down near Meridian, too, have a decent shape. You can see those latching onto that warm front as well. So they kind of head up to Gordo, get an idea of what this thing looks like first. So kind of keep me in the area, keep me near the nose of the instability. A little bit of applied patience can go a long way.
Hey, Ryan, just letting you know the live feed just went up for me.
Okay, so that was Brandon. So we got Brandon live now. Man, I really don't know. I don't want to tell Reed the wrong thing. If I was out there chasing, man, I don't know. I would probably stay around Tuscaloosa, monitor this storm, and then kind of wait for this other area of convection to come up. I think overall you're in a good spot. I know it's hard to see the storm that's west of Tuscaloosa because of the low clouds, but I think you're in a good spot to not only kind of monitor that, but then also wait for that next area of convection down there near Meridian to come to you. I'm not going to tell you what to do. You got to make that decision on your own, because if you end up missing something, I'm not going to take the blame for it. All right. But yeah,
I don't go where anybody else tells me to go at this stage after 25 years. I definitely do like to pick my own targets. But I'll head up toward Gordo, sample this storm, and then watch those other storms coming up toward Meridian.
All right, sounds good. Keep dominating, Reed Timmer. And I swear, this looks a little swirly. It looks a little swirly to me. So I'm going to watch that one very closely. And then also we have to keep a very close eye on the storms coming out of Meridian into York, Livingston down here in Mississippi, right on the border of Mississippi and Alabama. We got to watch these storms very carefully. We do have Reed Timmer there in Tuscaloosa. He's in perfect position to absolutely sample every single one of these things. So let's also see, where is Vince Waelti? He should be getting close as well. Yeah, Vince is Vince is coming down the road, man. I feel like just 2 minutes ago he was in Illinois. Now he is getting ready to come through Columbus, Mississippi, and get on that storm in Tuscaloosa as well. Let's listen to what he has to say. Are you going after that Tuscaloosa storm? What's your plan? Or are you going to go straight south to Meridian?
I haven't looked. I have to switch radar sites. I just heard you guys talking about that one. I'm on the Central Mississippi radar site, DGX, and I wasn't seeing it, so I'm going to see if I can load Birmingham and get a look at it. Right now, I am headed south on 45 here. Once I get south, I may head see if I can get down to Meridian and then maybe go east there on 20, if that's a decent target. I don't want to get left behind from these other ones.
Yeah, that sounds good. You do you. We're watching that storm pretty closely near Tuscaloosa, but also obviously the main area of convection is, in my opinion, around Meridian right now. So you just keep doing whatever you was planning on doing and keep us updated here. Man, I can't believe that this is already kind of taken off.
Yeah, it's your ass if that storm produces.
Oh, man. You need to have 2 or 3 Dominator drones following you around, man, giving you a view above the clouds, below the clouds, getting about 500 feet out ahead of you and behind you. Man, you just don't have enough eyes. We got to get you some more eyes out there.
Yeah, a fleet of drones would definitely help. Just had some Alabama fans back there mocking my vehicle, pointing at me. Can't tell if they're mocking it or if they're supporting it. As the Dominator 4 definitely is polarizing when it drives through these areas. I'm not sure if it's a storm chaser or something else driving this vehicle, but I do like how the low clouds are thinning out here a little bit. I think that surface low still needs to pivot, but that Renegade off to the northwest of Tuscaloosa, I think that's Mother Nature giving us a sign of how things are going to evolve later on.
Yeah, I agree. If anybody in Alabama or in around the Tuscaloosa area sees Reed Timmer out today, be nice to him. Let's show Reed Timmer some love today. People out there making fun of the Dom 4. We can't be having that. We cannot be having that. We also have Vince Waelti, who's also closing in on this area. So things are really starting to ramp up with our tornado probabilities. So I think this is going to become one of the main focuses of the stream right now. But I want to do everything I can to go back and forth from the tornado situation and to the ice situation until we have an actual tornado watch or warning. As of right now, we do not have a tornado watch nor a tornado warning. Okay, I want to make that abundantly clear. We are watching these storms down here. They look a little tornado-y to me. They're getting ready to drink up some tornado juice that is in the atmosphere out in front of them. So we're going to watch that extremely, extremely closely as we go forward. So let's go up here to the north a little bit. It's still pouring down the rain in Memphis, and it's freezing on impact. Same thing's happening in Dyersburg. Same thing's happening in Murray. Let's check in on our storm chaser, Bryce Shelton. Man, you can really see now that those power lines and those trees are sagging. Let's get an update from him as well. Man, it looks pretty rough out there. It looks like those trees are starting to really bear the weight of the ice. The power lines are sagging. If you have the ability, your stream is kind of pixelated. I guess it's because of the lack of internet connection out there. But if you have the ability within the next little bit to kind of get out of the vehicle and maybe take a quick clip for us with your phone and post it to Twitter, we'd love to see a high quality version of some of the trees and power lines out there. If you could do that for me. If not, that's fine. Keep doing what you're doing and just let me know if anything pops up. But yeah.
Yeah, and I'm starting to see just a little sign of some sun peeking through these low clouds. The warm front's definitely to the southwest of here, even though it is 71 degrees at the surface. But I think just to the southwest of here, we start to see a little more surface-based instability. Looks like that storm northwest of Tuscaloosa might just barely be lifting north of the warm front, but I think that those beams closer to meridian have a chance. So I'm going to be dropping that way, getting a little bit closer to the warm frontal zone.
All right, sounds good. I'm going to try to work on the stream quality as well here in just a second. I'm about to pull off into a parking lot and see what we can do about that.
All right, we got everybody working on getting into position here. Things are really lining up. If you're just now tuning in, you're like, what in the world's going on? Who are these people talking? What's this guy talking about? Tornadoes, ice, snow, what's happening out here? Well, it's a little bit of everything, okay? If you are just now tuning in, we are monitoring an ongoing major winter storm that's affecting a lot of people in the United States. I mean, like, everybody's getting hit by it. From Dallas, Fort Worth, who's seeing heavy snow right now, all the way down into the Austin, Texas area, who's seeing freezing rain, into the Texarkana area, who's seeing sleet and freezing rain. And then look at this, a big line of tornadic thunderstorms likely forming in Louisiana and Mississippi heading into Alabama. This is where Reed Timmer is. He's on his way to intercept some of these storms, okay? Up here in Memphis, Tennessee, we're talking about ice, an ongoing ice storm. We are now up to 85,000 people without power in Tennessee. That number is increasing also in Arkansas. It's going to continue to increase in Missouri and Kentucky as well, where we have an ongoing ice storm. We can monitor that a little bit better from our storm chaser. I believe this was once again Don Murray on the Radar Omega app, who's out there in the middle of this thing providing live footage. And look at this. This is important, all right? Just to the west of Hopkinsville, it's currently 31.4 degrees, and it is raining. That's why the ice is sticking to the trees like this, and that's why we're seeing the tree limbs fall. That's why we're seeing the power outages out here. It is only going to get worse. It is only going to get worse as we go forward, okay? So you can see this on Radar Omega if you want to. And then also we have this camera view in Jackson, Tennessee, and you see the frosted tips out there. You see that there's ice and freezing rain sticking to these trees, but the surface temperature is a little warm, okay? If you want to see that ice really accumulate, it's got to be a little bit cooler out there, and that's exactly what we're seeing in western Kentucky. So we're going to keep a very close eye on these camera feeds as well. And then up to the north, okay? How about you there in places like Mount Carmel, Indiana? All right, you weren't expected to get a ton of snow. You were actually expected to get some more ice out of this, but things shifted a little bit to the south and east. And now it looks like you might be getting some pretty good snow right now. So if you're in Mount Carmel, I'm interested in seeing your snow report. Send that to me on Twitter, @RyanHall, y'all. It's also snowing decently in St. Louis still. All the way up here into Springfield, Illinois, it's still snowing pretty decently. Let's see your snow reports there. Indianapolis, you got another really good band of snow moving in right now. And now we are really looking at the snow up here in Ohio, which we do have our live feed from Brandon Copic coming through. Let me get that up for you. One more thing that I have to do here to get his live feed up. And I will do that right now. That way we can see what it looks like on the ground there and in and around his area.
Things shifted a little bit to the south and east, and now it looks like...
Let me see. How do I get this on the thing? I don't have a stream key. That's tough. I don't know. Here's what it looks like, though. Here's a view from Brandon Copic's stream. I'm just going to show it to you this way for now. He is currently on the road there in northern Toledo, it looks like, heading south towards Phillips Avenue. These are the road conditions up there in Toledo. It does look like snow's coming down right now. I'm going to work on getting that into our overview, but right now this is just how we'll have to keep up with it. This is professional storm chaser Brandon Copic. We're going to get an update from him right here in a second. So this is now our fourth person that we're keeping up with in our big line of storm chasers. You can see that there's already a lot of accidents going on. We need to stay off the roads, okay? Let's actually get an update from him. Brandon, do you have a way for me to get that RMPT link from you instead of doing it the way that we were doing it before? Obviously, don't worry about it right now. Focus on driving. But if you do have a way of sending that to me, let me know. That'll be easier on me. But just give us an overview. What's going on? What's the latest looking like down there? Paint us a verbal picture of the road conditions and everything that you're seeing. And then we'll we'll keep watching him, and then we'll get an update on the forecast breakdown here in just a second. Just a second.
Well, Ryan, I've only been on the road for about 5 minutes or so now, and I've already come across a jackknife semi. I sent that to you on Twitter, so you're welcome to share that. I'll work on getting you that stream queue here real quick.
All right, so thank you, Brandon. Let's take a look at what he's talking about on the video that he sent. I'm guessing that's on his profile on Twitter. Let's go look at Brandon Copic on Twitter. I invite all of you guys to also follow him. Great storm chaser. So here we go. This is that video from Brandon. There's that the semi that's on the side of the road, and it looked to me as he was going down the road on the live stream, we even had more than that. We had more accidents than that. So it's getting pretty rough out there. Everybody in Ohio needs to be off the roads. Everybody in Ohio needs to be off the roads. It's not just Toledo today. We're talking about all the way down towards Delaware and Columbus and Cleveland, Akron. Every single one of these interstates, 71, 77, 75, shut it down. Shut it down out there. There's no reason for a bunch of semis to be on the road. It's just going to create another situation where we're going to see a lot of accidents. We're going to see people stranded out here on the roads. We're going to see snow plows and DOT members not able to get their job done, not able to clear the roads because everybody's already stuck on them. If you're able to not be on the roads today, please don't. And I understand some of you have no choice, and that's just the really unfortunate situation. But please, for the love of goodness, don't be out there if you don't have to. Heavy freezing rain falling now in Cincinnati and Columbus, all the way up into Newark and Cambridge. Still waiting on that tornado watch to come through, but we still haven't seen anything yet. So we're going to now, I'm going to go to Twitter, at Ryan Hall Y'all. Once again, at Ryan Hall Y'all. If you want to send me a video, report, or a picture, let's start looking at those now. Here is a picture from northwestern Ohio. Looks like you got a pretty decent amount of snow there. Thanks for sending that in, and look at how it's sticking to the trees, man. That is beautiful. That is absolutely beautiful. We always like seeing the snow rather than the ice. Am I right, guys? Would much rather see the snow than the ice. Frank, I still have an old stream for Reed. I don't know if maybe we just need to hit save again, go back in there to edit and hit save again or not, but like it's not updating for me. But yeah, we would much rather see snow than ice. So I'm jealous of all you guys that are seeing all snow today, like Reister. This is in Wayne County, Ohio. Looks like it's coming down pretty good there. Thanks for sending that in. Yeah, it's coming down at a pretty good clip there, and you've already got a decent amount of accumulation. I'm interested to hear if you guys were impacted by the first storm as well. So a lot of you guys that got all rain from the first wave the other day or yesterday are going to see all snow today. So I'm interested to see the differences there. Brandon is trying to hook me up with his stream key.
Yeah, Ryan, you can really see it on the ramp analysis. That storm is right on the warm frontal boundary. So I think it made an effort to latch on it there west-northwest of Tuscaloosa and then maybe just bled over onto the stable side. Looks like those new storms down near Meridian might have a little bit more space to organize. So at least if I stay in this I-20 corridor and I go southwest, I know that I could always race off to the northeast, so it's not as much of a concern dropping southwest on this fast highway.
Reed stream is live on my end. I refreshed it though.
Yeah, it's still old for me. I don't know what's going on there. That's all right. We'll get him back here in a second. Yeah, so Reed is once again in Tuscaloosa. He is thinking about dropping south and intercepting some of these storms that are popping up to the east of Meridian, and that is a good idea. Once again, remember, guys, these supercell thunderstorms that pop up by themselves, those are the ones that we have to keep a very close eye on for potentially producing tornadoes. So we're going to keep up with Reed. We're going to keep up with Brandon Copic, which, once again, I'm not able to get his stream key for some reason. We're just going to have to keep checking on him this way, I guess, which it does look like he's still in Toledo. Road conditions are deteriorating out there. Lots of accidents. Stay off them roads. Stay off of them. All right. Current watches and warnings. Let's look at all the watches and warnings out there once again, just in case you're just now tuning in, you haven't seen it. You're under an ice storm warning from Greenville, Mississippi, all the way up into South Haven and Hernando, where we do have cameras that show us what it currently looks like out there. Here's a new one. Look at those trees, man. This is also kind of beautiful. I like the way that looks. Like, it's a cool look. But it's also extremely dangerous because we are going to see more of these trees and power lines fall as more of that accumulation happens in the Memphis area. And then, of course, we have our, looks like we lost the video feed there on Don Murray. But we have a video feed that's in and out here in Western Kentucky that's showing us the ice out there as well. Speaking of Western Kentucky, we have Bryce Shelton, who is giving us an up-close view of some of the trees out there in Murray, Kentucky, really close to the Murray area, in between Mayfield and Murray, and that is currently what we are looking at there. And because of that, that's why we're seeing all these power outages, guys. We are now up to 92,000 people without power in West Tennessee. A lot of those are in Shelby County. Got 80,000 without power there in Shelby County. We have 2,000 in Haywood County without power. This is going to progress to the north and east. Imagine this power outage thing as a storm, right? It's going to go to the north and east. So if you live down here in Gibson County, Dyer County, Obion County, you don't have very many people without power right now, but that is going to increase as we go into the future. Let's go and take a look now at Texas. Texas still has 70,000 without power. Kentucky is only about, this is really interesting. So Kentucky only has about 4,000 people without power. However, down here, if we look at Callaway County, the entire county of Callaway is without power, it looks like, and almost 1,000 people in Marshall County are without power now. So 504 without power there in Callaway as this ice storm continues to rage on with a ton of ice problems in and around the
Ryan,
Western Kentucky area.
Screen key again through Twitter. You should be fine to use it. It looked like you were using it correctly. You just got to hover over the bottom of the screen to go full screen.
Yeah. Trying to think of how I can get that from him. I don't know. Yeah, the problem that we're having is I can look at you in my web browser with a full screen, but in order to put you next to the map and the way that we do it with Reed and everybody else, I need a stream link, like an RMTP server, I think is what it's called. That I plug that into my streaming software, and then it puts you in there. But it's no big deal. We'll work it out. Once again, you focus on driving. It's my job to figure all that stuff out on this end. So you keep focusing on driving, and anytime you see anything interesting, give me a holler here, and we will pull you up. So how am I going to do this? I guess I can put him in a window just like this, and we won't be able to have him next to the map and all that, but we will continue to monitor his stream through this. That looks good to me. You guys just know that this is Brandon. This is Brandon Copic, or Copic, whenever you see this, okay? We'll work it out. This is as bare bones as it gets when it comes to weather coverage, guys. I hope you enjoy it. I hope this works for you. We don't have a bunch of producers and people in the background pulling all the strings. It's just me and Frank and a couple other people remotely trying to work all this out. So we're going to get it down to a science here before too long. That's why it's important that we do these streams during the winter season, so that during tornado season and during streams like today, we don't have any hiccups. Feral Dragon, thanks for being a member for 6 months. He says, has anybody heard about the Florida Panhandle? I'm getting alerts about tornado juice in the air. Yes, the Florida Panhandle definitely will be potentially having some severe weather today, and maybe even some tornadoes. You are under that slight risk of severe weather. Pensacola, you're in that list of severe impacts. Casey Nichols, thank you for the very generous super chat. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. Still don't have anything new there for old Reed's Hammer. I don't know. Let me look at it on my end here. /YouTube -2 YouTube 1. Oh, that's it. Okay, I see what's happening.
A unit was advised on the mountain, limbs down, and wires down that were sparking.
97, that was not us.
Rescue 98. It was 183 workforce.
Yeah, I still have nothing on Reed. We'll get that worked out as soon as possible. Hopefully, Frank, if you can just keep refreshing that, keep playing around with it until we can get it to work, that would be great, because I think he's going to be really close to getting close to an actual tornadic storm here soon. Another person who is getting close is professional storm chaser Vince Waelti. Another thing that we have to consider is the lack of internet, lack of internet connectivity that we have, and then of course we have professional storm chaser Bryce Shelton out here in Murray, Kentucky, showing us the ice. Thank you so much, Caitlin, for becoming a Slight Risk member, and Linz, thank you for the membership as well. Thank you all so much for the very generous contributions. I'm going to go back on Twitter here and look at some of your reports. Here's something. It looks like maybe a foot of snow, if not more, there in Crawfordsville, Indiana. I don't know if that's just ground accumulation or if that is actual drifts, but we'll that looks like a very impressive amount of accumulation there. What else do we have? Looking at Twitter once again. Loving the Florida sun today. Look at this. Showing off in St. Petersburg, Florida. We're all dealing with ice and snow, and they're just baking in the sun, rubbing it in our faces. No, but for real, thank you for sending that in. It's important that we, see that kind of stuff as well, because the sun is what's fueling our storm, and the warm air is coming out of the south and east from Florida there. So if we see any tornadoes, it's her fault. Ryan, this is Westfield, Indiana, and this is the footprint I made getting out of my car. Oh, my goodness. Now that's some snow. Westfield, Indiana, you are officially in Snowtown, baby. It's Snowtown out there. Let's see, what else do we have here? St. Anne, Illinois, about an hour south and east of Chicago. Now that is a snowdrift. Holy smokes. Is that the first time I've said it today? Holy smokes. And we do have a severe thunderstorm warning now, a severe thunderstorm warning for Pearl River in Mississippi. So we are now looking at these storms really starting to ramp up. Pearl River County in Mississippi is under a severe thunderstorm warning now south of Hattiesburg. That is going to be for 60-mile-an-hour winds, okay, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and expect damage to roofs and siding and trees. Locations impacted include Poplarville. So if you live down here south of Hattiesburg and north and west of Wiggins in Mississippi, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. Keep an eye on that. We're going to continue to watch these storms as well for the potential tornadic stuff popping up a little bit later on. We really need to figure out this thing with getting Reed's stream to work. I don't know why it's not. Sid Hall, thanks for becoming a Slight Risk member. Just an update on where exactly Reed Timmer is, by the way. He is on I-20 between Tuscaloosa and Meridian, and he is heading towards Meridian, okay, because we do have these thunderstorms that are getting ready to move into the area that he is trying to intercept. You see also Vince. Vince is also over here trying to intercept those same storms. I believe he's going to go to the south on Highway 45 there and probably meet Reed somewhere around Meridian as they try to intercept these storms. Okay?
1568 in service.
Hey, try throwing it up on YouTube too. And instead of us doing the custom link for Reed, try putting it up on YouTube too. Let's see if that makes a difference.
Check.
881, we're seeing.
881.
885, I'm sorry, I thought you were the record drivers there, so clean it up. Did you call me 885?
But yeah, that is what I call a snowdrift over there in Illinois. Snowtown, baby.
Dispatch, and then the check. And also 885, I was letting y'all know.
Oh, we've already got ice accumulating in Pennsylvania. Ice accumulating on the trees now in Ambridge, Beaver County, Pennsylvania, about 30 minutes from downtown Pittsburgh. Yep, there's another area that's going to receive a ton more ice as we go forward. Thank you for sending that in. Very, very important that we get those kind of reports in so we can kind of monitor what's going to happen in the future there with those storm reports coming in. All right, I'm going to continue to look through these. Here's a video from Toledo, Ohio. Anthony says, thank you for everything you do. It's no problem.
I'm having to refresh the website to get it to play.
What do you think?
I'm having to refresh the website to get it to play.
Right. The problem for me is that even when I refresh the website, it doesn't play. And if it does play, it plays from the beginning. It's not playing a live feed. It's not playing a live feed. It's playing an old recorded video. Here, let me try it. Let me try it, and let's see if this works. Give me just a second, guys. Let's see if there's any audio from Reed. We'll listen in on him while I do this. So if you hear the okay, well, it's live now. It's live now. It's showing up live now. It just refreshed again, and it's live now. I don't know what changed. I don't know what changed, but we've got a live view from Reed now. Okay, there we go. It's probably just because he loses service so often and he goes in and out. It's causing a lot of bugs and problems. So we're not going to focus too much on that. If we need to hear from Reed, we will call him. All right, we will call him up and we will we'll get that going. But just know that him and Vince are on their way down to the Meridian area of Mississippi to intercept a potential tornado threat. Okay, let's go back over here to the radar and look at what's going on in Memphis, because I know we got a lot of. How many people from Memphis do we have watching right now? How many people from Tennessee do we have watching right now? How many of you are experiencing problems already from this ice storm? It's continuing, okay? And I see no end in sight in the near future for this heavy rain to stop accumulating on the trees and the power lines out there. We're going to continue to lose power. We're going to continue to have problems in Memphis and even Clarksdale, Hernando, Mississippi, all the way up into Forest City in Arkansas. This is not over, okay? We are maybe halfway through this thing for you guys, all right? We're going to see more ice accumulate. We're going to see more problems arise from this. So please, please stay safe, stay off the roads, and do whatever you can to prepare yourself for maybe an extended power outage as we go forward. Here's a great picture from Millington, Tennessee. Thank you so much for sending this in. Looks about like an entire diameter there of about ½ an inch. So that tells me that this is likely 1/4 of an inch of total ice accumulation, if not a little bit more than that. So thank you so much for sending in that report there from Millington, Tennessee. We're going to continue to watch the ice threat like a hawk because it is only going to get worse and worse as we go forward.
hazard removed.
And we're also monitoring Facebook. If you guys want to send a couple in pictures in through that way as well. But it's a lot easier to just do it through Twitter. It really is. Here's Lebanon, Ohio. So really interesting that we're already seeing this much ice accumulation in Ohio and Pennsylvania. Keep sending those reports in. It's important that we keep up with that because it looks like a worst case scenario situation is unfolding, unfortunately. Here's all the snow in Strongsville, Ohio. Man, y'all who are just staying all snow with this thing are extremely lucky. Have fun in the snow. If you have time, build a snowman, and I will critique it. And wow, look at this. Here's Owenston, Kentucky. Owenston, Kentucky. From my window, Ryan, thank you so much for covering Kentucky. Hey, no problem. I'm in a dead zone smack in between Louisville and Lexington and Cincinnati that is often not even on weather maps when the weather is being covered. Well, buddy, we're going to make sure that you stay on our map today in Owenston, Kentucky. It doesn't matter to me if you're a big city. It doesn't matter to me if you are in a small town. We literally have tracked a tornado through a place called, Old Beans Creek Road in Tennessee that had one house on it in front of 20,000 people. It doesn't matter to me how small your town is. We're going to do everything we can to keep you updated. And it does look like you're going to need those updates today because if you're already seeing this much ice hanging off the power lines, it's only going to get a lot worse as we go later on through the day today. So bear with me here. Stay with me. Stay tuned. Charge those devices up. Get some backup batteries. And hunker down because this ice storm is just now starting. And not only that, we have the severe weather. We have the severe weather still on its way. And Reed and Vince are on their way to intercept that. Look at this. Germantown, Tennessee. Thank you so much for sending that in. What else do we have? You guys are just blowing it up. I'm not able to get to everything, but
Hey, Ryan,
I'm trying to do most.
Different link through Twitter right now, so let me know if that helps.
What did he say?
Hey, Ryan, I sent you the different link through Twitter right now, so let me know if that helps.
Rescue 96, Rescue 97 is en route to check out.
No, not really.
Impassable from.
We're okay. Brandon, if you're listening, we're okay. We can keep up with you through this way. It's just something that we'll have to work out before the next one. But it's fine. You guys don't care to look at it this way. This is actually better. You can see it more full screen here this way. So this is Brandon Copic out there in the Toledo, Ohio area. If we want to look at him on the map, we can always just come over here real quick. And see exactly where he is. If I zoom out, you can see all of our chasers. We have a lot of them out there. Once again, some of the widest coverage that you'll find right here on YouTube. It's unbelievable what we're able to do. But Brandon is down here in Toledo. Looks to me like he is near the southeastern side on Highway 23, moving towards the Northwest CDL Test Center, and also the Toledo East Stony Ridge KOA Journey area. So we're going to keep a very close eye on Brandon Copic today. And we are able to see his stream, once again, full screen there in our windowed version. So we got eyes in the snow. We've got eyes in the tornadoes, okay? We've got eyes in the ice and also in the rain, okay? And by the way, I live here in Kentucky where we might experience some flooding problems. So if it comes right down to it, I might even head out there and take the stream equipment with me and just start covering this thing on the ground, son. You never know, okay? You never know when you watch a Ryan Hall y'all stream what's going to happen next. Let's see here. Here we are in Arkansas, Whitehall, Arkansas. We're getting a lot of ice. We're getting a lot of ice there in the Jonesboro area and on the Whitehall area. So thanks for sending that in. Bryce Shelton, I don't know if he took a video or not. Hey, just a heads up, if you do send a video to us on Twitter or in some way, all of my mentions and notifications are just going crazy, so I'm not going to be able to find it unless you kind of give me a voice memo here and tell me to look for it. I'll have to search for it, but thank you. We're going to keep looking through here. Some of you guys are sending pretty funny stuff.
Okay, I got you. Did you see the two that I put up? Tagged you in them?
No, that's what I'm saying. There's so many people tagging me and stuff, I won't be able to see it. But just anytime you take something and you do tag me in it, just say, hey, I sent you a tweet, and then I'll be able to go through and actually search for it. So I'll search for those now. So here's a good snow angel from
Okay,
Barbara.
I could send it to you in a direct message if you would rather me do that.
That would work really well too. That would probably be better. So we'll get those videos from Bryce Shelton here in a minute. But this is a great looking snow angel.
Right, awesome.
Love the sunglasses. Love the addition of the Ryan Hall y'all there. We always love to see that. Man, I've never seen my Twitter notifications this it's like 20 new ones every second. Every second. Here is what is that? Blanchette Bridge out of St. Louis County in St. Charles, Missouri. Looks like it's pretty treacherous out there. We got a big pile of snow from the snowplows are able to do their job, it looks like, though. It looks like they're doing a decent job of keeping things clear. So that's good news. That's very good news. What else we got? Once again, we're not able to show all of these, but we're going to try as many as we can. We got Mini Frosty. We got Mini Frosty out here. We love it. This is in Findlay, Ohio. Looks like you guys are out there having a blast. Are you going to be able to get the Prius out of the snow? I'm playing with you. But for real, thank you for sending that in. Once again, we love seeing the snow way more than the ice. We don't want to see the ice, but unfortunately, that is the reality of this storm for a lot of people. It's a full-on ice storm, and we are expecting damage, to infrastructure out there, and we're going to see power outages continue to expand. And oh my goodness, here's another great view of the ice that's just now starting in Fayette County in Ohio. I'm really concerned about Ohio now, especially south of Columbus. If we're already seeing this much ice accumulating on things, it's only going to get worse. It is only going to get worse. So keep that in mind, guys. Keep that in mind as we go forward. Prepare for an outage. Prepare for not being able to leave for a little bit. Looks like our radar over here isn't updating properly. There we go. That's an updated view. Let's put it into motion for you. Let's go back over to Radar Omega as well. And let's see if there's an update from our chaser out there. Okay, so now we're back to that stationary view of our trees. If you want to look at that up close. This is down here near Murray, or near Cadiz, Kentucky, I think. And it looks to me like the wind is picking up a little bit. And what's really interesting is the way the trees move. Look at how different that is. Like, if the trees were just moving like that on a normal day with a light breeze coming through, you'd freak out, because that is not natural. There's so much weight hanging on these trees that the movement of them as they sway in the wind is a little odd looking. But we'll see a lot of tree branches fall. We'll see a lot of little tree limbs fall off of these things as those winds continue to pick up. And we do believe that they will as we go forward. Great to have these views from the Radar Omega app. 30.6 degrees down here in Olive Branch. This is the Mississippi City Hall in Olive Branch. So that's nice to have that as well. You can see that these trees are also starting to be weighed down there through the Radar Omega app. Let's come back over here to tweets. Let's see if we got any new updates. Of course we do. Give me just a second. I've got to actually zoom out on the radar here, give you a full view of this, and then I'll go through and kind of look at the tweets. Got a little bit of ice there in Ohio, Kentucky. We're seeing a lot of reports from Kentucky with the ice as well. A lot of snow in Indiana and Ohio. We've got crazy snow in Argyle, Texas. This is what they call crazy snow down there in Argyle, Texas. It's funny because this is such a wide-reaching storm that this is crazy snow down there in Texas. You know, you don't see this very often, but we're also seeing crazy snow in Arkansas, Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York, now into Canada, Toronto. You're seeing the snow. You're going to get up there in Quebec, all right, all the way up into New Brunswick and Nova Scotia. This is one of the biggest storms I've ever tracked as far as size goes. It's absolutely insane how wide-reaching it is. It's not even close to being done. Here's some more pictures of some damage caused by that ice storm. This is in East Memphis, Tennessee. I retweeted this if you guys want to get an up-close look at this, but that's unfortunate. We're already seeing some. This is a big limb now, a big piece of a tree falling down on a house. Now, this is another thing that you have to be concerned about when you start getting a lot of ice hanging off these tree limbs. Not only are we going to lose power, not only are we going to see those power lines come down and those tree limbs fall and cause problems on the roads and stuff, but like if you live in an area where there's big trees around your house, now we have to start. It's the same thing as like a windstorm, right? If you're worried normally about a strong wind knocking that big limb down or that big tree down on your house, you also have to be concerned about this because even more so than a windstorm, these trees are going to be falling just like a big squall line's coming through. So be prepared for that as well. Stay away from the windows. I mean, seriously, treat this as stay away from the windows. Don't go outside, especially if you live around, stuff that can fall on you. Just understand that stuff like this can happen in an ice storm. We're going to see lots of pictures like this today. All over the place. We also have Brett Adair out there. And look at this, guys.
141, they are requesting sheriff's office.
A power line down and it's arcing south Cooper Young in the neighborhood of Memphis. Look at this.
141.
Holy smokes, man. Be safe. Don't get too close to that. But if you can do so safely from the inside of your home, it would be interesting to see a video. If you can upload that and send it to us. But absolutely do not put yourself in danger. Don't go any closer to that than you. I'm assuming you're in your house, like looking out a door. Stay there. Do not put yourself in danger to get these pictures and videos, guys. But that's insane. Already seeing stuff like this in Memphis. More freezing rain is on the way. Great report coming in from Princeton, Kentucky here. Thank you so much for that. Wow. Wow, this is unfolding pretty quickly into a major situation with a lot of bad stuff going on there in the ice zone for our storm. This is coming downstream towards you there in Pennsylvania and Ohio. Some of these more impactful things. This is coming right towards you. Wow. This is crazy, guys. This is in West Eddyville, Kentucky. That's once again, some larger trees are going to start coming down from this thing. 100%.
Considering it drops south from Utah. Considering it drops south from Utah. Let's get
an update from Reed on his location. How about that? Okay, so Reed and Vince are very close together here. Near south and west of Birmingham. Near Utah. Once again, he says he's continuing to drop south and west from Utah. He's on his way to intercept some severe thunderstorms down there that could possibly produce tornadoes. So let's get a little bit of an update from the Utah storms. Unfortunately, this area is in a bit of a radar hole. Which radar site are you pulling data from? It's kind of a hole down there, isn't it? I don't know which one he's kind of looking at, but...
Yeah, definitely looking at higher up in the storms. Trying to figure out where that surface low ejection is going to be. I was thinking maybe based on the radar echoes and the shape of those storms closer to Meridian, but now those kind of lifted north of the stable air, suggesting that the warm front's even further southwest than that. So now I'm wondering if those severe storms near Lumberton are going to continue moving northeast, and then they'll catch that southern lobe of the 300 plus 0 to 1 kilometer shear. And might head down near Thomasville. Worried I'm going to botch this chase if I do that, but that feels like that's kind of what the gut is showing. That storm down near Thomasville might have the opportunity to turn right.
161, you can show me a service with the DCS.
By the way, guys, we have a tornado watch. A tornado watch has been issued, and just to go ahead and get you acclimated with the way things work around here, from now on, anytime a new tornado warning or watch or anything like that is issued, you are going to hear the siren, and you're going to see the lights turn red, okay? The reason we do that is because a lot of people watch this in the background, okay? I know a lot of you guys have me up on the TV right now. A lot of you have us kind of, you know, you're doing something else, and you kind of being like, okay, what's going on now? And then you do something else. Now, if you live down here in the tornado watch, I want you to pay attention to what I'm saying anytime you hear that alarm and see the lights go off, okay? We do have a tornado watch now for Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Montgomery, Mobile, Gulfport, Hattiesburg, Laurel, and Meridian. A few tornadoes are likely. Hail up to the size of quarters is possible. Scattered wind gusts up to 70 miles an hour. Guys, 2.9 million people. 2.9 million people are in the path of this thing. Possible tornadoes today. 987 schools are in here. Okay, it's 12:55 p.m. Eastern. Keep that in mind. And 87 hospitals are possibly going to be impacted by some severe weather today that could potentially produce tornadoes. We're in a really unique situation right now. I'm almost certain that we're probably the only media outlet that has nearly 20,000 people watching that has the ability to directly share the stream to the people that live down here in Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, Montgomery, Mobile, and all these places. So please put this on Facebook, put this on Instagram, put it wherever you can put it, so we can share this vital information to people who otherwise may not have adequate coverage. Okay? Additionally, if you don't want to do that, or if you can't do that, I completely understand. Just slap that like button. Hit the like button right now on the YouTube stream, and YouTube's algorithm will put this in front of the people who need to see it the most, okay? So now we have a huge developing situation ongoing where not only do we have a big-time winter storm, we also now have that tornado watch. That tornado watch that has just now popped up. You can see that there in the big purple box for the potential for tornadoes.
Go see what we can do to get them out of here. See, it'll be up.
What are you saying there?
Just had a car going.
I want to turn his volume up. Let me know if any of these guys are too low or too loud.
Just had a car go in the ditch just in front of me. Gonna go see what we can do to get them out of here.
This is a professional storm chaser, Brandon Copic. Says he's got a car that went into the ditch in front of him, and he's going to see what he can do to get him out of there. So we will stay in touch with him. Look at the roads out here, guys. Holy smokes, that looks a lot worse than it did just a minute ago. Let's come back up here. I'm going to give you a brief picture of where Brandon is on the map, and then we'll go back to his live feed there. Make sure everybody's okay. But yeah, he's very close. He's on the southeastern side of Toledo, near the airport there, the Toledo Executive Airport. He's on Highway 795, guys. You know, all these roads down here are looking really terrible right now. So let's make sure we stay off the roads. Okay, we don't want to stay off. We don't want to be on the roads. We want to make sure that people like Brandon and everybody else that's helping people out there today, let's make sure they don't have to stop too often. All right, because we just want to see the snow. We want to see them driving around. We want to keep everybody safe. And the more often people have to pull over and you know, help you, whether it's a police officer, whether it's a storm chaser, or a fire person, or EMS, or whatever it is, it's only going to put more lives in danger. Okay, so keep that in mind as we go forward. We got Brandon Copic out there with a live stream here of the dangerous road conditions in northwestern Ohio. Shut her down. Shut her down out there, guys. Shut her down. We currently have that tornado watch. Okay, we have a tornado watch for a good portion of Mississippi and Alabama, and that also includes a little bit of the panhandle well, actually, no, it doesn't. It doesn't include Florida, but I would say if you're in extreme western Florida over here, I'd keep my eye to the sky because there's a very good chance that we see potentially a tornado situation unfold as some of these supercell thunderstorms are forming down there to your south. What else can we do, guys? I think I think we're literally getting ready to get into like prime time. Oh goodness, like we gotta pay attention to what's going on here. So I'm probably gonna need to take a break right now because I think for the next several hours I'm not gonna be able to stop. I'm literally not going to be able to get up from this seat because we're going to start seeing tornado warnings go out. We're going to continue to see big time problems with the roads and the ice storm, kind of like a developing story. So I'm going to take a break. I've been drinking like a gallon of water here, so of course I got to go to the bathroom. I'm going to get myself a quick bite to eat, and please don't go anywhere, okay? Please continue to share this. Continue to get the word out there, guys, because I'm going to be here all day until maybe even midnight tonight covering these storms for you. So please stay here, share this, and I'll leave you with these live streams up so you're not bored while I'm gone. And, yeah, let me make sure I've got that set up correctly. Give me just a second. Okay. Okay, I have it set up correctly, but what I'm going to do is, I'm going to put Brandon's feed up here as well so you can see what's going on with the guy that's stuck in the ditch. All right. So here you go. We will refresh Reed's feed. There we go. And I will be right back. I'll make Brandon's a little bit smaller. Hold on. I know it doesn't matter this much, but I care about the small details, guys. That's why you like this so much. Okay, BRB.
type of car.
Check for both cars.
Now I need a description of the vehicle.
Hey guys, that Stonewall, Mississippi storm definitely has my eye. I believe that is the surface low storm that's beginning to move off to the northeast. I know that Hattiesburg storm right now is the most intense. I do think that's a little bit removed from the strongest wind shear, but still could catch that southern lobe of the 301 kilometer shear, which is more than sufficient to develop a long-term tornado threat. So I'm going to be headed off to the west. I'm going to stop at York. I'm going to keep an eye on that storm near Stonewall and let it mature. I'm wondering how this stratiform range just to the east of them is going to impact thermodynamics. I would guess not very much, considering it's still 69 to 70 degrees as the rain is falling.
Take it for free, show me. What is it got?
Go ahead.
104, 1094, 1042.
10-4, 12-13. They were 1801 Wood Oak Drive, Carroll Burns, Plano. Sean Gardner, daughter, 16-year-old female, wife, 54, wearing a red shirt, dark pants. Blue, 55 for black red of Corolla. Diagnosed bipolar, not on medication. Died.
Y'all still here? Oh boy. All right. I'm back. And I got myself a Mountain Dew. Gonna need it. Gonna need it today. I don't know what happened. Why Brandon's stream went away, but we'll put that back up. And I'll stop the music. Sorry about that.
Check 8-10-14, 8-7-3 on the Discord.
Reed was talking. Yeah, he did a very awesome of him. Gave you guys an update while I was taking a break. That's why we love working with Reed Timmer. Never stops dominating.
Hey, I'll take a Mountain Dew too when you're free. We got the guy out of the ditch. He's now safely on his way.
Awesome. We saw the heroic effort. And, dude, if you ever want a Mountain Dew, I've got a fridge full of them. So stop by anytime. I'm not kidding. I do the dew. It's just part of, it's in your veins if you're born in Eastern Kentucky, I reckon. Anyways, let's look at Bryce's videos that he sent us. How do I do this? 1 second. Okay, so this is one of them. This is around Murray, Kentucky. Okay, give me just a second. Ah, man. Are you kidding me? Man, like, we're just not set up here to do pictures and videos sent in through direct messages on Twitter. I am going to go to his profile. So this is our storm chaser, Bryce Shelton, okay, who is out there in Kentucky right now, giving us a live feed of what's going on out there with all of the ice and stuff that's fallen. And this is his Twitter profile. So he has tagged us in some of these videos, so let's show them here. Once again.
Watch that storm just south of Meridian. I think that's the warm frontal zone, the surface low storm. You can also see how it's clearing out that stratiform rain immediately to its south, which is also a sign that the storm relative inflow is beginning to increase. So I think that's going to be the storm, that one near Stonewall, just to the south of Meridian. That's I'm going to stop here in New York and allow it to mature as it heads in my direction.
Okay, so that was Reed Timmer. He's talking about the storms down there to the south. That one near Meridian does look really interesting. That one near Meridian does look interesting. So let's come over here and look at the radar real quick. Because not only are we talking about ice and snow today, guys, we are also talking about the tornadoes and the potential severe weather down here in Mississippi and Alabama. This is the storm Reed just told us to look at, okay? This is down near Stonewall, south of Meridian in Mississippi. And you can see there's already a little bit of rotation, some broad rotation with this storm south of Meridian. But you know, we are expecting that could possibly intensify as it goes off to the north and east. Now, relative to this storm, where is Reed and where is Vince? Let's check in with that right now. So there's Reed and Vince. They are both very close. Okay, so here is Meridian down here. Reed is on the highway or Interstate 59 or 70 or 20. What? Interstate 59 20 down there heading south and west towards Meridian, and he's going to intercept this thing as it goes through. All right, so if this does have a tornado in it, or if it has a potentially or the chance to create a tornado, we're going to see that through Vince and Reed's streams here, because this is advecting up the north and east. And if you see on our radar over here, they are in this area, okay, and they're heading right towards it. So we'll see what happens, and we will see if any of these storms go tornadic. And I do believe that one right there, that I agree with Reed. That's the one to watch, and that's the one that we're going to continue to monitor as we go forward.
About that beam back there, just southeast of Utah, right where I was at Love's, where I went to the bathroom. Just a little beam there that I think is developing just ahead of that surface low too. Probably still a sign of things to come for the one that's south of Meridian.
Okay, so now this is where it gets kind of complicated, right? We need to track both of those storms. So we're going to have to sacrifice one of our radars here. Let's take this one. Let's take this one down here so we can keep track of all of our storms. Once again, the most important thing that we do today is we talk about tornado warnings if they are issued. All right? Because that's the most life-threatening thing that can happen, really, in a situation like this, is a tornado warning. This is the storm that Reed is talking about. Correlation. Let's do correlation coefficient down here. Actually, let's do precipitant. There we go. So this is the storm that Reed was talking about over here near Utah. It does, remember earlier I told you about the bean, okay? If these storms start looking like beans, that's when we start worrying about them, okay? This means that we have a little bit of an inflow area. We have some cooler air coming around the backside. There's some rotation on the southwestern side of the cell. Now, it's not very strong, okay? When it becomes strong, you'll know, because you'll see it over here on the velocity. However, this does look like... if there was a such thing as a baby tornado or like the infancy stage of a supercell, this is what that would look like, and we call it a bean, and that does look pretty beany to me. So if I'm in Utah, Akron, anywhere to the south and east of 2059 there, all the way up north and east towards West Blockton, I'd watch that storm very closely, because I agree with Reed. That's going to be the one to watch as we go forward for the potential for maybe a tornadic storm to form up there. That does, I mean, it's a bean. You know what I mean? It's a bean.
351. We got a note regarding the light.
I'm going to fix this up too so we can see. How am I going to do that?
361. Show us back in service. This position is the launch still going off.
Let's do this. Bear with me once again. Live producing in front of the audience. Not the preferred method, but our only option. There we go. Okay. All right. What does that look like when I switch over to GR? Oh, perfect. Perfect. Okay. So let's come over here back to this radar. We're watching this storm down here south of Meridian. That is starting to look like it's wrapping up pretty good. That's wrapping up pretty good. We got a decent little area of rotation here south and east of Meridian. It's not producing enough to warrant a tornado warning yet, according to the National Weather Service, and I agree with that. But we've got to watch that closely. We have to watch that closely. Remember, if you're new here, if you don't know about how we find tornadoes on radar, what we look for are the reds and the greens close to each other, because what the greens represent is wind going towards the radar, and the reds represent winds going away from the radar. You get those two things really close together, and you've got yourself more than likely a mesocyclone, or maybe even a rotating wall cloud or a funnel cloud that's able to produce an actual tornado. So remember, there is no tornado warning right now. However, there could be one issued for this storm in the future. So make sure you're ready for that. Everybody down here that's in the tornado watch needs to be weather aware right now. Everybody in the purple box there, you are in the tornado watch. Okay, so that's Birmingham, Clanton, Montgomery, all the way down into Mobile, Biloxi, Hattiesburg, Meridian. So be prepared for the potential, once again, for a tornado today. Now, also, everybody that's getting pummeled by ice right now, I want your updates. Obviously, I know you've been sending them to me, but I want to see some more updates from you on Twitter. Send them to me at Ryan Hall, y'all, and I will start relaying those here. As we also, so I'm going to keep this view up pretty often because I want to be able to look at all things at once. I mean, it's hard to do, but that is what I want to do, and I think this is going to be the best way to do that. So let me pull this over here, and then let me do this. Perfect. Okay, Reed is pulled over. Man, I don't know which one I would go for if I was chasing right now. If I was out there, I don't know if it's this one or this one. This one is going to be hard to see, right? This tornado would definitely be hard to see because it's almost certainly going to be wrapped in rain down there if it does become a tornado. So we got to keep that in mind. And then also, let's continue to look at some of these reports coming in. This is important. Bryce, Shelton, thanks for sending this in, man. Well, you can really see the weight of the ice on the trees down here. We can also see it right here. Freezing rain is starting to build up in Murray, Kentucky. Ice accumulations have really went up over the last hour or so, and roads are still mainly wet, but slick spots are becoming more numerous, and that was at 11:18 a.m. So thank you so much, Bryce, for sending that in. We really appreciate it. Once again, he's our live storm chaser on the ground out there in Kentucky. Is up there in the Murray, Kentucky region. He's going to be with us all day, I believe, as we continue to track this monster storm, which has it seems like endless impacts: flooding, tornadoes, severe hail, damaging wind, power outages, ice, snow, blizzard conditions. You name it, it's happening out there. So we are going to continue to watch all this unfold. Look at this. Paris, Texas, right in the border of Oklahoma and East Texas. Josh, thanks for sending that in. Those trees look like they're getting heavy. I'd be careful. Have a big old limb fall on your head on video. As great of a video as that would be, We don't want you to risk your head there, okay? So be careful out there. We also have this cat that is watching the stream. It seems like cats really love the stream. I think it's because of this. I think it's because of my pointer. The cats love chasing after that. All right. Thanks for sending that in. Also, what else do we have here? I'm looking for some big ice updates. If you have more pictures of the ice, I know a lot of you guys have sent in stuff already, and maybe I just missed it. But stuff like this is what I'm really wanting to see. This is Memphis. Look at this. Look at that tree. It's literally, the limbs are pointing down. That's never a good sign. Usually tree limbs point up, unless it's a willow. But yeah, and look at all of the branches that are falling off here. Ice continues to pile up significantly in Memphis. And power outages, yes, power outages. I forgot to update you on that. We still, in Kentucky, we are only at about 10,000 power outages right now. But still, like Callaway County, like a lot of the county here is without power. It says county tract is 861 and county out is 861. So that tells me that the whole county's out. But that number has went up. So I'm not sure. I could be wrong there. But still, a lot of the area down here near Callaway and Marshall counties without power. We got thousands of people down out there. And then that's moving up to the north and east. Hopkins County, we got 2,000 people without power. 529 in Davies County. And then look at that. Carroll County's got 402 people without power in Kentucky. Look at that. We're over 100,000 outages now in Tennessee. Tennessee has 121,000 people without power. 111,000 people are specifically in Memphis or the Shelby County area. That's literally where most of our power outages are. I told you earlier, I'm going to tell you again, if you're in the Memphis area, expect the power outages. It's going to happen. And this is, once again, it's moving to the north and east. More people will lose power in Dyer County, Lake County, Obion County, and Gibson counties as we go into the future. Let's get an update on Mississippi now. A lot of Mississippi is starting to lose some power as well, especially up there on the northwestern side. Coahoma County's got a couple hundred people without. Tunica County has 1,100 people without. And then DeSoto County up there, we had a lot of viewers in DeSoto County yesterday tuned in. Hopefully you guys have your devices charged because 10,000 of you guys, about 10,000 of you guys in climbing have lost power. So remember, guys, if you haven't lost power yet, you are likely going to if you live in these affected areas. So it's important. It's very important that we charge our devices, get some backup batteries and all that stuff so that we don't have to worry too much about our communications, because I don't think you're going to lose cell service. I don't think you're going to lose cell service. I think that the cell towers are going to be all right, but if you lose power, you're going to want your tablet, your laptop, and your phone and all that stuff to be charged. And then when they run out, you want to have backup batteries for that too. So if you haven't done that already, get to it, and we will continue to monitor the situation down there. Let's check in with professional storm chaser Brandon Copic, who is out there in the middle of this big-time snowstorm in Toledo or south of Toledo. And the roads are just absolutely treacherous out there. This is a live feed from Brandon. Brandon, you got an update for us, man? What's going on? What are things looking like out there? Have you seen any more accidents or anything? Oh, boy.
49 out one of those portable pumps. And pull the front precinct.
Well, there's an accident right at the state line on I-75 North, just over the Michigan border. I was heading up that way. Route 6 east of Bowling Green, there is a multi-vehicle pileup involving semis that just happened due to ice. Plenty of ice on the roads down there. So I'm going to head down that way.
All right, Brandon, thank you, and be careful. That's, once again, professional storm chaser Brandon Copic out there keeping an eye on the roads. It looks like there's not very many people on the roads, which is a good thing. This is a very, popular road here. But there's still some people out there who more than likely don't necessarily need to be. So if you're watching this and you were planning on going out, please consider not doing that. So yeah, we're gonna keep up with Brandon there, and then I kind of showed you a little sneak peek of the forecast models of why we're concerned about the tornadoes later. This is the significant tornado parameter, and it does get all the way up there to close to a 6. Okay, around 4 p.m. today. So around 4 p.m. that's going to be the number one time that we could possibly see tornadoes in Alabama. Once again, we're not looking for a widespread tornado outbreak. We're not looking for a big time, huge tornado event. We just think that there's going to be a couple tornadoes. All right, so hot spot's going to be south central Alabama there. So make sure you are paying attention here. Remember to keep an eye out for that sound. If we get a tornado warning, you'll hear the alarm sound here on the stream. And just if you hear that, pay attention. And if I call out your county or your location, it's time to take shelter. It's getting pretty bad. The icing is getting pretty bad in Ross County, Ohio. I've heard many trees falling, and it's giving me nightmares of the 2004 Christmas storm.
Bravo. Be on the lookout for 2004.
Man, that is crazy. The ice has such an odd effect on the trees. Look at how depressed these pines look. It's crazy, man. Here's an interesting video from Logan Deese. There you can see, once again, the effect of the weight of the ice on the trees. It makes them fall. Once again, I think a lot of people who've never been in an ice storm before, or who have never seen the impacts that come from an ice storm, a lot of people don't understand it. They don't understand why are we so afraid of ice. Every morning when I go out, to start the car, there's a layer of ice on my windshield. There's some on the ground. Like, why are we so concerned about that? Well, when you have rain that freezes on impact on surfaces, it builds up and it adds a lot of weight to things. There's hundreds and hundreds of pounds being added to these trees and to these power lines, and they can't handle it. They're going to fall. They're going to cause power outages, and they could land on you if you're driving down the road. They could land on your house. That's why we've been trying to really try to communicate the overall message of hey, this is a big deal. The ice storm is a big deal, and hopefully people learned. Hopefully people listened, because it's coming to fruition almost exactly how it was modeled. Vicky Martin, thank you very much for the very generous $20 super chat. Okay, let's get an update on our position of our storm chasers. So Reed is really close to Meridian. And so here's Meridian. I believe that Reed would be up here. So Reed's up there near York. Our potential tornado that's coming together here is right here. So I'm interested to see what Reed has to say about that. Reed, I think you're 100% right. That storm near Snail, south of Tumsuba, I think I'm saying that right, and to the south and west of you does look pretty gnarly. It's starting to look like it's trying to wrap up.
335. Check. 149. 10-4. Rescue 97.
So we'll see what he has to say about that. He's in a pretty good position to try to intercept it.
All right, I'm dropping down to York. And I'm probably going to work the Highway 80 corridor to Demopolis. Just watching that mesocyclone off to my west gradually mature on approach to my location.
Okay, so he's saying that he's going to get on the Highway 80 corridor here and go back towards Demopolis.
Check Kilo 33.
So this is Demopolis. This is where Reed is. This is where our potential tornado is. Man, I really need to use a different color marker, don't I? This is Demopolis. This is where Reed is. This is where our potential tornado is coming together. And this is the motion of that. So it would be smart for him to get on Highway 80 there. I do believe that. And look, Vince is right behind him catching up. Let's get an update from Vince as well. Hey, Vince. Well, what's the update? Or do you need any information from me? I know you're driving. I got the radars pulled up. If you need anything from me, just let me know.
Okay, headed toward that storm near Meridian.
Okay. So they're both going after the same storm. Here's New Albany, Indiana, 2 miles north of Louisville, Kentucky. Really good amount of ice already on the ground there. Not on the ground. Well, on the ground and on the trees. Are you kidding me?
Go ahead and show us back in service. 2 reports.
Check which one.
Wow, look at this. Christie. This is in Fort Branch, Indiana. It's all sleet. Talk about a sleet storm. Wow, that's crazy. It takes a lot of moisture to create sleet. So it's untelling how much snow you would have gotten if that was all snow.
We'll proceed as soon as able.
Check 1625.
I'm still kind of convinced that something might end up happening right here. I don't know if they are or not, but we'll see. We'll see what they do there.
We have gentle, light rain coming down. Some storms are starting to intensify back toward the Meridian, Mississippi area, and then down toward Thomasville. A little west of Thomasville a ways on the Mississippi side, there's a severe thunderstorm warning near Lumberton. And that storm, I think, could become a dominant supercell as it moves in to southern Alabama, the southwestern portion of the state, just south of the I-20 corridor. There is a lobe of some greater low-level wind shear just ahead of that storm, and if that storm can mature, turn off to the right, and move northeast at 30 miles an hour into central and southern Alabama, then I think that it will develop a tornado threat. There was a renegade storm that has moved off to the north of I-20, northwest of Tuscaloosa. That one was starting to rotate a little bit, but then it moved into the stable air to the north of that warm front. It has since dissipated, so I'm watching now off to the southwest as that convective line is beginning to mature on approach to the Alabama border from the Mississippi side. My plan is to drop south to Thomasville, Alabama. There are plenty of west options down there, and I think that severe storm could become a potent supercell as it turns a little bit right, closer to an east-northeasterly direction or due northeast at 30 miles an hour, and I think that will give that storm the potential for tornadoes. There is a tornado watch that has been issued from the I-20 corridor all the way down to the Gulf Coast. That includes the coastal areas like Mobile, back towards southeastern Mississippi as well, all the way up to the I-20 corridor, including Tuscaloosa, back toward Meridian. So the ingredients are there for an isolated tornado threat. Storm Prediction Center has expanded the slight risk here across the Mid-South, southeastern Mississippi, central and southern Alabama. So I do think that this tornado event is about to begin. I expect a tornado or two, isolated tornado threat, all of this low cloudiness that you see here, this is a limiting factor for a more widespread tornado outbreak, but the ingredients could come together for a couple of different storms that are able to form near that surface low track. That's where I think there could be an isolated tornado threat, and it only takes one tornado to cause big-time problems. Stay tuned to those watches and warnings.
Thank you, Reed Timmer. Beautifully done there with your live reporting. Once again, this is another view of the radar. This is where we think maybe we're going to see a tornado. We have Storm Chaser, Reed Timmer. He's right in this general area. He's ready to intercept it if there's going to be one. Everything's lining up. Everything's lining up. We have our rotation. It's really broad. We believe that this is the surface low pressure storm. We believe that this is the one that could potentially produce that isolated tornado as it goes off to the north and east here. I do want to let everybody know, though, that's watching right now, that lives in this area, there is no tornado warning. We have no clue whether or not there's going to be a tornado. We are literally, we're investigating the possibility of that happening out here. So, but don't, when we talk a lot about tornadoes and where they are and where they could be and all this stuff, don't get too upset and don't get too worried about it until we start ringing the alarm and telling you to get to shelter, okay? There's just some rotating clouds right now is all you need to worry about. And Reed's gone. There we go. Got him back. I think I figured out the method to get him back. It's ice is forming on the trees in Murray. Ice is forming on our trees in Murray, Kentucky. Still have power currently. Still have power in this part of Kentucky, which is good. We already have some flooding, some minor flooding going on here in Clarksville, Tennessee. This is another thing that we're going to start seeing more of, is some flooding and flash flooding, especially in Middle Tennessee and Central Kentucky.
Hey, Ryan. I got about 5 minutes old radar. Does that thing still have area of rotation on it? It looks like it does, but my radar is old.
Yeah, if you're specifically talking about the storm to the south and east, or to the east of Meridian and south of Tumsuba and Cuba and south and west of York, yes, it still has rotation on it. It's very broad. However, the two areas of increased velocity are slowly getting closer to each other as that storm goes further to the east. So I believe Reed's assumption that this is the low pressure storm is correct. And yeah, it's still rotating, and I think it's getting a little bit more intense as it goes.
Okay, yeah, I would agree that that's probably the surface low storm. I am going to see if I can get that here southeast of Livingston and stick with it. Thanks.
It's like I'm in like mission control, but instead of getting people to the moon, we're getting people to tornadoes. This is so, like, obviously we don't want to see a tornado. We don't want to see tornadoes in like a populated area. But how cool is what we're doing right now? I never in a million years would imagine that this would be a thing that is done. Like dispatch and like storm chasers out in the field, and then you guys watching, us being able to give you a better warning than almost anybody else. Like, I don't know. Like, this is just a dream come true. Dream job for me, guys. Thanks for tuning in. Continue to share. Continue to get the word out about this thing. Once again, I'm going to be here all day long, talking about the tornadoes, talking about the ice, talking about the snow, talking about every single bit of it. And once again, I do want to remind you that there is no tornado warning. And for that reason, let's take a quick overview of everything else that's going on. Okay, I know we're spending a lot of time down here in Mississippi talking about the potential tornadoes, but hey, we're not talking about potential ice in Texas. Okay, we still got some heavy ice fall going on in Cameron, Texas, Bryan, Mexico, Athens, Athens and Tyler. This is also continuing to come down in the Little Rock area. Now, here's the good thing, okay? If you're in Memphis, I know you guys got a lot of ice on the ground. It's getting ready to slow down. It's getting ready to slow down a little bit. And but that doesn't mean that it's over. You're going to have another round of freezing rain later this evening and later into tonight. All right, so you got all this moisture that's coming up from Texas that's still going to come through you, but thankfully you are going to get a little break here in Memphis within an hour or so. But that doesn't mean that the problems are going to stop, because even these little showers are going to add, pretty intensely to the accumulation out there. Dyersburg, you still have several hours to go. Now, Murray, Kentucky, you have a long while to go. Mayfield and Princeton, you guys have a long while to go before this is over for you. Evansville, Louisville, all the way back up here into Indiana, into Cincinnati and southern and central portions of Ohio. You guys have a very long time to go before this is all said and done. This is not even close to being over for you. And then, of course, this is just now moving into areas in Pennsylvania and upstate New York, and we're just now starting to see some of the first rain showers in southern New England. Okay, so thankfully, it looks like Ohio is taking one for the team there in Pittsburgh, and it's literally the ice is stopping right there. It's like there's a wall in Ohio keeping it out of the fish fin of West Virginia and out of Pittsburgh. I don't know if that's legit or not. I think we got a report not too long ago of some ice accumulation in the Pittsburgh area. So, but still, it's a little bit warmer in Pittsburgh than what it is for example, in Youngstown or Ohioville. So right now, the biggest threat for ice accumulation is going to be around Columbus, around Lancaster, around Cincinnati, Louisville, Madison, Indiana, Jasper, Tell City, Evansville. You guys are in for it, because look at how big the storm is. Look at how much there is still yet to come up here to the north and east. And then, of course, we're also seeing heavy snow. Okay, if you're in Indianapolis, you think it's snowing heavily right now, just wait 30 minutes. It's going to get even heavier. Okay, if you're in Franklin, it's blinding. Okay, now this is all heading up towards Richmond. Okay, I-70 between Indianapolis and Dayton, shut her down. Okay, this is not fun. All right, these interstates are going to be absolutely terrible over the next little bit. And you see the darker blue represents heavy snow, right? And then up here, you can tell that this is kind of light. This is light snow up here in Toledo. But if we take a look at professional storm chaser Brandon Copic's stream, that doesn't look light to me. So just imagine this times two. That's what we're seeing down to the south, okay? The roads are going to be an absolute mess. There's going to be accidents out there. There's going to be semi-trucks jackknifing, flipping over. Like, you don't want to be out in the middle of that. So stay off them roads. Shut her down, buddy. Shut her down. And we will continue to come back over to the radar here. And look at that. Let me double check myself. Yeah, that looks like is that an area of increased rotation, or is that a glitch? No, that's might be a tornado, or what may become a tornado here shortly. Does anybody else see this? Now. Tornado warning. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I just saw the latest frame there, and I was wondering why they hadn't hit that yet. But yeah, there we go. That's a tornado warning for Livingston and York, Alabama, and Bellamy, Alabama, until 1:30 p.m. Central Time. I just retweeted the graphic information on that on my Twitter, so please, if you want to help get the word out about this, retweet that right now. This is it, guys. This is the tornado. This is likely a tornado that's getting ready to go through Ward and Bellamy. Okay, we just saw the polygon go up. Okay, now this is the James Spann area of the world. You guys know all about respect the polygon. Respect the polygon. If you are in that polygon, it's time to take shelter immediately. you have to get into your safe spot. And because I do believe, once again, that we have a tornado there south of Cuba, south of York, and west of Ward. We've been watching this storm for a while. We now have 2 storm chasers who are incredibly close to this. Reed Timmer's right in the path. Reed Timmer is right in the path. Let's see if we can't get his feed back up. And there we go. I don't see anything yet. Let's pull him up full. Also, Vince is extremely close as well. That tornado warning just went out, and it looks like you are in perfect position. Do you see anything just yet?
486. 749 crisis. Show myself. Around to this burglary alarm and
I don't think he's seeing anything just yet. But this is it. This is what we think is the tornado. Let me come back to the map view. This is what we think is the potential tornado right there south of Cuba. Once again, this is trajecting off to the north and east towards York, Lolita, Ward, Livingston. All of you guys need to be in your safe spot right now. It's also important if anybody watching this, we have 16,000 people watching. If you know anybody in this area near Marion, Mississippi, Tumsuba, Cuba, Demopolis, Mississippi, or Alabama, Myrtlewood, Cromwell, Livingston, any of these places, if those areas ring a bell to you and you know somebody that lives down there, please share this stream to them so we can get this vital information out in front of people. Okay, this is a tornado warning for Sumter County in Alabama. Sumter County in Alabama, and that's going to go on for the next little bit. We're going to continue to monitor this very closely, but look at this. You see this big purple area here? This is the edge of the radar field. So we can't really, once this gets in that, we're going to have a really hard time tracking this. But thankfully, we have 2 professional storm chasers on the ground right now that'll give us actual eyes on the ground. We don't need the radar when you have that. Here's professional storm chaser Reed Timmer. Obviously, he's extremely busy right now trying to figure out what he's going to do. He's looking at the radar. He's looking at the sky. He's looking at the radar. He's looking at the sky. He's made the decision now to turn a little bit. Where's he at? Let's zoom in on his exact location here. He's turning onto Highway 17. Is he okay? He's taking the exit, and now he's going to get on 80 and go west. He's getting on 80 and he's going to go west. That looks to me like the current plan, and that will put him right in line with the storm that's going through Cuba there. Okay, so if he's on 80 going west, this is 80. Okay, this is the Highway 80. This is our rotation. This is where we think there is a tornado right now. And once again, it should pop up in our viewfinder here in the next couple minutes if there is one. Now, this is a radar-indicated tornado warning, so we don't know for sure that there is a tornado. However, if there is, we will find out right here first. From professional storm chaser Reed Timmer's stream. What an amazing effort it's been for him to sniff out this storm and get there in time. So we're going to keep him up, and we're also watching not only just Reed, but professional storm chaser Vince Waelti, who is on the way to that same storm, but I think he's going to try to intercept it a little bit further back. So Vince is going to go down this way towards Cotopa. And he is going to intercept it a little bit further back here. So Vince is going to go down this road and see if he can't get it a little bit behind Reed. But Reed would be the first one to see it by far, as he is extremely close now to where that area of rotation is. Once again, if you're watching, this is a live feed from Reed Timmer, who is in the Cuba and York area of Alabama, where there is currently a tornado warning. Radar indicates potentially a very strong area of rotation that's going just south of Cuba right now. We're hoping that everybody is in their safe spots. If Reed Timmer is in your county, it's never going to be for a good reason. So make sure you are taking this seriously because we are. All right, that's York, Livingston, even all the way up there into Forkland. Let's go ahead and get in our safe spots there, and then Demopolis as well. You can see the winds are starting to pick up here. Reed is incredibly close. Let's let's do some live producing here. We're going to copy our map. We're going to come back over here just so we can see where exactly Reed is in real time. And then also keep his camera up. We're going to put this down here. I don't want to take up too much of the picture. But there we go. He is south and east of Williams, once again on Highway 80, moving. He's moving, what is that? To the west slightly. He keeps pulling over because we do believe that there is more than likely a tornado down very close to where he is right now. Or not. Or not. It could also just be an incredibly intense area of rotation on the radar. But the problem is...
Hey, Ryan, I'm right in the path of this tornado-warned storm right now.
Are you seeing anything just yet? And which... Are we looking west out of the windshield here on the live stream? I think we are. I think we're pointed west, which would point us right into where that the tornado would go, if it is going to go. Once again, I'm going to try my best to live produce here and also give us a radar view. We also need a radar view, am I right? Let's come back over here. All right, so Reed Timmer is right there in the path of this thing. Once again, we're still not sure. We're not sure if there is a tornado on the ground, but Reed has positioned himself in the perfect position to intercept it if there is one on the ground. So here's something to remember. Here's something to remember. You can't see this thing coming. All right. So if you are in this area and let's say that Reed doesn't see a tornado. Now, once again, it's likely that he does. Let's say that he doesn't, though. It doesn't mean that there's not necessarily one there because the visibility is so limited, because we can't see everything, because this is a rain wrapped kind of storm. There could certainly still be a tornado down here that maybe has just went by. Maybe we're not able to see it because of the heavy rain. So everybody still needs to remain in their storm shelter, whether we visibly see a tornado or not. But we have another shot. Let's say that this thing sneaks by Reed somehow. Okay, there is another shot to get this thing with eyes on this thing by Vince Waelti, who's just behind Reed. So there's Reed. If you look at the map down there in the bottom right, Vince Waelti is right behind Reed, and he's kind of like going to be the second one that could possibly see it if it continues to go off to the north and east. So we're going to wait for an update from Reed. I'll try to get some audio from him. I can't really hear if he's saying anything, just through his stream. But right now, I'm not seeing anything that would tell me that there's a tornado.
It's just so moist.
I don't know what he's talking about. Now, once again, if you're just now tuning in, we do have a tornado warning for Sumter County in Alabama. Okay, that includes York, Cuba, Ward, Lolita, Livingston. All of you guys need to be in your safe spots, okay? Because we do believe that there's a tornado down here, or there could possibly be a tornado down here, and that's why literally...
Ryan, I think I have a wall cloud on this. It's tough to tell with the trees. Trying to get a better spot.
That's why we have Reed Timmer and Vince Waelti down here on this storm. But they wouldn't be down here if they didn't think there was a tornado in it. So please take this seriously. Get into your safe spots, and then also... Reed Timmer is down there, and then Vince Welty's right behind him. He says he might have a wall cloud. We've got low stream signal right now. Let's see what direction our windshield's going to be pointed at here. And you know what? Let's come get our new map and radar set up over there as well. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay, so Vince is going south and east towards Cotopa, and that's going to put our windshield. So we're looking, when we're looking at Vince's video here, we're looking to the south and east, which means that we're pretty much looking away from where the tornado would be. And as Vince is driving down the road, he's going to look out his passenger window to see that wall cloud, if there is a wall cloud. So we'll have to wait until he gets in better position for him to kind of point us in the direction of this thing. But right now, Reed is handheld. He's handheld. I don't know if he saw something, but he just grabbed the phone and pointed us out the window. I don't know if he saw something down there or not. Let's see. Let's see. We got wind's definitely picking up. I think he's got to be seeing something. All right, we're gonna go back and forth now between Vince and Reed. Reed's having a time. All right. Reed is in the circulation, I believe. And by the way, he is right underneath. He's literally right underneath the circulation on radar as well. Look at that. You can see the spin. You can see the rotation right here. I don't know if we have connection with the ground, but there's certainly something going on there, guys. That's why, once again, you want to be in your safe spot. You want to be sheltered right now if you're in Sumter County in Alabama. That's it. There it is. All right, so that's it, guys. You just saw, it's hard to see because it's rain wrapped, but you just saw a tornado. And this is now, I mean, once again, we couldn't see 100% clearly because of the rain, but certainly there's something going on over there, and you got to be in your safe spot. You got to be in your safe spot if you're in York, okay? If you're in Lolita, especially Bellamy, Livingston, guys, this is coming right towards you. This is it. This is where Reed is right now. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. It's right behind him there. It's right behind him. He's literally right. He's positioning himself perfectly in front of this thing. And look at the streamers. Look at the clouds flying into it. That is the perfect indication that this is possibly even intensifying right now. Not only do we have a tornado, we have possibly an intensifying tornado south of York heading towards Lolita and Bellamy. Okay, let's go back to the radar very quickly. This is it. This is where it is right here. That's your rotation. Let's zoom all the way in here. This is where Reed is. Okay, so he just showed us out his window behind him, and that's what you were seeing. The tornado going down towards Bellamy and Lolita. Livingston, get in your safe spot. Lolita, you got to be there as well. Let's go back. Let's go back to Reed. He has pulled off to the side. I guess he's trying to get us a better view of this thing. Unbelievable. Let's get an update from Vince as well. Okay, we've lost Vince on the stream. Let's make sure that he knows. Oh, man, he's in a dead zone. Vince, Reed's got a tornado. So if this thing stays down, it's going to be heading right towards you.
immediately in the path of it. I can't see over the trees to confirm much, but on the stream, it'll be off. It'll be off immediately to the, it looks like the right of the frame.
Okay, we've got a low signal on Vince, but that's all right. We'll pick him back up here in a second. Once again, if anybody is just now tuning in, this is what we're watching, a situation where we have a tornado warning for Sumter County. We've got professional storm chasers Vince Waelti and Reed Timmer on the ground in front of this thing. We've got a good view of it on Reed Timmer's stream. And we're continuing to watch the storm kind of wrap up and become even more intense as it goes off to the north and east. If you're in Sumter County in Alabama, we've seen this thing with our own eyes, okay? So get into your safe spot immediately.
Give me the damn GPS, please. Tornado just to my door.
Yeah, you hear Reed Timmer kind of, obviously emotions are extremely high during an event like this. But everybody that's in the path of this thing, we are going to remain calm and we're going to stay in our safe spots. And I'm going to be here with you until this thing is over, okay? Get into the most interior room of your home. Get into the most interior room of your home and cover your head and do everything possible to make sure that flying debris cannot directly impact you, okay? That's what we need to be doing. And our storm is now in the radar hole. But look at this. We now have a pretty obvious drop in the correlation coefficient. So that means right there, more than likely, we are seeing debris being lofted into the air. Reed got the tornado on video with the drone. This is unbelievable, guys. This is unbelievable. Okay, so they just upgraded. That tornado warning to a confirmed tornado warning. This is an observed tornado warning, and I do believe that we might have something to do with that. So I already, as you know, we have an observed tornado moving through Sumter County in Alabama. This is going towards Livingston, York, and Bellamy until 1:30 p.m. Central Time, okay? I am also retweeting this graphic information. Once again, it's very important that you guys also retweet this as well.
It is a little bit removed to my north right now. We got a tornado on the ground to my north. Hard to see. The thing is wrapped in with rain, but I can see it up there. Looks like a wet.
We got really, really low connection with him. So let's go back. I'm going to keep watching that up closely. You guys keep an eye on Vince's stream above me. Start freaking out in the chat. Our members, the big flashy emotes.
Right beyond those trees, impossible to see anything.
It's hard to see. I know it's hard to see, but we do have a tornado still on the ground here, just right next to Reed Timmer. It's hard to see because it is, for the most part, rain wrapped. But we got a good view of it earlier, and we also got the drone footage of it there. But it doesn't matter now. It doesn't matter. We know that it's there. We know that there is a tornado on the ground right now in Sumter County, Alabama. Tornado warning currently in Sumter County, Alabama. Everybody from York to Livingston needs to be in their safe spot. And this is getting dangerously close to Livingston now. Let's come over here to our I've got to switch radar sites so I can give you just a little bit of a better view of this thing. Because we are in a very unfortunate situation where this is kind of like a radar hole. So it's going to be hard to give you a full view, but I can go ahead and kind of tell you right now that there is more than likely that tornado that we're seeing through Reed's stream is just to the south of Livingston now. Okay, and it's because if we come over here to the map also, let's go back to the map view real quick. We'll refresh Reed's stream so we can get that going.
Yeah, we got a confirmed tornado southeast of York. Captured it in the ground. Rapid rain. Looks like a pretty big tornado back to the north as well. Rapid rain. I'm headed off to the east. Intercepting 4 miles.
So once again, confirmed tornado on the ground right now out of Reed's driver's side window. Okay, so he's looking out his window up this way, up towards Livingston, and that's where the tornado is. And Vince is literally right in the path of it. Vince, you are, and he's in a dead zone. You're right in the path of it. Do you see anything yet? Vince is right in the path of it because I believe that the tornado, if we're looking out of Reed's windshield,
Confirmed tornado. It's behind the trees. I'm trying to get you a shot, confirming it also. Tornado.
Okay, so now we've got Vince Waelti on it. Reed and Vince can both see the tornado now. This is just south of Livingston. There's people that live over here. We can see it on the satellite imagery. We can see it on our map. Everybody needs to be in their safe spot here. There's no reason why anybody shouldn't be in their safe spot. You got to get into the most interior room of your home. We've got to cover our heads. If you have a helmet, if your kids have bicycle helmets or something like that, we've got to put those on them. Tornado behind the trees. We're having a real hard time getting a good connection here from Vince, which is understandable. They are in the middle of nowhere trying to stream in severe weather. So we're going to go back and forth between Reed and Vince. But the main thing is once again, we know that it's there. We've seen it with our own eyes, and it's south of Livingston. Now we got to start thinking about who's next, okay? It's not for sure that this is going to stay on the ground, but if it does, Forkland, okay? If you're in Forkland in Alabama, you got to start thinking about what am I going to do? What am I going to do if this thing, comes towards me?
I cannot confirm it anymore at this point, Ryan. I'm out of the car looking, but we've got some pretty intense rotation still, but I cannot confirm the ground contact at this point anymore due to trees.
Okay, so we can't confirm that it's still down right now, but we're just going to go ahead and pretend that it is. And once again, if you're in Livingston, if you're anywhere out here in Sumter County in Alabama, you got to be getting in your safe spot. Hopefully you're already there. And now, thinking into the future, if this thing kind of continues to cause problems and it continues to drop a tornado, we're looking all the way downstream at Forkland, okay? South of Utah, west of Greensboro. If any of these places ring a bell to you, you've got to make sure that you're getting into your safe spot or thinking about what you're going to do to get there as soon as possible, all right? Looks like Reed Timmer has...
Does Reed still have that confirmed? Because I may be able to hear it from where I'm at. I cannot tell if it's rain or if a tornado. I'm just wondering if it is still confirmed on the ground.
So it's been a minute or two since we've last seen it from Reed. He's just turned around and he's going back after it. But as of right now, we have no eyes on it.
Okay, looking at the clouds here, it's going to pass just between me and Livingston, so I'm going to head back toward Livingston some.
All right, sounds good. So, all right, this is insane. I can't believe that this is happening. Both Vince and Reed have converged on their locations going after this low pressure center supercell storm, and it did produce a tornado right at the time that we thought it would. And now we possibly still have a tornado on the ground here south of Livingston. Reed or Vince is going to turn around and head back up that way. And then we're also kind of concerned about Forkland. Okay, so if you're in Forkland down here in Alabama, I would go ahead and once again think about getting into the shelter. Make sure you're putting on shoes. Okay, that's an important thing because make sure you're ready to, if something does happen and there is some sort of emergency where your house is damaged or something like that, make sure you're ready to leave afterwards. There might be broken glass. There might be, a situation where you have to walk through some pretty treacherous stuff. So make sure you got shoes. If you have time, if you're a little bit further downwind, it's south of Utah near Forkland and Greensboro, put together a real quick go bag. Now we're going to hope that this thing fizzles out and dies out before it gets to you. But if it doesn't, you're going to be very happy that you had that stuff ready over there in Forkland and Greensboro and Utah in Alabama. Right now, you guys are not under a tornado warning. I want to make that extremely clear. The only place that is under a tornado warning right now is going to be Sumter County, Alabama. And we had a visual confirmation of a tornado down here just moments ago. But now we're trying to find it again. We are trying to find it again, and we have a new tornado warning. And that's going to be for Greene and Sumter counties. And this is still an observed tornado warning. The National Weather Service has issued an observed tornado warning for Utah, Forkland, and Boligy, Alabama until 2:15 p.m. Central Time. I just retweeted the graphical information on that. Once again, if you want to see that and you want to share that, it's on my Twitter, at Ryan Hall, y'all. And Reed Timmer is in the thick of it, man. I don't know if he's back in the circulation or what, but definitely things have picked up there. Once again, that new tornado warning is going to be for Greene and Sumter counties in Alabama. There's your new polygon.
Check a commercial alarm, United Pentecostal Church, 4820 South.
Once again, this is a confirmed tornado warning now. We saw it here on the stream. So we've got low connection with Reed now. We're going to go back to Vince. Still not seeing much of anything there. Let's compare their locations with the radar. Now it's kind of hard to see exactly where that rotation is right now because we are in the radar hole. However, it's still going to be somewhere south of Livingston. So let's compare that with their map locations here. So yeah, if Vince wanted to see this thing, he would have to point us north, and I believe that's where he's going right now. I believe he's going north on Highway 28. If there's still a tornado on the ground with this thing, it's going to be literally up here. It's going to be up here in front of him. Can you guys see my cursor? There we go. It's going to be up there in front of Vince. And Reed is also, he's going up this road here, and they're both going to come back after that storm as we go forward. But once again, the radar data it's almost non-existent right now. So it's a very fortunate thing that we have Reed and we have Vince down here right now. Because if we didn't, we probably wouldn't have known that there was a tornado actually on the ground with this thing. So this is another reason why it's vitally important that we have storm chasers and that people like Reed do what they do. So remember, this is happening because of you guys. So thank you so much for the support. Seriously. Okay, so Forkland, let's make sure we're getting into our safe spots. Boligy, thank you, or get into your safe spot. Utah, get into your safe spots. I got that mixed up with Hunter's HD Gold. Thank you for the
rapidly
support
rotating there. Rain curtains. Cannot confirm the tornado, but rapidly rotating rain curtains.
Okay. Okay, if I'm looking at this right, I think that you're heading right into where that circulation is. Reed is creeping up behind you as well. He's actually getting really close to you.
15914 Pleasant Ridge.
It's off to my left. I'm waiting for the trees to start getting ripped out of the ground and flying from the right to the left. The rotation will be just off left of my frame of the screen. As soon as I can get something where I can see it, I'll get it on the camera. But it's very rain-wrapped here.
Okay, so we still have more than likely a rain-wrapped tornado. A rain-wrapped tornado here, south and east of Livingston. Lots of conflicting ideas here with the radar. That's why it's once again it's incredibly important that we have these live streams from these storm chasers. Vince is a little bit ahead of Reed. So we're going to see this thing. If this is still on the ground, we are going to see this within seconds, either on Vince's stream or on Reed's stream within the next little bit. Everybody in Greene and Sumter counties needs to be in their safe spots. We've confirmed a tornado. We've seen it with our own eyes. We know that it's out there. But the problem is you can't look out your window. You cannot look out your window and see this thing coming. Look at Reed's stream. There's more than likely a tornado on the ground right in front of him. You can't see it, though. You cannot see it because this thing's wrapped in rain. It's a big, it's a wet supercell storm. This is what we see in Alabama often. It's one of the reasons why tornadoes are such a bad and deadly thing down here. You cannot see this thing coming. So don't try to sniff it out. Don't pay too much attention to the exact location of where it might be. You need to get into your safe spot now. Put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible because the number one way that you're going to be hurt or injured or impacted by this storm is by the thing hitting your house and making debris fall on you. Okay, specifically your head. If you have a helmet, or if your kids have helmets, bicycle helmets, football helmets, baseball helmets, whatever it is, grab those on your way to the safe spot and slap them on before you hunker down, okay? And stay here with me, stay here with us. I will let you know when it's time to come out. And oh my goodness, this is an intense storm there. You can see that coming through on Reed Timmer's stream down there. I'll pull it full. But it is pretty disorienting because the quality is so low. But he is really right. He might be in the tornado right now, for all I know. Obviously the resolution is extremely low, but it's still good enough to where we can see that there's certainly something going on there that requires you to get into your safe spot. All right, I'm gonna try to get their little. Okay, so. Reed is now in front of Vince, and he's going down Highway 21. If you guys live down here, you'll know this as Bluffport Road. So basically, imagine Reed is the tornado. Okay, if we're looking at this little map down here, imagine Reed is the tornado. So if Reed is coming towards your house right now, you got to get to shelter. Reed and Vince are the tornadoes. They're literally right underneath the thing, and they're coming down towards the Mount Nebo Primitive Baptist Church, okay, the Mount Prospect Church. They are both heading right towards those areas. So if you know that, area, if you can get to the Mount Prospect Church, for example, in 5 minutes or 10 minutes from where you are right now, you are in the path of a very dangerous storm, okay? Get to shelter right now. Also, the Mount Nebo Primitive Baptist Church, and then also the Tombigbee River. The Tombigbee River. This tornado is likely going to pass over the Tombigbee River before it's all said and done. Once again, we're having kind of a hard time depicting exactly where the tornado is on radar, if it's still there. We're not 100% sure, but we've had multiple little instances where we've had visual confirmation of the tornado down, but it's been a couple minutes since we've had that communication, and I certainly don't want to interrupt Reed right now. I don't want to come over his radio and have him worry about talking to me. We're going to let him focus. Same thing with Vince. Vince looks like he's turned around, and he's going to go down that same road.
Rescue 2 in service.
Vince, there's a road coming up on your left called Bluffport Road. That's the one Reed took if you want to keep going to the north and east.
It's 21. I'm just jumping on it right now.
Okay.
County 21. I don't have a road name, but I just jumped on it here. I passed it, but I turned around.
Yeah, so if we look at radar, once again, we have 2 areas of suspicious activity with our potential tornado.
Check 911 in service.
And we don't have eyes on it right now. We're not 100% sure that we still have this tornado on the ground, but we saw it just moments ago through Reed's stream, and we're just assuming that it is still down.
Hello, hello, hello.
We got you loud and clear. What's the story, man?
Well, I think I'm very close to the circulation, if not right behind it. I did see the tornado southeast of York with a drone. It was wispy, a dark area there. It looked like a large circulation. You can see the occlusion process happening. I don't think it was a strong tornado up there, relatively brief, landed the bird. But this thing is definitely right on the warm front. You can see all the fog on my live stream. And just as I was approaching the storm from the north side of the forward flank, socked in with fog, and then bam, suddenly the base became visible. And it is definitely anchored right on the warm front, right where that surface low is. But it's moving pretty fast, so I had one shot to intercept it, and couldn't quite get into circulation. But it was on the ground there, southeast of York. Can't verify if it's still on the ground now, but I am headed toward Forkland right now, just west of Forkland.
I don't know if you know or not, but Vince is like right next to you, and he also saw something that, you know, a lot of rotation and stuff. And we saw here on your stream what looked to be like the tornado down. So be careful out there. And it looks to me like there's 2 areas of rotation now. I don't know when the last time you looked at the velocity was, but just to the south and west of Forkland, there are 2 little interesting looking areas on the velocity. So if you keep going to the north and east, I think that you'll continue to probably be in the perfect position for that.
Well, I think I'm very close to the circulation, if not right behind it. I did see the tornado southeast of York with a drone. It was wispy, a dark area there. It looked like a large circulation. You guys there? Well, I think...
I don't know if you know or not, but Vince... Oh. I was wondering what that was. I sent that to the wrong one. It looks like it's picking back up. It looks like the rotation is picking back up there. I don't know. I don't know if you're still under it. I think you are actually, but just to the west of Forkland, we're seeing those velocities start to ramp back up. So keep us updated. We've got your stream pulled up. Okay, so if you're just now tuning in, Greene and Sumter counties there in Alabama are under a confirmed tornado warning. We saw this thing on a Reed stream.
I wonder if it's the new cycle that's starting to ramp up. It didn't look like it was on the ground on my last pass when I was shooting off to the north to the west of Forkland. And I bet that the tornado that I observed there to the southeast of York may have cycled down, and then the new cycle could be ramping up as it's headed into Forkland. I'll tell you what, though, it's really hard to keep up with it on these back roads. I maybe should have kept going east on 80 and then picked a different spot to go north. But I'm going to catch it here and stay with it all the way to Georgia if I have to.
So Reed's going to follow this storm all the way to Georgia. This is the little area of increased rotation that we were talking about. Reed is, I mean, he's right there. He's right there next to that. Vince is also...
Also should note, I just saw a little flash flood back there to the west of Forkland. So I do think that the threat of flash flooding is also on the increase. Definitely flowing water back there.
So now we have also a flash flooding concern unfolding here in the Forkland area and the Livingston area, south of Bolagie in Alabama. So everybody in Forkland needs to remain in their safe spots. But remember, if we're looking at the map here, Reed, Timmer, and Vince are the tornado, all right? And they're going to the north and east. So that means if you're south and west of them, it's all right for you to come out. Livingston, if you're in your safe spot still, you can come on out. Let's see here. If you're still in your safe spot in York, you're good to come out. Cuba, you're good to come out. Okay, so all of y'all, you are fine now. It's fine to come out. And that's the majority of Sumter County, I believe, is the tornado has passed y'all. Now we're moving into Greene County where some of the more intense rotation is. Now, it's not looking as intense as it was earlier. But it's certainly looking intense enough to where I still believe that if you're in Forkland, you need to be remaining, you need to stay in your safe spot. Same thing for Utah, Bolaji, and then we might even need to consider, thinking about getting there in Sawyerville and Greensboro as well. What a crazy turn of events here on this stream. We went from talking about snow to ice, and then all of a sudden we've got a tornado on both of our storm chasers. And I do know that the ice storm situation is still unfolding, and it's getting a lot worse, it seems like. If we could briefly look at storm chaser Bryce Shelton stream, you can see things are really starting to weigh those trees down. That's dangerous. I would say that's a dangerous area to be driving through right there. Those trees could fall down at any time. So stay off the roads. The power outages are just going to continue to spread down here in portions of western Kentucky and western Tennessee. And I promise I'm going to get back to covering that full on as soon as we get confirmation that this tornado's done, okay? When we get this tornado out of here, when we no longer have to worry about a tornado going through an area, we are going to go back to our snow coverage and rating snowman pictures and all that fun stuff. But for now, it's very important that we stay focused on this tornado warning, because I still see enough rotation to cause concern there, south and west of Forkland, south of Utah. Certainly not as intense of rotation as we originally saw, though, back when we saw that little bit of a tornado on Reed Timmer's stream. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, that's a tornado warning, an observed tornado warning for Greene and Sumter counties in Alabama. We are specifically talking about the areas of Utah, Forkland, and Bolaji, Alabama, until 2:15 p.m. Central. This was an observed tornado. Now it's more like a radar-indicated tornado, because we don't actually have eyes on it like we did moments ago. Here's a good view from Vince now. Vince and Reed are both. They've actually made it to the north and east, I believe, of the storm. So they're right in front of some of the heavier precipitation. So Vince and Reed are like right here. If we come back over here to the map, Vince and Reed are right in this area. So once again, we're watching this very closely as to, maybe we're going to see another tornado here. Maybe we're going to see this ramp back up. And if we do, we can tell Reed and Vince to look behind them, and we'll know if we've got an actual tornado down or not. But if I'm in Forkland, I'm still in my safe spot. I'm taking shelter. If I'm in Utah, I'm getting there. If I'm in Bolaji, I'm getting there. And it's important for me to note that, another thing that we can do, because we saw this thing, because we've seen this tornado, is we can tell you that as of right now, it doesn't look like it's a big tornado. It's not one of them nasty monster wedge tornadoes. It was a wispy, smaller tornado. However, that doesn't mean anything if it comes down your street. Even small tornadoes can do significant damage to your house. So please make sure you're getting to your safe zone.
Blast all the way to Tuscaloosa or just east, and then head south. I think this thing's going into beast mode. Confirmed.
So, Reed just said that he thinks he's going to blast all the way up into Tuscaloosa and then try to intercept it again from the south. Or I think what he's trying to say is that he's going to go all the way up to Tuscaloosa and then come back down here and try to meet it somewhere over here because he thinks it's going beast mode. That tells me, obviously, this whole area is under a tornado watch, right? So everybody needs to be extra weather aware. But if you're in the path of this storm specifically, you also need to be extra weather aware. Pay extra close attention to this thing because this has the likelihood of being one of those kinds of storms that just keep putting down tornadoes over and over again. We've seen one. We might see another one here before too long. So if I'm in Greensboro, if I'm south of Moundville, if I'm all the way up here into West Blockton in Alabama, I am starting to think about, okay, there's this nasty storm down here. What am I going to do if that tornado warning gets issued for me? Now, we're going to hope that this thing fizzles out. We're going to hope that this thing goes away. But if it doesn't, you're going to be glad that you prepared, all right? We want to get a to-go bag ready. We want to be able to leave the house if something bad happens. We want to be able to leave the house with shoes on. We want to have helmets in our safe spot. We want to get to the safe spot as quickly as possible. We want to know where the safe spot is, okay? And then that way, whenever I say, okay, that we've got a tornado warning for your house or wherever you live, you know exactly what to do, and you're already 100% prepared.
Post that drone video later on. I'm not a very good photographer though, or a drone operator, really anything, so I hope that the video turned out.
So, Reed's talking about that drone video that he got. Vince and Reed are right on top of each other, by the way. That's why you can't see Reed's marker. They're taking different approaches to get to where they need to go. But they are very close to each other. And once again, they're going to be able to stay in front of this thing. They've actually gotten in front of the storm. I didn't think they were going to be able to outrun it, but they were able to do it. And now they, once again, they're going to be able to give us eyes on this thing all the way up until it gets into the Moundville region or wherever it heads next. Right now, at this very moment, I'm not 100% convinced that there's still a tornado down. However, I would still be in my safe spot, especially if I'm in Forkland, because if there is, it's going to go through town imminently, okay, within the next couple minutes. Okay, I'd also stay hunkered down in Utah, but it does look like this is going to go to your south, okay? If there is a tornado, it's going to go to the south of Utah, but still, it's better safe than sorry. Let's stay in our safe spot. Probably going to switch radar sites here.
Yeah, definitely northwest of it. I think it's the middle circulation there. You can kind of see that little area cleared out, reflectivity right behind it. That's probably the rear flank downdraft forming on that new cycle. I think it might pass just to the north of Forkland, but very close to Forkland. Dangerous to have a storm in that radar hole, isn't it?
Yeah, we've had a lot of trouble having to switch back and forth between different radar sites. It was literally in the perfect location to where it was hard to see from every single one. It was almost like it was purposely trying to not be seen by radar.
I agree, and man, that area just is notorious. The Tornado Alley within Tornado Alley there, that's southeastern Mississippi, just southeast of Meridian, near York. That area, Greensboro, definitely needs a radar down there, but yeah, definitely keep up the good work, breaking it down, using those different radars and scanning at different levels in the storm. I don't see anything slowing this thing down for at least in the near term.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think I think this supercell storm is going to be something that we actually watch for a while. What I'm hoping, though, is I'm hoping that it goes through a little cycle period where we take a little bit of a break.
Try to go all the way to Tuscaloosa and then drop south and get another effort.
And then we can kind of break for a second and take a look at some of our ice pictures and information coming in from our ice storm, because I know that's also a big story right now. A lot of bad things are happening up there in Kentucky and in Tennessee that I need to update you on. But once again, the tornado warnings are always going to take precedent here, because this is obviously the most important thing, to get that information out as quickly as possible. And that's what we're doing here. Once again, you're still under a tornado warning there in Greene County in Alabama until 2:15 p.m. CST. This is a dangerous storm. We saw the tornado. We saw a tornado. The National Weather Service got that official tornado warning out, the observed tornado warning out. But it has since lifted, we believe. And now we're keeping an eye on it. Okay, we literally have two of the best storm chasers in the world paralleling this thing, and then kind of turning around every once in a while, looking back at it and making sure that it's not, producing a new tornado, which it looks like it's going to. It looks like it's going to try to anyways. You can see here on the velocity, this is almost exactly what it looked like the first time, right before it dropped that first big area of rotation. So if I'm in Forkland, I don't want you to freak out, but I want you to stay hunkered down. I want you to stay in your safe spot. I think that there's a good chance that this goes a little bit to the north of Forkland. However, let's stay in our safe spots right now. I'll tell you when it's time to come out. Once again, if you're in Livingston, Lolita, Bellamy, you guys are fine. Okay, the storms have passed you. We'll check back in and see if any of these storms back to your south and west are going to be a problem. But for now, you're fine. The places that we're most concerned about are Forkland and Utah, specifically Forkland. And then right after that, we have to start thinking about Sawyerville. Okay, so Sawyerville here. We are looking at potentially seeing this come towards you if it can hold steam. And just like Reed was saying, there's really no reason to believe that it won't. There's it's on the front edge of that the warm sector. Something that might happen is that this right here, kind of this convection to the south of the storm, might start to steal some of the energy, and that might help the storm weaken. But we don't want to depend too much on that. We don't want to depend too much on that at all. So we're going to keep a very close eye on this storm. If this was to stay on the ground for a very long time, we even have to start thinking about Brent and Alabaster. So you guys are all under tornado watches. Make sure you're staying tuned here and you're paying very close attention to all the weather warnings that are coming through. Because once again, we have eyes on this thing. We're going to be the first ones that know if there is a potential tornado that's going to come down with that. Now, we have an interesting area of not rotation, but new storms that are forming over here to the west of Montgomery that we need to keep a very close eye on. Because these are, once again, I talked earlier about those renegade supercells. If we can get those storms to pop up by themselves and kind of drink up all that tornado juice alone and not have to worry about sharing it with a big area of convection like this, those are going to be the ones that are likely going to drop our tornadoes as the day goes on. So we're going to watch those very closely. And then also, of course, our storm down here near Utah, which Reed and Vince are on right now. It's a broad area of rotation now. It's not as tight as what we saw earlier, which is good news. It means that there's still not 100% a tornado down with this thing, but there is a small area that is tightening up inside of the more broad area of rotation. So that's where I'm concerned about maybe possibly we have a small tornado ongoing right now. We're going to keep a very, very close eye on that. Just real quick, because I know we have a lot of people watching from a little bit of everywhere. I want to zoom out and give you a broad view of the radar. Our tornado is down here. It's a little small part. Our tornado is down here. It's a small part of our big storm that's happening, that's continuing to bring an ongoing ice storm through the Ohio River Valley and mid-Mississippi Valley region, and a big-time snowstorm in the whites and the blues back here. So we're going to jump back into covering that as soon as we have a handle on this tornado situation, which right now, it's not looking like that's going to be anytime soon. It looks like we're going to be watching these naders for a little while. But as soon as they allow this tornado warning to drop, if they do, I'm going to go back to covering the snow, and I don't think they're going to. Look at that. That is, once again, it's not a huge area of rotation. It's not like we have this monster tornado on the ground. It's just like the tornado that we saw earlier on Reed's stream. That is likely it's going to continue to drop little areas of rotation like that as it comes up to the north and east. So once again, even though we don't have a tornado warning just yet for Sawyerville, I would start thinking about, you know, getting ready for it, because it could come at any moment if that little area of rotation continues to show up. Trying to get a gauge on exactly where the tornado would be versus where they are. So Reed and Vince are going down the road really close to Bolagie. They're north of Bolagie, and I hope I'm saying that right, on I-59. So Reed and Vince are right here. Reed and Vince are right here. By the time that tornado makes it to the south and east of Utah, I don't know if they could intercept it again. I don't know if they would have enough time to make it here. But that's what I would try, because we do need to sample that again. We need to see if there's still a tornado with it. But on the correlation coefficient, I'm not seeing anything. On our velocity, this is really the only sign that I'm seeing that we might still have a tornado. And of course, on the regular radar, the composite reflectivity, it just looks like a big mess. It's a rain-wrapped storm. If there is a tornado in there, you can't see it. You cannot see it coming. Okay, so don't depend on being able to look out the window to see if this tornado is coming, because I'm telling you, you're not going to be able to see it. Wow. What a day.
And can you notify after dispatcher, please?
And yeah, continue to send in those pictures and videos via Twitter, guys. I'm eventually going to be able to go through and look at some of these. Here, real quick, here's an impressive view. Look at all these trees down. Look at all these trees down from Bill. This is on Highway 13. Oh, this is... Oh my goodness, this is actually from the tornado that we just saw. For some reason, I thought this was coming in from the ice storm. I don't know why, but it looked like there were ice on those trees. I don't know if I'm just going crazy or what. Anyways, this is confirmed damage now from the tornado that we saw on Reed's stream. So here we go. National Weather Service has issued a new tornado warning now for Greene and Hale County. So Hale County until... what is that? 2:45 p.m. Central Time. So that's a brand new tornado warning. Now Sawyerville, now you're in it. Okay, so hopefully you listened to me several minutes ago when I told you to start planning to go to your safe spot. Hopefully you got your go bag. Hopefully you got your helmets. I'm not kidding. Not kidding. It could save your life. And now it's time to go. Now it's time to go get into your safe spot. Greensboro, you're also in that. You're also in that. New warning just went out. Looks like the circulation is going to go over Sawyerville. I don't know if you'd want to turn off at Utah and try to make that intercept, but if you keep paralleling this thing, there's going to be multiple opportunities for you to make a right turn and get in front of it if it stays alive for that long. So once again, that's a tornado warning for
I got
Hale
60
County.
miles to empty, so I think
Oh.
we're going to give it a shot in Utah, in Sawyerville. If we don't get it, I'll come back to Utah and get gas, or head to that Greensboro and get gas, and then head up towards Centerville on one of those county highways or whatever. So yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do.
All right. So just to give you an idea, this is where Vince and Reed are. Sawyerville's down here. All right, so that's going to be quite the stretch. But if anybody can make it, it's going to be Vince and Reed. I can get a hold of Reed now. He's in a kind of like a dead zone. But we'll hit him up as well and let him know that also as we go forward. So we're going to have another opportunity to see this thing in Sawyerville, it looks like, as Vince is going to pull off the road there in Utah. I think he's going to go through Utah and then try to make it to the Wedgeworth and Sawyerville area before this tornado does, which is going to be quite the feat. However, it's going to be the best way for us to keep up with this thing and see if is still producing a tornado, which it does look a little bit more tornado-y to me now. That rotation has picked back up. If I'm in Sawyerville, I am bracing for impact once again. If I'm in Greensboro, obviously it doesn't look like there's going to be a direct hit here from the tornado. It looks like it might go off to the north and west, but I'm not taking any chances. I am staying in my safe spot, okay? If you're in Forkland, give it about 5 more minutes, and then you're okay. You're okay to come out of your safe spot. And, of course, if you guys live in this area, where these tornadoes are happening, and after the storm goes by, if you have pictures and videos that you would like to share with me, and you can do so safely, please send them to me on Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all. At Ryan Hall, y'all. So we should see Vince make that turn pretty soon. Wow. Look at that. That's a tight little area of increased rotation once again on that latest scan. I'm pretty certain we don't have any eyes on it just yet, but I'm pretty certain that if that's a legitimate scan there, I think that's a tornado. That is likely a tornado, and that's going right towards Sawyerville. All we can do is hope that it's another one of those like we saw on Reed's stream, where it's kind of wispy and it's kind of quick, and hopefully it lifts before it gets to Sawyerville. But that might not be what happens. So it's important that we are taking this seriously, and we're staying in our safe spots there in Sawyerville. Well, it looks like Vince missed the exit to go to Sawyerville, so I don't know if that's still his plan or what. Or if he just didn't see it. That's probably smart, though, because look at the distance. Look at the distance between where Vince is and Sawyerville. This tornado is going to go through Sawyerville in a couple minutes. It's long before Vince could get there. So once again, if you're in Sawyerville, you got to be sheltered. You got to be sheltered now. Let me start pulling up the mesoscale. Give me just a second.
What's the name of the business?
Sawyerville, Alabama. This is a small town. It was previously known as Sawyer's Depot. Really, the only thing that's down here is the Sawyerville Post Office and D. Ray's Deli and Grocery. I'm not kidding. Along Alabama State Route 14. If you know where D. Ray's Deli and Grocery is, now this one actually looks a little bit more intense. A potentially large tornado is getting ready to go through there. That's also right near the First Baptist Church near Peter Creek. in the Bethlehem Baptist Church back there, guys. If you know this area, there's a tornado very close. It's getting ready to come through right now. Man, let's once again, let's kind of see where our chasers are relative to this thing. Do any of them have a legit way of getting to this? No, not really. Unless this makes it like Reed's plan to go up here, like Reed and Vince, or I think their new plan is going to go up this way and then try to intercept it down here if it lasts that long. Which hopefully it doesn't, but it could. But Vince also has to stop and get gas. Vince is 50 miles to empty, he said. But yeah, brace for impact if you're in Sawyerville, down there near Boss Lady Towing, Sawyerville Post Office, D. Ray's Deli and Grocery. We also had the Sawyersville convenience store down here. Small little town, but there's a lot of these little state highway roads where people live along them. And it's just unfortunate what's happening because there is a tornado down with this right now. In fact, they just upgraded the warning. The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning, an observed, confirmed tornado warning now for Sawyerville, Alabama. Until, let's see here. What is that? 2:45 p.m. Central Time. I don't know why I have such a hard time converting to Central. It's just an hour behind me. But the reason I know that, we're going to abandon our chasers here and go to full radar. Hey, so they just went confirmed on that tornado warning. There's a very obvious correlation coefficient drop now going through Sawyerville. I know that you've got to get gas, but I just wanted to give you a heads up on what that's looking like now. So let's go back over here to the radar. This is why I know that there's a tornado down.
Yeah, I passed the...
That correlation coefficient drop tells me that there's debris being lofted into the air. Debris being lofted into the air from this tornado. Now, the one that we saw earlier on Reed's stream, it was a tornado, but it was kind of like a weaker one. This looks like a strong tornado. This looks more like an actual strong tornado going to the north and east of well, it's getting ready to go through the town of Sawyerville right now. Very well-defined correlation coefficient drop going through Sawyerville right now, and that's going to continue to head north and east. I think you're right. This is probably going to last all the way to where you're headed there, south and east of Tuscaloosa. Yeah, there you go. Sawyerville, it's going through the town now. Hopefully everybody's in their safe spot. There's your big correlation coefficient drop. A very sad sight today. I was hoping we wouldn't see. I knew that the opportunity was there for tornadoes, but I didn't want to see this. This is this is a place where people live. According to what I'm seeing here, there's a tornado going over First Baptist Church there, right next to the D. Ray's Deli and Grocery right now, in Hale County in Alabama. And this is an observed tornado warning. Everybody needs to get into their safe spot now. Now, obviously, Greensboro, you also need to be there. However, now we got to start thinking about what's happening next. Okay, what is happening next? Who's going to be next in line? Because this thing it's been producing a tornado or several tornadoes or what looks like a tornado for a long time, and it doesn't look like it's going to give up anytime soon. So next in line is going to be over here to the south and east of Moundville. So let me kind of draw this out for you on the map and try to tell you where this is. So if I'm in Havana, okay? If I'm in Havana, I am getting in my safe spot. There's a tornado coming towards me right now. Duncanville, also. Duncanville, you are in the exact path of this thing. And then this is going to cross over Highway 82. Now, you guys, everybody that I'm listing off right now, after Duncanville, you're not under a tornado warning yet. But if this thing does go, like I think it has the opportunity to go, it's going to cross over Highway 82. south of Limeland, USA, and north and west of Pleasant Hill Cemetery. Okay, so if you know where the J1 Auto Sales is, if you know where Eline is there near West Eline Freight Operations on Highway 82, south and east of Tuscaloosa, I think if this thing holds together, that tornado is going to cross through there, and it definitely looks like it has the ability to. This is a strong tornado signature, guys. There's likely a big tornado down now with this thing. So, oops. Tornado is in Sawyerville. Here's the tornado. Can you see my cursor? Can you see my little hand moving around on the map down there? For some reason, I can't draw on this. I'll fix that before the next stream. But here's the tornado, and then here's our storm chasers, right? Let me zoom out for you. Our storm chasers are heading up towards Tuscaloosa, and they're going to try to drop down. Like the tornado is going to continue to go this way, and they're going to try to intercept the tornado up here. So if this continues to produce a tornado for that long, this will impact areas south and east of Tuscaloosa, and that's where Vince and Reed are planning on intercepting it again. And once again, it does look like it is possible. It is possible that a tornado could be there in the near future. So we're going to hope that that's not what happens. We're going to hope that it calms down. We're going to hope that it dies out, but that isn't what it's looking like. That isn't what looks like the most likely scenario. Do we have any reports coming out of Sawyerville? Has anybody heard anything from Sawyerville? Because I would just about put money on the fact that a big tornado just went through there. Hey, and we've got an upgrade. We've got an upgrade now.
A new tornado.
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for Sawyerville and everywhere to the north and east of there. And this is a PDS tornado warning. This is a life-threatening situation. Seek shelter now. So once again, dangerous situation here. Wow. And it doesn't show any signs of letting up, unfortunately. They upgraded that warning to a PDS warning. They upgraded that to a PDS warning, and I don't have any reports just yet out of Sawyerville, but I just about bet my bottom dollar that a pretty big tornado just went through there. So yeah, that's a damaging tornado on the ground. Now, thankfully, right now, over the next 30 minutes or so, it's going to be in a pretty empty area. Like it's going to be like there's not a lot of people that live in the direct path of this right now. So hopefully now what we have to hope for is that this kind of dies out before it gets up here towards Duncanville and Eline. There's still a couple, don't get me wrong, there's a couple houses out through here. There's a couple businesses out on these old highways. But for the most part, like the population is sparse until you get over here closer to the big highway south and east of Tuscaloosa. So this is a big tornado. It's ripping up out here south and east of Akron. And we hope that it kind of just does what it needs to do and then dies out before it gets to the highway. But if it doesn't, if I'm in Eline, I'm looking down to my west and that looks to me like it's heading right towards you, honestly. If you're just now tuning in, there's a tornado warning for Hale County in Alabama. We have 2 storm chasers out there that saw this thing. We have their live feeds down there below the radar and the map. And we have a live view of their exact location on the map that we can kind of compare to the radar to see where they are. Now, they are not in the tornado right now. They cannot see it right now because they're racing to get in front of it. They want to get ahead of the storm so that whenever they get to that road, that Highway 80, I believe is what it is, they can turn around and give us a view of it. That way we know that it's there. Earlier today, we weren't sure if there was a tornado because the radar wasn't the best tool to use in that situation. But thankfully, we actually saw it with our eyes, and therefore we were able to get that warning out. Still looking for those reports from Sawyerville. If you guys hear anything about that, please tag me on Facebook. Not Facebook. What am I doing? Twitter. Tag me on Twitter with any reports that are coming out of Sawyerville. And if we have a mod, okay, so there's no public radio transmission for Hale County. Okay. So we can't tune in to any emergency management stuff either. Man. So I'm not seeing anything. I'm not hearing anything. Once again, it's a very small area, so it would be surprising to me if we saw anything. But I want, if we have, once again, 20,000 people watching right now. That's a lot of internet sleuths. That's a lot of guys. That's a lot of people out there scouring the internet for the latest information, looking for those pictures and videos that may be coming out of that area. And the second you guys see one, please get it to me there on Twitter. And if my mods, if you guys see one, please drop it in the info stream here. Once again, this is a big tornado, guys. Right now, at this moment, there's a big tornado ripping through north and east of Sawyerville. If I jump back down into the mesoscale here, this is south and east of Cypress, south of Moundville. This is getting ready to go over Highway 69, okay? So once again, not a lot of stuff out here, but dispersely located in the general path of where this tornado could go is the Hollywood Drive. What is that? Hollywood Drive lodging area. I guess that's a bed and breakfast, kind of like in the middle of nowhere down here. And then the Morning Star Cemetery. Okay, so if you know where the Morning Star Cemetery is or the Hollywood Drive lodging area, then this tornado is likely going to go right in between those two things. Or it might directly hit one of them. That's just the general area that it's going to go. Also in the direct path of this thing is the Macedonia Church. Okay, so how many do we know? Do we have anybody that knows where the Macedonia Church is? That's also in the direct path of this tornado. If you know where that is, if you live close to it, let's get to our safe spot. Let's go. We don't have much time. Big tornado down on the ground right now. Getting ready to cross the road there, south of Cypress.
1681. Did you make the scene all in Austin Peay?
Yeah, I went by there. That's not my guy. I just got cleared there. I'm over here.
Sorry for the Mountain Dew breaks, by the way. I need it. Once again, Highway 69. This is the road. So you can see the road here. That's Highway 69. I'm trying to see. I'm literally looking at the satellite view, to see if there's homes and stuff out here, and there is. It's very sparsely located. So this is Highway 69 around the area where I think that tornado is going to go in the next couple of minutes. And you can see that there are some homes out there. It's not like this is the middle of nowhere where nobody lives. There are some homes out there. It's just not very densely populated. We have some people that live out there. So hopefully we're doing everything we can to share this stream. Let's get the information out there to as many people as possible, because I don't care. Once again, I don't care if you are in New York City or literally if you live in one of these houses down here in the middle of nowhere in Alabama. We're going to intensely cover the weather for you. Okay, I want everybody in the world to know what's coming downstream to them. And if there's some way with the collective power of all 20,000 of us, we can reach these people, that would be great. Because who knows? They might not know. They might not know that anything's coming. You know what I mean? Let's see here. Looks like there's traffic that we're dealing with now on Vince's stream. I don't know if Reed's caught in that as well. No, it don't look like it. So we do have reports coming in on Twitter. Let me check that. We are getting reports from Hale County EMA of houses damaged near Sawyerville. So we do have confirmed reports. Well, not confirmed, but we do have reports now of damage in Sawyerville. Hale County EMA reporting homes destroyed in Sawyerville. The unfortunate news that we pretty much knew was going to come is flowing in now. Damaging tornado has produced damage to homes and houses in Sawyerville. A large and extremely dangerous tornado. A large and extremely dangerous tornado is still on the ground out here south and east of Cypress. We are tracking this very closely with our storm chasers. We don't have any eyes on this thing yet, but we will pretty soon. However, we know that it's there because we can see it in the on the radar. At 2 p.m. CST, 1 mile northwest of Sawyerville, storm chaser reports a tornado and structural damage to homes and mobile homes shifted off their foundations along Highway 14. Mobile homes shifted off their foundations along Highway 14. This is this storm, guys. There's that report.
437.
I'm with the driver. He's complaining of pain in his arm and red.
I don't know if you've heard yet or not, but we've got reports of pretty extensive damage in Sawyerville. And it looks like this thing's still holding together as it crosses Highway 69 there. If you can get yourself between Duncanville and Eeline, I think you'll be there. Imogen, thank you so much for the big time dono there. It says, y'all are doing good work. Please split this with Vince and Reed as well. Absolutely. All the monetary support gets handed off to our chasers.
Check. The crown in is 4046 Lamont. Beginning of signal 5 at 1413.
My job's easy. I just sit here and talk. They're doing the dirty work.
225, 227 Bank Alarm, Region Bank, 4900 Milton Wilson Boulevard, 4900 Milton Wilson Boulevard.
Secretary William, Wally Yarborough, the third at Cherokee Village on 2001 Mitsubishi Eclipse, gray black color, starting October of 22.
And yeah, Brandy, if you find an area that we can monitor a radio communication, drop me that link. Obviously, I know we don't have anything right now, but if we do in the future, just drop the link in the live info stream there. Now, the latest couple scans that have been coming in look a little bit weaker, but I still think there's a big tornado here. And these things cycle, okay? These things cycle. This is if this is your first tornado stream here on the Ryan Hall y'all channel, let me explain to you what we're seeing here, because some of you may have not have heard about this before. This is what we call a cyclical supercell. It's along the low pressure center. It's being dragged across via the surface low pressure up to the north and east. Okay, it's feeding in all of this warm, moist air out in front of it. Okay, so like if I zoom out here. Actually, it would be even better for me to do it over here. Let me go radar full. If I zoom out here and I show you the full dynamics of everything that we're looking at here, all of this in front of the storms is just big time warm, juicy air. Temperature near 70 or higher, dew points around the same temperature. All of that is literally getting flooded into this storm because it's along that SLP. And then what happens is we also have a cold front coming in here, so we have much colder air behind the storm. Look, just a couple miles to the north and west, back here in Mississippi, we have snow. Tornado, snow. And so that's a lot of cold air coming in on the backside. Additionally, just the act of the storm itself is cooling off the air and driving in cold air on the southern side of that storm. So we have cold air coming in this way. We have warm, moist air coming in this way. That provides the rotation and the consistent fuel for this storm to continue all the way to the north and east.
Ryan, I know you're tracking that large, dangerous tornado south of Akron. My plan is to head east-southeast at Moundville and intercept at about 15 miles to the northwest of Brent if it stays on the ground. I'm not going to have time to get gas, so I'm just going to get to my intercept point for the final intercept.
Okay, so he's going where? Let me listen to that again.
Hey, Ryan, I know you're tracking that large, dangerous tornado south of Akron. My plan is to head east-southeast at Moundville and intercept at about 15 miles to the northwest of Brent if it stays on the ground. I'm not going to have time to get gas, so I'm just going to get to my intercept point for the final intercept.
Okay, so I think that's the same plan that we were talking about earlier, right? Nothing's changed there. Am I right? like that was his original plan. I just want to make sure. Okay, we do have a new tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been
a new tornado warning has been issued now for Bibb and Tuscaloosa counties. New tornado warning for Bibb and Tuscaloosa counties. That's going to go until 3:15 p.m. Central. That is a warning for Lakeview, Coling, and Vance, Alabama until 3:15. And there it is, guys. That's your tornado. It just caused considerable damage in Sawyerville. It skipped over Forkland, I believe, but it caused big-time damage in Sawyerville, and now we are going to see this go to the south and east of Tuscaloosa here, near Duncanville and Ealine. Once again, it's going to go in between these two areas. And our two storm chasers, let me show you on the map here what I'm talking about. When I say the map, I'm over here. Our two storm chasers are going to go up towards Tuscaloosa. Oops. They're going to go up towards Tuscaloosa, and then they're going to take this road down towards Duncanville, and they're going to try to get in front of that tornado, which right now is right around here. Okay, so it's going this way. They are going to try to make it there before the tornado gets there, and it's going to be hard for them to do that. Once again, this is a fast-moving storm. They obviously can't speed like at incredible speeds. Like it's not like they're police officers. So we're just going to see if they can make it. If they can't, it's okay because we still have the radar. We still have the radar to be able to tell you where that tornado is and what it's looking like and all that stuff. It just helps. It helps tremendously when we can get those eyes on the ground like we had earlier. One of the reasons why, you know, the confirmed tornado warning was likely issued is because of storm chasers down there on the ground confirming that it was there.
Ryan, I think I'm going to try to get this in Coling.
Correction, disregard. I'm going to check to see if fire department still needs it.
521. Show special for just a minute. We're trying to go get air. The power's out here at our precinct. We're going to go get...
So Coling is up here. That's not a bad idea. It's just the longer you wait, in my mind anyways, the longer you wait, the more likely it is this thing is going to lose its steam. That's why I was thinking originally of maybe cutting down here, but you have to think also how unrealistic that is. This is a straight shot, whereas this right here would require an additional several minutes of travel. But as you can see, this thing has like gravity waves spitting out of it. Are you seeing like the overall like rotation? Looking at this in motion is really eye-opening as to how strong that tornado was as it went over Sawyerville there. And it's still got a lot of steam with it. It still looks impressive. It still looks incredibly strong. However, it does look a little bit less strong than what it was earlier. So that's good news because now this thing it's getting into populated areas, some very populated areas up here near Coling, West Blockton, Woodstock, Cafe Junction, Lakeview. Guys, it was about an hour ago when I first called out West Blockton. So hopefully we had people listening down there that took heed or that heeded the warning, because now, you know, an hour ago I said, hey, it looks like this thing might make it all the way to West Blockton. Well, now it looks like it's knocking on your door. It's time to get into your safe spot. If you're in West Blockton, Duncanville, Coling, Woodstock, once again, this thing does look like it's weakened a little bit, but this thing is a cyclical supercell. Once again, I was trying to explain earlier how this thing has almost an infinite amount of warm air and cold air to survive off of. We can only hope for a miracle in that this thing does kind of stop and stops producing a tornado. As of right now, it looks like it's going to recycle and produce a new one over and over again. So everybody needs to be in their safe spot.
Getting it on I-20 east of Coling. That new warning has been expanded. That includes I-20 now. The thing is hauling ass. Looks like the second tornado just cycled down new tornado could be ramping up as it gets that reflectivity blob on its southeast flank. So I'm in a position for it on I-20 to the east of Tuscaloosa. Over now.
So, Candelaria Hernandez is reporting her 15-year-old Stacy, date of birth 5/2/06, approximately 4 foot 9, 140 pounds.
So both of them are going to be here to intercept the storm. So remember, Coaling, West Blockton, you got to be in your safe spot. And there it is. You can see that it's already starting to recycle pretty well. Another very strong area of rotation now forming south of Duncanville.
566 Charlie.
530 South Cox with the coaching.
Look at that. An unbelievable, like another long track supercell. Obviously, this tornado hasn't been down this long, but we started tracking this thing way back here in Meridian. It went that far. All right, let me, I'm looking to see if there's any more information about Sawyerville. And yeah, there you go. There is a damage to houses down there. And I didn't, what is that? On Ryan Cartree Stream. So there you go. That's the confirmed damage there in Sawyerville in Alabama. I thought that was a viewer submitted photo for a second. I was about to call them for an interview. Still monitoring Twitter. If you see anything newsworthy, please tag me on it in there. As we await the next radar frame here, obviously, we're just kind of waiting to see what happens next. Right now, it's in the middle of nowhere, kind of, thankfully, and it is kind of, it's phasing out a little bit. It looks like one frame, it looks like it's ramping up. The next, it looks like it's ramping down. So all we can hope for is that it continues to weaken as it goes off to the north and east. But if I'm in Ealine, Duncanville, Coaling, West Blockton, or Woodstock, I am in my safe spot. This is a very dangerous storm. A tornado is likely down still with this thing. We saw it, the first tornado from this storm earlier on Reed's stream. And we hope that we don't see any more. But if we do, it's going to happen here in the next 30 minutes or so as both Reed and Vince are positioning themselves perfectly to intercept once again. Remember that tornado is about right in here. Tornado's about right there. It's going to go kind of like this near Coaling. So that's the path that it's going to take. And we're going to have our storm chasers in place for that. Looks like that new circulation is popping up just a little bit further south than the old one. So yeah, I think you're still on a good track, but it'll probably be a little bit east of Coaling, maybe around Woodstock before you're able to intercept it there. It does look like the new area of circulation is a little bit further south. So I don't know if you've got to get gas in Coaling, like if that has to be the place where you stop or not. But it might be all the way over to Woodstock before it crosses your path. I need to get both of those guys
I'm getting
in.
gas in 2 miles. I'm getting gas immediately. I have that option of that road that goes down through Duncanville toward Olean. If I can make it, I'll head down toward Olean. Otherwise, I'm planning on getting it somewhere over near Woodstock. Traffic is horrible out here, but it's getting better, so we got a chance at it, looks like.
Olean or Ealine? Am I saying that one wrong? Are you guys making fun of me down there in the chat? Because I'm saying Eoline. Either way, you know what I'm talking about. Olean, Eoline, West Blockton, Duncanville, Coling, Woodstock, Cafe, Junction, and Lakeview. Every single one of you guys needs to be in your safe spots. Traffic is terrible out here, and that's another reason why we're having a hard time keeping up with this thing. Reed invest in a 50-gallon fuel cell. Yeah, dude, that's what we need. We need to put like huge modified fuel tanks on these guys' cars. If you're just now tuning in, we do have a tornado warning. A tornado warning now for Hale, Bibb, and Tuscaloosa counties in Alabama. We are zoomed in here south and east of Moundville, where we believe we have a large tornado still down, more than likely, heading towards Eoline. Something I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, but it's going right towards that area. Now, we do have 2 storm chasers live on this thing right now who are going to try to give us a live view on the ground of this tornado. We saw it earlier. We saw the first formation of this thing earlier, but now we are looking at this thing has produced a big tornado, and it's looking like it might drop another big tornado as it heads over here towards the southeastern Duncanville area, north and west of Centerville. So if you live in any of these places, all the way up to Woodstock and West Blockton, you got to be getting in your safe spot because this thing looks like it's ramping up again. Eoline. Okay.
Hey, Ryan, I'm going to try to get this thing on the west side of Birmingham near the Bent there on I-20. Looks like it was a definite cycle. That new circulation ramping up quickly on approach to 82 west of Brent.
Okay, so Reed says he's going to try to intercept this thing over here around Vance on I-20 or south of I-20. Let's see what we think about that. We're dispatch here. Vance is there. Once again, I like to put this into motion. That helps me kind of. That's not a bad idea.
At 4046 Lamar Avenue.
That's perfect. I think you're going to line yourself up perfectly. Do you have gas? Are you still low on gas? This thing is wrapping back up pretty intensely.
It's an audible alarm that covers the front door. 1209 Goodman Street.
So there it is, guys. If you're just now tuning in, the big spinny thing that you see down here, the reds and the greens, that's the tornado. That's the tornado. And look, you can see very clearly now that it is moving towards West Blockton and Coling. All right, and we know for sure that this has produced significant damage to houses and businesses back there towards Sawyerville. So there's no reason whatsoever to not be in your safe spot right now. You got to cover your head. You got to put yourself in the middle of your home. Put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible.
Reports that there was some home damage there over near that Sawyerville area. Apparently there's some pretty moderate to significant damage.
Yeah, we've seen actually quite a few pictures and reports come in, and yeah, it was there's pretty nasty tornado that went through there. Looks like to me. Vance, Alabama is home to the Mercedes plant with hundreds of workers there. I hope it's not very strong. I lived in Tuscaloosa for 2 years, and they get tornadoes all the time. Thanks for all you do. Hey, Med Guy, thanks for sending me that. I did not know that. So apparently Vance is there. There's a big Mercedes plant down here. So hopefully they know what's coming. All right. Hopefully they know that they are under a tornado warning, and hopefully they have measures in place to protect those workers because this is going to go right through the Vance area in between Vance and West Blockton. Now, the last frame, every frame looks so different. This is a rapidly developing situation. You can see this is when that new tornado started to form, okay? And then if I go just a little bit forward, oops, sorry. So that's when the new tornado started to form. We can see that it was likely probably a pretty large tornado around this time. And then if we go a little bit into the future, you can see how it's kind of spun out. And maybe right now, maybe it's let up a little bit. It might be lifting a little bit. I don't know. This is a developing situation. We have to watch very closely. Every single little update to the radar. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's nothing. None of that matters. Okay, if you live in the path of this thing, stay in your safe spot. Okay, stay in your safe spot. Now, if you're in Moundville, it's okay to come out. If you're in Moundville, it's okay to come out. You are no longer under that tornado warning. All right. If you're in Cypress, you're fine to come out. If you're in Sawyerville, obviously it's time to come out there. If you're in Akron, come on out. All right, everything's all right. We're starting to get this thing off to your north and east. But if you're in Eolin, Duncanville, West Blockton, Woodstock, and Coaling, you got to stay in your safe spot. So the last couple of frames here look really good as far as this thing dissipating a little bit. So hopefully that's what's happening. Hopefully that is what's happening. It looks like it might be letting up just a little bit. We're staying in our safe spots though. We're not, we're going to wait until that warning is allowed to expire before we start coming out. Joe Taylor, thanks for becoming a member. Guys, we gotta hook Reed and Vince up with big cars with like flashing lights and a siren. Get out of our way! Get out of our way! We're trying to get to the Nader. I don't know. That once again, that looks pretty good. That looks pretty good. I think that this is hopefully what's happening here is this is kind of weakening out a little bit. But as we've seen a million times so far with this same storm, it kind of lets off. It lets off the gas, and then it really picks back up almost out of nowhere. And then it lets off, and then it picks back up. So it's a cyclical supercell. It's going to cycle through multiple times, but right now we might be on a downtrend where the tornado is lifting, which is perfect because it's getting ready to go through a pretty populated area here. And let's hope we got all of its violent tornado tendencies out of its system back here in the middle of nowhere. And hopefully we reached out to those people in those houses that we saw on those small roads back there. I know that if there's anybody that could have possibly pulled that off, it's us, with everybody sharing the stream. I'm going to dig down into the mesoscale here. If there is a new tornadic circulation that forms, or if there is still a tornado on the ground, it's right there. It's directly to the south of Duncanville. And let's see here. What's Vince doing? Is Vince going south yet? He's not. He's not. He's not going to make it. I'll let him know after he gets gas that he likely won't make it.
But obviously I've been able to skirt that fine line. I keep chasing many, many more storms. So I'm going to say just out of its path, but right in the inflow notch to see it.
I don't know what Reed was talking about there, but I think we just missed it, where we caught the tail end of it. Looks like Brian Wilson just came across some major tornado damage there on Highway 14 in Sawyerville. Oh, my goodness. Guys, this is the tornado that we just watched. This is the tornado that we just watched on radar. That is what it done down there in the Sawyerville area. Shoot. All we can do is hope that those people were heeding the warning. Okay. National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning now, a new tornado warning for Lakeview, Coaling, and Vance, Alabama until 3:15 p.m. Central. And this is now, once again, a observed tornado warning. So here we go. Now you're under that warning in Coaling, Vance, Lakeview, West Blockton still, but this is a new edition of the warning, and apparently I guess there's another storm chaser or somebody else.
I know you know that it's going to cross Highway 20 or Interstate 20 just east of Coaling. I'm going to get ahead of this traffic, and I'm going to sit along the eastbound lanes there near Coaling, just for your information.
Okay, sounds good. We just got a new warning. They just reissued the warning as an observed tornado again. I don't know if there's another chaser out there that got a report in or not. Or actually, you know what? I just seen the latest scan of the CC, and yeah, there's another correlation coefficient drop. So, yeah, it's probably going to go right through that area. So we'll keep tracking you through there. So I didn't even see this. It was like the warning
Copy
box.
that. I think it might be stopped. If you see something I don't, feel free to let me know.
It was underneath the warning box, but there you go. That's more than likely why they issued that. I don't know if a tornado was actually reported, but when you see this on your radar, oh my goodness, that's a certain sign that there's a tornado down. Okay, once again, tornado on the ground, large, violent tornado possibly on the ground here south of Duncanville. Let me jump into the mesoscale again. Let me see here. Tuscaloosa, Duncanville. Let me dot my I's, cross my T's. Where am I at? Okay. All right. So this is going to go across Highway 6. This is going to go across Highway 6 near Limland, USA, J1 Auto Sales, Liberty Baptist Church, and the New Life Worship Center. If you live in this area, you know exactly what I'm talking about. This tornado, this possibly large, violent tornado is going to cross the road there. And once again, there's people that live down here, guys. This is a little bit more of a populated spot. Some of the places that could be impacted look like this. Let me show you. So we have, this Highway 682. If you live in Alabama, you know how this works. All up and down these roads, people live there, right? And it's somewhere along this road where the tornado is going to cross. And once again, this is a large, damaging, a violent tornado, more than likely, that we're looking at coming down here. You can see there on the correlation coefficient drop, the CC drop. That is it. That's where the tornado is, directly south of Duncanville. And once again, I do believe that this will cross the road right there around J1 Auto Sales and Liberty Baptist Church, and where all of those houses were that we just saw. Okay, this is near Bear Creek. This is near Bear Creek. If you know where Bear Creek is, or Mack Circle Road, that's exactly where the tornado is getting ready to go across. And oh my goodness! Once again, that is that's it. That's exactly what you don't want to see. There's almost certainly a large tornado there, ripping up trees, ripping up debris, throwing it into the sky. That's how you get that signature. That's exactly how you get that signature. That's a damaging tornado right there. That might even be more significant than the one we just saw go through Sawyerville. And this is going to go really close to the Sidney Gilland construction area. McFarland Boulevard East. Okay, that's what I've been calling Highway 6. I'm not familiar with the area. Bear with me here. But McFarland Boulevard East. This storm is that it's going to go across you right there, all right, near Bear Creek, Liberty Baptist Church, some other places, the New Life Worship Center, the Hubbard String Free Will Baptist. All of these churches are in the direct path of this thing. So prepare now. Hunker down. Get into the safe spot. Take shelter immediately. We have storm chasers out there. I don't know if they're going to be able to get to that area in time or not. Reed Timmer is okay. Let me see here. So this is Vance. Okay, that's where our storm chasers are going. That's where Reed Timmer is. Okay. So, you know, if this thing survives, once again, if this thing survives long enough to make it in that general area, he will see it. He will see it there. And just so you know, also, everywhere that I'm mentioning that our storm chasers are going, you got to keep in mind right now that they're going there to see a tornado. So if you live somewhere where our storm chasers are driving by right now or where they're headed to, just know that you should be getting in your safe spot. Put the most stuff between you and the outside world as possible, because tornadoes like this can cause significant damage to your house. And the number one way you're going to get hurt, the number one way you're going to be injured is from falling debris, pieces of your house hitting you in the head. Go ahead and put on a helmet, bicycle helmet, baseball helmet, something like that. If your kids have helmets, throw them on them and then run to the most interior room of your house, interior bathroom. Throw a mattress on top of you if you have time to do that, and just hunker down and stay with me. I will let you know when it's time to come out. Places like West Blockton and Vance and Woodstock, they're big, right? They're big towns. Well, not necessarily big towns, but compared to a tornado, they're relatively big. So the odds of your house directly being impacted by a tornado are low. However, you're not going to regret your decision to take these precautions if you're one of the unlucky ones that does get hit by the tornado. And some of the latest scans here, if we come back over to the radar, it does look like it's weakening down a little bit once again, but we are not letting our guard down. Guys, you've seen it a million times today. This thing spins up a huge tornado, and then it kind of fakes us out and says, you know, oh, well, maybe I'm not going to do it again. And then it spins up another huge tornado, and then it kind of fakes us out again. This is going to continue to be the cycle as we go forward. Do not pay too much attention to the intricacies of the correlation coefficient down there south and east of Duncanville. This is just now, once again, right at this moment, or within the next minute or so, this is crossing over McFarland Boulevard near J1 Auto Sales. And then beyond that, once again, thankfully, it's going to go through a bunch of nothing. Okay, there's really not a lot of things for this to hit once it gets past there. There's a Muddy Branch Road, Haggard Creek. I don't see any houses in the direct path of this once it gets past the highway there, thankfully. So hopefully, once again, it kind of spins up a big nadir out there in the middle of nowhere, rips up some trees, and then dies down again before it gets to our more populated areas, which is going to be West Blockton, Vance, Woodstock, all you guys. I'm hoping that this doesn't impact you, but the opportunity is there, and it looks to me like the new circulation that's forming is going to be even further south. It's going to be even further south, so our chasers are they're going to have a hard time getting to this one. It probably would have been a good move to come down this road like our original plan was. But, hey, there's nothing you can do about that. And thankfully, we have the radar is doing a really good job here of providing our everything that we need to know as far as what's happening with the tornado. Yeah, it looks like Reed's stream is down. We're going to get him back here as soon as we can.
25 is be at Macon, Pine Acres, tree blocking the roadway. I'll switch to info.
Let me refresh a couple times. Sometimes if I just keep refreshing, eventually it works. Okay, it's not going to happen this time. We'll wait. We'll wait a couple of minutes and we'll get Reed's stream pulled back up. So you can see here, Vince is in coaling, and then Reed Timmer is closer to... He's in between coaling and Woodstock. And look at that. There's another area of rotation that's forming on the southern side. This is closer to Eolin. Now, Eolin, you're not in this tornado warning, and I don't believe that as of right now there's an imminent reason for you to take shelter. However, we've got to watch this. We have to watch this so closely down here because the storm is rapidly changing, and it's been transferring its rotation off to the southern side of the storm over and over again. So we could see a new area of rotation pop up down here and go right through Eolin. But that's not what we're seeing right now. So we're going to go slow here. We're not going to get ahead of ourselves. We're going to take this one radar update at a time.
There's a tree down at 2094 ball.
This is in Alabama, by the way. We're looking at Alabama right now. I know it's been a second since I've said that, and some people, when they first start filtering in, they get confused. We got reports coming in that there is a large emergency response underway following several reports of people trapped under debris. And I don't have a location on that, but I'm assuming that's associated with something along the path of this storm. More than likely in Sawyerville or one of these smaller areas in between there. Yeah, this is showing signs of weakening once again. However, we're going to wait for this thing to ramp back up because it has a million times. It's likely going to do it again. If I'm in West Blockton, Coling, Vance, and Woodstock, I am not letting my guard down here. Looks like Reed is thinking about going down this road. Nope, he's coming up this road. And he's going to start going east on Highway 11, it looks like. So he might be trying to go all the way up to Woodstock now, which is a good idea. I would, if I could make it to Woodstock before this thing dropped another big one, I would drop down.
Stream is on YouTube too.
Thank you, Frank.
Possible suspect information. 2346 Brooklyn in the rooming house. 553 Charlie.
All right, so we've got Reed live again.
About 28 degrees outside and got about 2 inches of sleet on the ground.
2346 Brooklyn Avenue. Last 4.
And if you're just now tuning in, I want you guys to know that Bibb and Tuscaloosa counties in Alabama are under tornado warnings. This includes Lakeview, Vance, Woodstock, and that's it that I'm seeing on the text product here. Hold on. That also includes Cafe Junction, and Marvel. Marvel is also included in that. Who's not included in this? Eolin. Eolin is not included in this warning. Brookwood is not included in the tornado warning. Peterson is not included. Brent is not included. All of these locations are in Alabama. If you are in any of those places, Bibb or Tuscaloosa counties and Vance, Woodstock, or West Blockton or Marvel, you got to be getting to your safe spot now. This is a large storm that has produced several tornadoes. We've seen the tornadoes. We saw Reed Timmer found the first tornado that dropped out of this thing, and now we've seen the incredible damage that the tornadoes are doing as they are going up to the north and east. So please take this seriously. I know you guys in Alabama, you've been through tornado events way worse than this, but it's not going to matter. It's not going to matter if this is a big tornado outbreak or not. If that thing comes down your road, if this hits your highway, goes through your backyard, it's going to be your major tornado outbreak. You know what I mean? So take shelter now. And I'm getting reports that James Spann has taken his jacket off. I do understand that we are in the James Spann area now. And I know he's got y'all taken care of, but just in case there's somebody who, for some whatever reason, doesn't have access to that, I'm going to be here for you, okay? I am in no competition with James Spann, trust me. I respect that man with every fiber of my being. I just, we have a really unique ability to, show these storms from the ground and have ground truth here because we do have our storm chasers on the ground there. So the areas of rotation are a little bit wonky. However, I'm still seeing a pretty impressive correlation coefficient drop. So, we're still going to assume that there is a tornado down there south of Coaling. But it's also possible that that's just lofted debris that's kind of stuck in the clouds, or maybe some hail. But it doesn't matter. We're going to pay we're not going to pay too much attention to the intricacies of the radar. We're staying in our safe spots there in Vance and Woodstock. Let's go ahead and kind of see where our storm chasers are in relative to the location of this storm. Once again, our tornado, if you can see my hand on the map over here, I know it's hard to see, but I'm talking about like right there. You see the little hand? Our tornado is down here. And it's coming up to the north and east like this. So it's getting really close to where Reed and Vince are. But it's becoming increasingly harder to locate on the radar. Because the velocity doesn't look as well defined and as impressive as it was just moments ago. Here are some more places in the path of this thing. If there is still a tornado on the ground with this. This is going to go just to the south of Vance, near the Sandy Creek Baptist Church, and then it's going to go on up towards the Vance Town Hall, like literally right into the southwestern Vance area. Maybe the southeastern is what I mean. Southeastern Vance area. Maybe near the Griffin Farms Pumpkin Patch. Okay, so if you know where that is, if you can drive there relatively quickly, you got to get to shelter. I feel like every time we try to catch Reed and what he's saying on his stream, we just completely miss it, and then I'm confused. Tornado warning continues for Vance, Lakeview, Vance, and Woodstock until 3:15 p.m. Central Time. There is an underground shelter at the Vance Town Hall. I think this is going to go just to the south of the Vance Town Hall as of right now. But obviously, if you're there, I would be sheltered. We don't want to play any games with this. So once again, if we still have a tornado down, it's right here. And Reed Timmer is right here. And Vince Waelti is right here. So they are very close to this thing. And if we're going to see it anytime soon, it's going to be here in the next 30 minutes or so. Maybe even sooner than that. They both are going to have to stop and get gas if they haven't already. I believe Vince already did. That's what Reed is doing right now. Thankfully, the rotation has died down a little bit, so hopefully there's not a tornado down still. But once again, I don't want to instill too much hope because we said that a lot today, and then we ended up being unfortunately reminded that this thing has a mind of its own and it keeps reforming on itself. Here's a view of that damage done by this tornado. This was down near Sawyerville in Alabama. Yeah, and we're still receiving reports in Hale County there that there are injuries along Highway 14 following a large confirmed tornado. What do you think, Reed? Is this going to drop another one?
Utility poles completely down and the lines in the road.
I have not forgotten about the ice storm. This is just this is a little bit more. It's not that it's more important. It's just that it's important that you relay information very quickly in a tornado system. Whereas I can go back and as soon as this thing is over, I can go back and update you on all of the latest developments on the ice storm. And I'm hoping that it's going to be over soon. It looks like it might be.
White gray Marilyn Monroe shirt, dark gray pants, diagnosed schizophrenic and depression on medication. There's only one juvenile on the scene.
I'm just looking for more news on Twitter. Please keep tagging me in anything that may be newsworthy concerning this. The power is out in Greene County, Alabama. Multiple trees down. Okay. So we're starting to see some reports come in. From more of the northeasternly counties. Also, this is a look at the latest sounding from the Birmingham area. This is not good. For those of you who know what this is, you know what I mean. If you don't know what that is, the atmosphere out there is incredibly conducive for tornadoes.
Looks like it's trying to cycle once again. It's possible we're running out of time. That last cycle, that damaging tornado was relatively quick, but lots of debris high up, so it looks like it was a strong tornado, but it does look like it's getting some more storm relative inflow on it. The wind shear is so strong right near the surface low that it just doesn't matter that it's raining out in front of this storm. 67, 68 degrees. So I do think there's a decent chance that it'll produce another tornado on approach to the Birmingham Metro, especially if it follows the blueprint that it has over the last hour or two, cycling one after another, this HP beast.
1628.
I'm going to take a picture of this and send it to him. I don't know if you saw the latest sounding out of the Birmingham area, but I'm going to send that to you.
Uh-oh, is it just a monster photograph from that bad?
I just sent it to one of his phones. The man has 15 phones, so I don't know if he's going to be able to see it or not.
That's about his textbook, a strong tornado photograph, as we can see. Definitely big-time photograph there in Birmingham, so just looking at that, and Vince just passed me, headed south to intercept. But looking at that, I think this thing's going to keep producing as it heads into the Birmingham Metro. That's a dangerous, dangerous photograph right there.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And once again, guys, if you don't understand what this is, basically, what we're looking at is whenever the weather services, they launch weather balloons into the air. You've probably heard of that. One of the things that they measure is the wind speed and direction with height. So as the balloon goes up into the atmosphere, it can tell us how fast the winds blow it and in what direction as it goes up. So this balloon left the ground and the wind was blowing, we're not going to go into too much detail here, but it was blowing pretty hard out of the south and east near the surface. And then the higher that balloon got, the wind started blowing even stronger, and now it's coming out of the south and west. And now it's coming out of the west, and now it's coming out of the northwest. So literally the wind speed is increasing with height, and it's also changing direction, literally showing that counterclockwise rotation there. So once again, the atmosphere is incredibly supportive of tornadoes right now in the Birmingham area. So we gotta continue to watch this storm for the potential for more tornadoes to pop out of this thing. I'm going to send that to Vince as well.
I'm going to try to stay ahead of it here and head east toward Pelham. And anticipating this cycle, but man, does it spin up fast. There's really not enough time. You just need to be lucky, I think, to gain visual of the tornado, or unlucky to be hit by it.
Yeah, latest scan looks to me like there's another area popping up of pretty good rotation there just south of Vance now. So as you can see, guys, right there, that's a new little spinning area. That's going to be heading up towards Woodstock. So if this does the same thing that the rest of these have done, that's not going to be good news in Woodstock. Hopefully everybody is still sheltered in place in Vance and Woodstock. If you're in Coaling, it's okay to come out. If you're in Ealin, it's okay to come out. Duncanville, it's okay for you to come out. I just texted you a picture of the latest sounding from Birmingham.
Copy that. I'm going to continue up a little bit toward Cappy Junction here, since it looks like this is going to need a little bit of time.
Currently have a tornado warning for Bibb and Tuscaloosa counties until 3:15 p.m. Central. And this thing, once again, it's cycling like crazy. Now we have to think about the real possibility of this maybe continuing to cause problems all the way up here into the southern Birmingham metro. Obviously, it's showing signs of overall weakening. But, you know, we've got to watch little spin-ups like this that happen, and we're going to see probably some more tornadoes out of the storm as we go forward. So if you're down here near North Johns, Bessemer, Hoover, Indian Springs, Pelham, any of these places, it's time to start thinking about what you're going to do if and when that tornado warning is issued for you. Right now, you're not under one, but when that warning comes through, know what you're going to do. That rhymes. When that warning comes through, know what you're going to do. Downstream here, all the way into the Hoover area and Pelham. So make sure you're keeping up with all that. Once again, our storm chasers are right here. Our tornado, if we have a tornado still, it's somewhere down around here. So they are staying in front of it. They want to position themselves to where they can be sitting in one spot when that thing comes through.
I'm saying you got a rest of your energy back.
I thought that Vince, oh yeah, Vince is turning down that same road. Vince and Reed are both on Gray Hill Road. Bibb and Tuscaloosa counties. If you're also just now tuning in, we are trying to track this entire thing. This is a monster storm today. We've got an ongoing ice storm, snowstorm, flood storm, and now tornado outbreak happening down here. And like, yeah, I know that this is affecting all the way up into Canada. And then all the way back down into Mexico. But right now, the most important thing that we do is continue to watch these tornadoes, or this one cell, really, that has been producing a tornado down here in Alabama. And, you know, the good news is something that I'm seeing now that is kind of making me feel a little bit better is that this sail is really getting cut off. Like any sort of new energy that wants to get thrusted into this thing is not going to make it because all of this precipitation just to the south. So if this thing can lose a little bit of steam, if it can start to weaken, we might be lucking out and not have to worry about this thing producing another big tornado. So let's hope it continues to weaken. Right now, I think there was a really quick spin up near Vance. You can see a little bit of a CC drop there. That means that there was likely some tornado debris lofted into the air a little bit. But yeah, for the most part, this thing overall is downtrending a little bit. And now, look at this. Look at this. Another area of rotation down here near West Blockton. I'm going to need another Mountain Dew to keep up with this. This is crazy.
505 or 507.
We just saw that increased area of rotation go across the road there near Vance. Now we're seeing another spin up. We're seeing another area of increased rotation right next to West Blockton. So, like, guys, this thing is producing possibly multiple tornadoes. So Woodstock, Vance, West Blockton, Caffey Junction, Lakeview, every single one of you need to be continuing to get into your safe spots. And here's the thing. This storm has continuously recycled on the southern side. So if we're going to see another big kickoff here of another tornado, it's going to happen down here with this rotation near West Blockton. So we're going to watch that next radar scan intensely to see what's going to happen here.
North Advantage Way, 05, Ruby Jackson is complaining. Tell the camera black.
Bryce, thank you for that.
624, I got
So I'm just going to literally wait here for the next radar update, and we're going to get some brief updates from our ice storm. If you are experiencing the ice storm out there, please send me your pictures and videos. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Another tornado right now is touching down near West Blockton. This is happening just north of West Blockton. The latest scan shows a little bit of a tightening in the velocity, and then also we're starting to see a little bit of a drop in the correlation coefficient. Okay, so that is a new rotation now. And also, if we look over here at our composite or our reflectivity, you can see the inflow notch, you can see the rear flanking. That is a rotational signature if I've ever seen one. So my guess is that this is going to spin up another decent tornado and go just north of West Blockton and then into the northwestern Marvel area. Let me pull up the mesoscale once again. West Blockton. If this tornado is on the ground right now, it went just north of the country store there, the gas station near the custom deer processing area called Trails End, near 43 South Lounge. If that was a brief tornado, which I do believe it was. And now it's going to go to the north and east near Dry Ford Branch, Flat Creek. All right, thankfully, once again, these tornadoes are thankfully hitting very, like, of all the places that they could hit, they're hitting the most least populated areas, which is like chef's kiss, right? We hate to see tornadoes hit towns, but if we can get Reed Timmer out there with a great video of a tornado that's not hurting anybody in the middle of nowhere, that would be awesome. But there are, right here along the highway here, there are a couple places that could possibly be impacted, but they're very sparsely located throughout the area. Now, if this thing continues off to the north and east, and more than likely it will, we got to start thinking, and we're 5 or 10 minutes down the road here, but we got to start thinking about the New Hebron Baptist Church. We got to think about Jumpstart Messengers and Camp Branch Ministry. Man, there are a lot of churches out here, and the people who live here that where all these churches are. All right, so this is kind of the general vicinity where we think that the tornado is going to go. So if you know in your head that you can get to one of those churches within 5 minutes where you are right now, or maybe 10, you got to go. You got to get to your safe spot now. You might not have much time. National Weather Service has issued a brand new tornado warning now for Hoover, Vestivia Hills, Alabaster in Alabama until 4:15 p.m. CST. So there you go. The downtown Birmingham Metro is included in this warning, unfortunately. All right, Reed and Vince are close. Reed and Vince are very close. There's Camp Branch Ministry. There it is. That's what I was just talking about. This thing's coming together. This thing's wrapping up. This is going to drop another big tornado here right in front of Vince and Reed, I think.
Black robe and blue jeans. 3910 Stewart Road, apartment 1010.
Woodstock, just to the east. Yep. Oh, wow. So let me try to draw you this picture once again. The tornado is here. The tornado is here. It's moving this way. It's moving this way. These guys are dangerously close to this thing.
Yeah, on 3rd, north of Levi, blocking the lane. Down.
East of Woodstock.
7219. What's the phone number for comms? What time is Scott phone yet?
1328.
You are just about in perfect position.
Yeah, it's a data hole, so I'll see if I can find something here for data.
By the way, guys, all this stuff on the map that you see that they are driving by, the Camp Branch Ministry, Gray Hill Road, Bishop Ridge Road, you're in the path of a tornado. That's why Reed Timmer and Vince are driving towards you right now.
There's a bunch of breaks
debris on the front.
Did Reed turn around?
Hey, Ryan, it appears this thing's turning north. I'm moving in for intercept in a matter of minutes here.
Unit 1 on top road.
Right the area. 41 Bravo.
Okay, next thing that we've got to work on is getting their little plots on the radar. Because that's what I'm kind of having a hard time doing, is extrapolating their location with, like, I have to look at the radar, see where the tornado is, and then try to compare that to where they are on a different map. You know what I mean? But they are very, very close, to say the least. Vince has found his spot. Are we looking west or east there?
We're traveling east, and you're facing, excuse me, west, facing west.
Okay, we're facing west
Off
there.
to the left would be the, well, you know where to orient it.
I got you. If you're just now tuning in, this is happening in Alabama. We have a tornado warning with a really impressive signature on the velocity that suggests that there may be a tornado down in Bibb, Jefferson, Shelby, and Tuscaloosa counties. Okay, that's where the tornado warning is in Alabama. Radar indicated tornado for Vestivia Hills, Alabaster until 4:15. This is moving towards the downtown Birmingham metro, and we have storm chasers on the ground sampling the base of this thing to see if there is a tornado on the ground. We haven't seen one yet. We saw one earlier from Reed Timmer.
The location has dated. My latest radar scan out of BMX at time 316 has my GPS right in front of that couplet.
That's what I thought. That's what I figured. It looks to me like both of them were right underneath of the rotating aspect of this storm. So I believe if there was a tornado down still with this, we would have seen it. However, that doesn't mean that that's absolute. That doesn't mean that it's absolute. Like, there could still be one down and it's just rain wrapped. But yeah, like they were literally right in the path, and Reed's got damage. I believe I just saw a big tree limb down. He just ran over. Yeah, there's a wind damage there where Reed's going through right now, which is a little bit further to the west of where they just were, and that's where I think that tornado went. And that's another reason why I really want to figure out a way to get these little dots on the radar rather than having to compare and contrast them. Before the next stream, we will figure that out, because I could have told them to turn around and where to set up in a much better fashion if I had that ability. We're learning. We're perfecting this together, guys. Thank you so much for bearing with me. We still have a huge tornado warning that is in effect for Birmingham, Bessemer, Alabaster, and Lakeview. This thing has been dropping tornado after tornado. We have sampled the rotational couplet moments ago, and we found no tornado right now. But ask anybody that's been watching this stream for more than an hour today. That can change in a moment's notice. Like, that can change in literally the next radar scan that comes out. We can see that there's a lot more rotation there, and then we'll have to consider the fact that there's another tornado on the ground. This thing has dropped multiple tornadoes. A lot of times they come down, they cause some damage, and then they lift back up, and then they come back down, and they lift back up. It's a cyclical system. It keeps coming down and going back up. So Everybody in Birmingham, North Johns, Lakeview, Caffey Junction, Woodstock, you guys need to stay in your safe spots. Because this thing could drop another one at any time. And once again, it looks to me like it's weakened down a lot, but we're going to keep a very close eye on it. No sirens in Northeast Birmingham yet. Yeah, the only part of town in Birmingham that's actually included in the warning is going to be the northeastern side, or the southwestern side, I should say. So they did end this warning in a really weird place, like it splits
Ryan, I think
downtown
we've
in
got
half.
a funnel. We have a funnel off to my left. We have a funnel checking on tornado. We got a white funnel. See if Reed's got it. I just passed him.
Looks like it was a wispy tornado by the time it got to me. I'm seeing some branches down and everything back there. Saw some motion in the clouds. But definitely lifted. The fact that it was lifting rapidly north like that was suggests a very quick occlusion. So I'm going to continue pushing east.
We definitely got a white funnel.
Vince is hitting me right now saying he's seeing a funnel at this very moment. Are you seeing anything?
I'm going to see if I can get the drone out.
Thought I saw a funnel above me spinning, more like a cinnamon bun. But right now I'm looking northeast at the occlusion, and I'm not seeing a definitive funnel cloud, but I can see the circulation and where everything is flowing in. But it's possible Vince saw the funnel cloud earlier near West Brockton. It looks like it did produce a brief tornado just to the north of West Brockton, and then that was what I was positioning for. And it did loft a little bit of debris. There were some branches down back there, but the big trees and everything's still standing. So it was a tornado, a relatively brief one with a quick occlusion, I think.
Okay, once again, this is happening to the southeast of
and you can see that inflow streamer.
Woodstock.
Look at that right to left motion streaming right into the mesocyclone. My YouTube looks like it is having some signal issues, so if you pop on over to Facebook, I've got it on there. And you can definitely see rapid right to left suddenly streaming into the tornado cyclone.
On the thing, 1522 WTJ 81.
This is wild.
The Lakeview Sierra Reed is involved with her neighbor, female black, was upset that the complaint told the police earlier.
Once again, if you're just now tuning in and you're a little bit confused, we have a tornado warning for Birmingham, okay? Bessemer, Lakeview, Hoover, Alabaster, all these places in Alabama.
Storm is falling apart visually.
We saw multiple funnel clouds, we saw debris, we saw damage, but we haven't seen a condensed tornado on the ground yet. And honestly, like on radar, it also looks a little bit less impressive as well, okay? However, everybody in those places needs to be in their safe spot.
Northwest, I see a kind of a large, relatively ragged wall cloud now, and then an area, kind of a blurry zone where there could be a circulation. I'm seeing some scud tags hanging down that maybe suggesting there's some stretching happening up there underneath that base. But looking off to the northwest, I do see a large wall cloud. Can't confirm a tornado right now. I think it's lifted.
Looks like it's all falling apart.
187 showing 11.
All right, Vince is seeing kind of the same thing as you now. And it does look like it might be kind of falling apart on radar, at least as of right now, but we've seen this thing cycle a million times.
Yeah, what textbook cycling, too. Peels off that comma head, sheds the vortex to the northwest, and then the new circulation on the southeast. Absolutely textbook. What did Vince see back there near West Brockton? Did it have pretty good structure, big base and wall cloud? It looked like it was really ramping up back where he was.
We had some intermittent connectivity problems with him too, with the cell data out there. But we, as far as I know, he just saw what he called a white funnel, and he tried to get the drone up on it. I don't know if he got it or not.
It did look like a brief tornado. A little bit of a correlation drop there near West Brockton, but I would say definitive. But yeah, they seem to be getting weaker and weaker with time now. We might be running out of time.
Yeah, so if we look at a broad overview of all of the storms right now, one of the good signs is that everything's kind of congealing together. What you don't want to see is these things, okay? This is what we call a bean. This is what the big storm that we have been tracking now for a while started out as.
The thing is gone. That occlusion destroyed the storm. Oftentimes the last occlusion will produce a tornado, and then it'll cut the storm in half and cause it to dissipate. I think that's exactly what we saw here.
Yeah, so this storm that's moving into Birmingham is like literally gone. Like it just dissipated in like not very long. Okay, so that's good news. Okay, so now Birmingham, you are no longer under a tornado warning. We literally watched this thing occlude out. We saw the whole evolution of the storm, and now it is certainly no longer a threat in Birmingham. So everybody can come out of your safe spots. Whew! Oh my goodness! What an incredible. How long was that series of tornadoes? I'm like literally mind blown right now. Probably what, 3 hours? All right. I need a Mountain Dew. I need water. I need something. That's got to be a first. That's a first. Live on YouTube in front of 20,000 people with 2 storm chasers right next to a tornado that's causing damage in communities for hours as it cycles down the road heading towards a major metropolitan area like Birmingham. What an incredible series of events. But yeah, thank goodness right now that tornado warning has been allowed to expire. Huge shout out to Vince and Reed Timmer for providing that first initial look at the storm and the damage and allowing us to get that warning out, I think, incredibly early. Wow. Thank you so much, Chris. Thank you so much, Chris, for that. Hunters HD, thank you for the big time $50 super chat. Reed Timmer's going to have a steak dinner tonight. So is Vince. Thanks, man. And then thank you, Tucker. Thank you so much. Chug, chug, chug. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Click the like button. Yeah, everybody that's watching right now, if you found that valuable, if you want to have that next time there's a big storm in your hometown, please hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. This is what I do full time. Anytime there's any storms anywhere, I don't care if it's a tornado, a blizzard, a hurricane, or a windstorm, a dust storm, a firestorm, I'm right here live on YouTube. Please subscribe to the channel. Thank you. All right, so now let's get a quick update on our ice storm. What's going on? How many power outages do we have now? Okay, so power outages are definitely spreading. We have 150,000 people without power in Tennessee. We have close to 20,000 people without power in Kentucky, 31,000 without power in Ohio, 12,000 in Mississippi, 22,000 in Arkansas, and 40,000 in Texas. 40,000 in Texas. That's, we have hundreds of thousands of people now without power across the country, and it's mainly due to this ice storm that's going on. And guys, I know we started off this live coverage to try to, track the ice storm and keep you guys updated on all that. But we had a pretty significant outbreak of tornadoes just now that we tracked for the past several hours. And now I'm able to pivot a little bit back here and take a look at some of this other stuff that's going on. Okay, Texas, your moisture is really getting out of here. Okay, so the snow has stopped in Dallas. It's stopped in Fort Worth and Waco and Austin. There's a little bit of freezing rain left, though, back down here towards Bryan and Brenham and Huntsville. And that's actually going to slice through Houston a little bit later on this evening, maybe around 6 or 7. You might get a couple snowflakes or some freezing rain out of that. I'm interested in what's going on in Memphis, guys. I want all your reports. I want your pictures and videos on Twitter at Ryan Hall Y'all. At Ryan Hall Y'all on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. That's my handle. Send me your reports in through those channels, and I will relay them here on the stream. I know that we've got our professional storm chaser, Bryce Shelton, out there. Who's giving us a live view, and it does look like the ice is still accumulating. Let's get an update from him. Hey, man, sorry, it's been a while since we've hit you up. We were preoccupied with some big tornadoes down there in Alabama, but finally things have let up a little bit, so we're looking for an update. How are things going where you are, and what do you think about the future? Do you think it's going to continue to get worse? Just paint us a verbal picture there. So this is Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton. He's in Kentucky. In and around the Murray area.
Yeah, I'm actually going into the land between the lakes area, and there's a few power lines that I can see down. I actually just passed one right there from the weight of the ice, and you can see some trees down through the area. I actually drove through here about an hour or two ago, and the power was out through here, so the crews have been out working since then to get the power back on.
Okay. Okay, thank you, man. Once again, anytime you see anything, trees down, branches, anything that can allow us to kind of see and understand what's going on out there, just holler at me on here and I'll throw your stream up. Thank you. So, yeah, that Bryce is right now in the land between the lakes area, and the ice is piling up. And I'm now going to focus a little bit on Twitter for you and show some of your pictures and videos. And then I am going to take a quick break. I am going to take a very quick break to use the restroom and all that good stuff. But real quick, let me show you some of the latest information that we have coming in through the Twitter sphere. Thank you, everybody who has followed me over there at Ryan Hall, y'all. We are, oh my goodness, we are literally 200 followers away from 50,000 on Twitter. Come on, guys. That's the best place. If you ever want to reach out to me, right there is where you're going to do it. Ryan Hall, snow is ripping here in Noblesville, Indiana. It's very powdery and lots of drifting in the wind, several inches, but it's impossible to say how much. So look at this, guys. Literally in Indiana, it's a blizzard. And then down there in Alabama, we've got tornadoes. And everywhere in between, we've got flooding and ice. What an incredible storm. What an incredible storm this is. All right. Thank you for sending that in. Here is a video from Ohio. Radar says it's 8 inches of sleet in Youngstown, but nope, not a single flake, all sleet. Oh, radar says it's 8 inches of snow. Okay, but no, it's all sleet, and looks like some ice there as well. Look at the basketball is not going to go through the net because it's frozen, literally in place. Thanks for sending that in. 126,000 people without power in Memphis. 126,000 people without power in Memphis, and look at these big trees that are coming down now in the Memphis area. One of the hardest hit areas so far, I believe, with some of these big limbs coming down. Guys, if you live next to a big tree like this, literally the whole tree can fall in some of these instances where a big amount of ice falls. If you get more than an inch or two, You gotta pretend like you're sheltering for a severe thunderstorm if you live in a house like that, and stay away from the windows. Try to imagine, how far away, like if you're on this side of your house, are you going to be better off versus being closer to that tree? Like literally think about those things. because that's the kind of storm that we're dealing with here. A massive ice storm raging across the midsection of the U.S. and now into Ohio and Pennsylvania as well. I am looking through all of your reports. Things are getting interesting in Haynersville, Ohio. You can see some of the ice accumulating on trees there. You got a lot more to go. You have a lot more to go. Mumford, Tennessee. Look at this. Ice hanging off the power lines. That's one of the reasons why you're going to get all those power outages. Because that weight, you wouldn't think it, but that weight is hundreds of pounds there on the lines, and that's eventually going to snap them. We had somebody send in a picture earlier of a down power line in their backyard, and it was on fire. That's another thing that you have to worry about if you're in one of these areas that's being impacted by ice. Here's Kokomo, Indiana, one of the hardest hit areas from the snow section of this storm. Interested to see some of the totals. You know what I want to do? I want to create the y'all-o-meter. Somebody sent in a picture of a ruler, and they kind of wrote Ryan Hall y'all-o-meter on it, like the y'allometer, to just kind of as a funny thing to measure the snow and be interactive with the channel. But I want to actually like get some high quality, big, giant 3-foot rulers printed out that say the y'all-o-meter on it. That way, when you guys send in these reports, you can just stick that down in there, and we can see clearly how much snow you have. Maybe we might even include a base with it. That way, you can just literally sit it in your yard and then let the snow pile up around it. We'll call it the y'all-o-meter. Here's another picture of that damage out there near Sawyerville, Alabama. Once again, a big-time storm, guys. This is this is still a developing story, exactly how much damage we have, because it's kind of an urban or like a low population area. But we're going to keep up with that as time goes on. Yardsticks? Yeah, y'all sticks, not yardsticks. Y'all sticks. Or the y'all-o-meters. And of course, that will be a part of our merchandise, where the funds go towards helping people that are impacted by severe weather, tornadoes, hurricanes. Really excited to get that started. Here is Mansfield, Ohio. Big time snow going on up there.
Be the victim, or you just call her or someone else?
They just call her.
Okay, check with someone.
Remember, if you send it in a report, please try to include your location. Here's another picture from Memphis. Thank you for sending this in. Memphis is a mess. Yes, it is.
214, right, clear.
Check 214.
Ohio, yeah, Ohio is up to 31,000 people without power now. Here's some more damage from Sawyerville. I'm retweeting this stuff, by the way, guys, if you want to also retweet it on Twitter. More damage in Sawyerville. These might be some of those houses that we were looking at. This doesn't look like it's in Sawyerville. These might be some of the houses that we were literally looking at on the satellite image there before the tornado hit. And, of course, Barry Bones. Guys, this is awesome. Barry Bones is our biggest fan. He is always super engaged in watching the stream. We love Barry Bones on the Ryan Hall Y'all channel, and we love pretty much every stream we get a nice video of him. So go retweet this on Twitter. We want to make Barry Bones the most famous weather nerd dog in the world. We love Barry Bones. Bob, please continue to keep us updated on Barry Bones. That's awesome. Here we go, Southern Ohio. Southern Ohio, freezing rain is turning over into sleet. Not before knocking down this huge. Is that new? Like, is that new damage from the ice? Hey, the ice storm finally made it in Louisville, Kentucky. Love it, man. Hopefully you don't get too much ice accumulation. I'm really hoping that this dry slot continues to work out in your all's favor. Now, obviously, a lot of places already have some really good accumulation of ice, but you can see how it's starting to kind of dry out a little bit back here. Now, this is going to continue to cause problems, but the heavy precipitation is kind of stopped. Now, what I'm worried about is kind of an area right in here. Southern Ohio might end up being the sweet spot for most ice accumulation from this storm. This is what it looks like right now in Fort Worth, Texas. Thank you, Colby. Roads are still bad. It's been a while since it stopped snowing, too. Be careful out there. This is St. Louis. A little over 6 inches of snow. Once again, some places got a little bit less snow than what we thought they would get. Some places got a lot more than what we thought they would get. And the same story is going to be there with the ice as well. This was a tough storm to forecast. No doubt about it. I've kind of pulled the trigger too early when I called it a slam dunk a couple days ago. It wasn't too off though. Certainly proud of the work that we've done. Here we go. What a better way to enjoy a day of work in Kansas City, Missouri, rather than play in the snowdrifts. That's fun. Yeah, 100%. We are still seeing new power outages come in, so this is certainly not over. This is another picture from Memphis. Wow. That looks... whoever took this video is dangerously close to that. I had to back up. That didn't even make sense in my mind for a second what we were looking at. This is the top of the pole here. Yeah, we're going to see more of this, especially into west central Kentucky into southern Ohio. I just heard I-75 is closed in both directions through downtown Dayton due to multiple slide-offs and accidents. I believe at Dayton, Dayton's right there in the sweet spot right now for some really heavy snow. If we have anybody in Dayton, Ohio watching, please send us a picture or a video. I'd love to see that up close, because that definitely looks pretty intense there. Okay. All right. I got to take a quick break. Oh, my goodness. We've been streaming now for about 6 hours. We did 11 hours yesterday. We're going to do 11 or 12 today as well. So I got to get me another Mountain Dew. And I think my wife's home from work. I don't know what's going on in the real world here. But I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. Share this on Facebook. Share this everywhere. Put it in the middle of the internet universe there. Let people find out about this, because once again, the tornado threat isn't necessarily over. It's definitely a lot less than it was, but it's not really over. We still have a tornado watch down here in Alabama. We're going to continue to monitor that situation. We're going to continue to monitor the ongoing ice storm situation and the snow. And then I know I've been neglecting you guys up here in the Northeast. When I come back, we're going to do a full forecast on what you can expect tonight into tomorrow morning. I promise. All right. Now give me 10 minutes or so. And I'll BRB. Let's see here. Oh. Man, I wish Reed had his drone video up already. I would just play that here, but that's all right. I will be right back, guys.
Rescue 5 in service. Find the same by black jacket, black pants. 3486 Chester Avenue, and the subject is no longer on the scene. 343.
We had a report in last time. We have a piece. Hold on.
343 and 363. Did you check on the disregard?
4-3 check. Do we have any other charges besides this
198 Alps Road, apartment 2 is on Walden Point Apartment. Tamika Henry, complainant, have checked the side of 198 Alps Road, apartment 2 Walden Point Apartment.
That's who I pulled on the street, really.
I'm back. Didn't have time to eat. That's all right. We'll do that. We'll do that right here in a second. All right. Thanks to you. Thank you for sticking around while took a quick break. We have been streaming now for 6 hours. So I did want to get up, move around a little bit. It's not healthy to sit for so long. And we do have a new tornado warning, okay? I want to update you on this. Let's make sure we're on the best radar site. Yeah, we are. This is to the west of Montgomery. And there is a tornado warning here. It is a radar indicated tornado. And I don't see it. Okay, so there's not a lot of rotation. There's a little bit of rotation. Let's check this out with a different color table just to make sure I'm not. Yeah, so there's some broad rotation here. This is near Benton, south and east of Selma, south and west of Pikeville, and west of Whitehall. There's some rotation there. There's going to be some big winds, possibly some hail, and then of course potentially a tornado. But I don't think that right now there is one down. However, if I'm in any of those places, that's Autauga, Dallas, and Lowndes County in Alabama, I'm getting in my safe spot as quickly as possible. New sponsor, Mountain Dew, y'all. And man, I would love it if Mountain Dew, I like the zero sugar version. I don't like all the sugar, and I don't like the diet one either. I literally like the Mountain Dew Zero. But I would love it if we could collaborate with them and make a drink called Nader Juice. How cool would that be? And once again, like all this monetary stuff would go towards our fund that we're building up. I got all kinds of fun ideas like that. I think that'd be cool. A lot of stuff that we can do that like other organizations that do similar things can't. Yeah, we're going to continue to watch this extremely closely. And then, of course, we're also going to continue to monitor the ice storm situation, which is ongoing, developing, and getting worse in the Ohio River and Ohio area. But first, it's time to eat. All right, I have to order myself food. I didn't have time to do it while on break, so I'm going to have to do it live in front of you guys. So I'm going to make a game out of it here. The wife, she's a little bit late getting home. Echo's not feeling so great today, so we're ordering out. Okay, we've been doing good. We've been eating, home cooked meals, but today we're just going to go ahead and eat out. And I think we've settled on Applebee's. So what should I get from Applebee's, guys? What's your favorite thing off the menu at Applebee's? I'm gonna really quickly order something, and then we'll get back into our coverage here. Steph's gonna get the classic combo. I'm gonna get an order of boneless wings. Echo is getting a kid's chicken quesadilla. And I'm thinking about going for that chicken tenders platter, man. Some honey mustard sounds good right now.
Okay, Jack.
784 Paul, show me at the disturbance at 2500 on this person.
Oh boy, we're already starting to get some flooding out over here in southeastern Ohio. We've barely got a quarter-inch of rain here in eastern Kentucky. Riblets, steak, sliders, a blondie, ribs. Get better food than Applebee's? Man, you know where I live? Applebee's is the creme de la creme in rural Appalachia. You can't beat it, okay? So don't tell me to get something better than Applebee's. Tendies. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm leaning towards chicken tenders. Hey, Scott, thank you so much for the big 25. He said, I'm kicking in for dinner. Get the tendies, man. All right, since Scott did that, we will go with the chicken tenders. Thank you so much, man. Dinner's on Scott tonight. Everybody say thank you to Scott.
On the 641, are you on the bridge already going on to 40 West? I had to get off on Madison to do a turnaround to get back onto it. So you're already at 40 West.
All right. Yeah, by the way, where I live, there's no freezing rain. There's no sleet. There's no snow. There's really not even any regular rain. So our DoorDash driver is going to be safe on the roads out there.
Still there? I'm out there now.
And we'll leave a good tip for the DoorDash driver as well. Thank you, Scott, for kicking in there.
On a 2002 Chevy Avalanche, silver in color, bearing Tennessee tag 788 Foxtrot Whiskey Kilo, but those tags don't go to the vehicle. No special holes in the second vehicle.
All right, food's on the way. Thank you, guys. Thanks for sitting here and watching me order food before we get back into the coverage. Let's see here. It looks like Reed's stream is down. I don't know if he's got a new one yet or not. Tornado warning does continue for Dallas and Taga counties in Alabama, but I'm still not overly impressed with the overall dynamics of that storm. Or the way it looks on radar, I should say. Does I don't know if Reed has a stream anywhere, but if he does, it might be on YouTube. Just let me know if he does or if he doesn't. Patrick or Patricia Danko, thank you for that. April B says get some dessert too. Thank you so much, guys.
I haven't seen a Reed stream in a couple minutes.
Okay, all right. So we don't have a Reed stream. He might actually be done for the day. He gets a tornado and he's just hungry. He's probably going to go to Applebee's himself. How much longer do you think you'll have a stream up for, Vince?
However long you need.
That sounds good to me. That's what we like to hear.
$325. Do you need additional $325?
26.
Standing by black shirt, blue pants at 2573 Sunny Hill Drive, 104 Charlie.
From the precinct, we'll meet on the same 104.
I'm gonna say 65.
Once again, live producing. Just kind of tidying this up.
653, pull up with 665, 1415 downriver, 1415 downriver.
Okay.
Trucks up here because pretty much one whole lane.
Very cool. Tornado warning now. Brand new tornado warning just issued. National Weather Service issued a tornado warning for Vredenburg, Beatrice, and Claiborne, Alabama until 5 p.m. 5 p.m. Central. 5 p.m. Central.
Can I get a call time and see time?
So I believe that's this new box that just popped up here. No, this is something that we haven't even seen yet. Oh, it's way down here. Look at this. This is way down here, a little bit further south in Alabama. All right, let's keep this. No, let's keep scope over here, and we will take our other radar down here. Of course, it's going to be in a radar hole. I don't know which one's going to be the best one to go with here. Ugh. Probably not that one. Certainly not that one. There we go. That's a little bit better. Still hard to see. It's unbelievable how many radar holes there are. We need to put a radar right there in the middle of Alabama. I mean, Lord goodness. Anyways, that's this new tornado warning here. It includes Monroeville and Tunnel Springs, and it's hard to tell exactly what kind of situation we're dealing with as far as how good the velocity looks or how good the correlation coefficient looks, because we're in an unfortunate area of the world that is neglected by the National Weather Service, it seems like. I think there needs to be a new National Weather Service in Grove Hill or maybe Camden. That would be the perfect place, I think. But anyways, we can definitely see that there is some rotation there east of Claiborne and west of Monroeville. This is going pretty much east-northeast. Let me put this into motion. Yeah, so this is going pretty much directly northeast. So if you're in Monroeville, this will likely go off to your west-northwest. However, I'd still be getting into my safe spot. Same thing for you over there in Tunnel Spring. That is a pretty impressive area of rotation given the fact that we are pretty far away from the radar beam. So, like, we don't necessarily know what's going on the surface. So if you're in Beatrice, I would also get ready for that as well. Wow. Sheila, thank you for becoming a member. We are up to... Holy smokes, we did it. We passed over 1,500 members. We're at 1,520 members now. Wow. Thank you for all the support today, guys. Bryce Lane, thank you for the tip for the driver there. And Juby with a big $100 super chat says, we got Reed and Vince some food too. Hey, thank you so much. Thank you so much. From me, Vince, and Reed. Are topo maps valuable in weather prediction? I feel geography is underrated. I notice it seems to affect how storms come through Bama. Roll Tide. Yeah, they are. Topography is extremely important when it comes to weather prediction. And maybe I'll make a full video about that at some point, but it's a little bit too much to go into right now with everything that we got going on. And Marilyn Cochran, thank you so much for that big time super chat as well. Remember, if you're in Monroe, Autauga, really Monroe or Autauga and Lowndes County in Alabama, you're under a tornado warning. I think this is the most impressive looking storm down here near Monroeville. Let's open up our Radar Omega. And one of the cool things that we can do on Radar Omega is not only can we look at the radar, but we can also look at the models, right? So those weather models that we use to predict the future. And one of the things that we're seeing here is this warm nose in combination with the convective available potential energy. So I'm looking at the surface-based capes here on Radar Omega. And you can see that there's still quite a bit of energy all the way up into some of the areas where these tornado warnings are being issued. So that's interesting. It's very interesting. By the way, if you're in the pink, you're under a winter storm warning. If you're under the purple down here, you are under a ice storm warning. And once again, this is Radar Omega. This is a radar app that you can get on your phone. I've got links in the description for iOS and Android. Not only can you look at the radar, you can look at the models, you can look at the satellite, you can look at these live cameras. Look at this down here near Memphis. We've got a live cam that you can access at any time, whether if there's a storm coming through, if there's an ice storm like right now, we can take a look at some of these trees. Look at that. That's a live view. You just click on these little icons, and you can do that. Once again, Radar Omega in the App Store. It does cost money, but like all things in life, some of the best stuff costs a buck or two. You know, what is this, like $7 one time? If you like looking at the radar, it's one of the ones that I use here often on stream, so figured I'd throw that little plug in there because they are a supporter. The Bone Lock says, thanks for keeping us safe. TheBoneLock.com, pets for life. Hey, thank you so much, TheBoneLock.com, for that big time super dono. Hey, Michelle, thank you for becoming a member. Brigitta, thank you for becoming a member.
$64.40. The only one I'm showing on traffic control. You got record.
Oh, my DoorDash driver is asking questions. I gotta answer them.
Check. You said 53 Oak Grove to attempt to locate a white Dodge Charger.
The victim's phone is going to be pinged to the carrier, which his phone is inside the
Tornado warning continues for Vredenburg, Beatrice, Alabama until 5 p.m. Central. That is radar indicated. We have indicated that as well on our radar. There it is. If there's a tornado down, it's somewhere right in here, but we can't really see it that well because it is in what we call a radar hole, which is quite unfortunate. Once again.
You need additional 521.
I got the chicken tenders, of course. Of course I got the chicken tenders. That's the staple. That's the go-to. Nicholas, thanks for coming a member. Jordan Johnson, thank you. Man, we might reach 1,600 today. Oh, we got a new update from Reed Timmer. He's looking to intercept a bean burrito on the east side of Birmingham, Alabama. So there you go. He's also due for lunch. So he's on his way to get him a bean burrito down there. Love working with Reed. It's always a blast. Jeanette, thank you for becoming a member. Ice is still coming down there in the land between the lakes region in Kentucky and Tennessee. And look at all those frosted tips on those trees. I do believe that this rotation is starting to tighten up here on this storm down here near Beatrice once again and Tunnel Springs. Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Because we might start tracking another intense tornado here if this continues to uptrend like this. We're going to keep a very close eye on it. Allison says, Bryce deserves a nice hot dinner too. We will make sure that happens. We will make sure that happens. Thank you so much for that. Kathy Jones. Thanks for becoming a high-risk member. That's super awesome. Yep, it's definitely wrapping up a little bit more intensely there, just to the south and west of Tunnel Springs, south and west of Beatrice. Once again, I think we have a tornado developing here if it's not already down. I would watch that very closely. Obviously, you need to be in your safe spot already. You need to be hunkered down, taking shelter if you're in Tunnel Springs or Beatrice. But, you know, it's a little bit more serious now because we can see a little bit better what the rotation looks like. And then once again, this is for Monroe County in Alabama. Donald, thanks for becoming a slight risker. Who is Frank? So if you ever hear me talk about Frank and needing him to do something, Frank is our community manager. He's the guy. He's the guy. He does our Discord server. He does the back end of making sure that the streams are playing on my end. I finally have somebody helping me doing that. And he's just been here for years with me, helping me do all kinds of stuff that I don't really understand. So we huge shout out to Frank, and you'll know him as Half-Life in the chat there. He's Half-Life. Michael Robinette says, I'm a trucker. I'm getting ready to head home to Cattlesburg, Kentucky from Horse Cave. 35 degree and rain right now. Hope I'll stay out of the ice. I'll always follow you for the weather. I hope you stay out of the weather, or I hope you stay out of the ice as well. 35 and rain sounds a lot better than 33 at rain or 31 at rain. And rain. I'm running out of my talking ability already. Hey, Bryce Lane, thanks for becoming a high-risk member. You guys are, seriously, it's overwhelming how supportive you guys are. Thank you so much. Devin Proctor says, will there be tornadoes near Aiken, South Carolina, or Augusta, Georgia, Friday or Saturday? Man, let's check that out for you real quick. Let's check that out for you real quick. Let's look at that future weather model here. Future weather model. Let's refresh her. So we are expecting storms to continue to go east, right? So as we get later on into the night tonight, let's say we are around 9 p.m. If you want to keep up with the time and date, it's down there. 9 p.m. Eastern. We're still going to see some heavy storms in eastern Alabama into north central Georgia. But by this time, the tornado threat should be subsiding a little bit.
Part of it's in the middle of the intersection.
Yeah, it's going to be subsiding quite a bit, actually. At this point, we're mainly just going to be talking about some straight line damaging winds and maybe some hail and certainly some heavy rain. And then I guess there is a slight chance that that might kind of re-tick back up down here in southeastern Georgia and eastern South Carolina tomorrow around 1 p.m. But still, I don't think that the tornado threat's going to be very high at all. Tornado threat definitely maxed out today in our supercell back here that we've already seen.
Going to be a 2012 Chevy Camaro, blue in color.
So yeah, that's your forecast there. Amelia, thank you for becoming a member.
Missing the covering, but it is a mirror on the driver's side.
Northeast. I forgot about the Northeast. Yeah, let's do that. Let's look at the Northeast update for you. Okay, so this is what we're seeing as we go into the future, okay? Let's start off right now. Right now, we're seeing snow in northwestern PA. We're seeing some snow in upstate New York. The rain and snow freezing line is kind of stationary right here, kind of paralleling the boundary of the Appalachian Mountains there. Let's see. I think that right now, if you're in Binghamton, you're seeing snow, maybe a little bit of mixing in there. Also, if you're in Youngstown, Ohio, you're seeing mostly snow, but a little bit of sleet mixing in there. Now in Albany, you're seeing rain, right? So when's that going to change? When's that going to change in Albany? If we go just a little bit further into the future, by 9 p.m. tonight, we do expect that to switch over to sleet or freezing rain. So we are looking at the possibility for that ice storm to extend its reach all the way over here into Pennsylvania. We're talking about Pittsburgh. We're talking about Indiana, Pennsylvania. We're talking about Du Bois. We're talking about State College. We're talking about Williamsport, Sunbury, Scranton. Also in southern New York there near Liberty and Washingtonville. We could see some ice, and we can't rule out the possibility in the mountains there, and also in western Massachusetts, the Greenshire. How do you say it? Greenshire or Greenshire Mountains or hills? But we can definitely see some of that ice impact you guys as well. And then we might see this stall out again in Connecticut and Rhode Island around 1 p.m. on Friday. And this could actually drop some ice in North Jersey, New York City, Providence, Rhode Island, maybe even some in Boston before this finally moves out of here. No snow, though. No snow down here in southern New England like we thought we might get a couple days ago. Told you we'd eventually work out the kinks on the forecast. Well, they are worked out, and it don't look like snow to me. Looks like all rain, freezing rain, and sleet. Unless you're a little bit further to the north. If you're a little bit further to the north, let's say you are in Erie, Pennsylvania. I think you're in Snowtown with a foot of snow. Jamestown, New York, a foot of snow. Rochester, I think 10 to 12 inches is certainly within the realm of possibility. Ithaca, how about you there with about 9 to 11 inches. Syracuse, I think 10 inches is not out of the question. And then all the way up here into Middlebury, Vermont. How about that 12 to 15 inches or so? And then North Conway in New Hampshire. How about that foot of snow? And then Bangor. I think you guys can get another foot of snow with this. Now, here's the thing. Here's the crazy thing. This line is crazy. Here's the crazy thing. This line is crazy. If you're in Albany, there's a chance that if you're in downtown Albany, you get no snow, 0 inches of snow. But if you go just a couple minutes up the road to Cohoes or, man, what in the world kind of names are these? So let's say you go up the road, up I-87, just a couple minutes to Mechanicville. Or what? Dellenson, okay? They could have a foot of snow. You have nothing. 30 miles to your north and west, they have a foot of snow. That's how sharp this gradient is. So it's going to be hard to forecast that. Obviously, that might shift down a couple miles. It might shift up a couple miles, but this, for the most part, is what we're seeing. And as far as that freezing rain goes, we could see some significant totals there through central PA, maybe over here in New York as well. So we got to watch out for the potential problems with power outages down here as well.
6930. You're still on the air, 6930.
Oh my God.
85, RCS.
Was the tree still in the roadway? 25, we didn't locate a tree at Jackson and McLean, but we saw one at McLean and Crump, if that's what they're referring to.
I just got a message from our DoorDasher and said, this dog isn't going to get the food, right? Yeah, that dog will.
Tour 1 is in 14. I can't get Unit 25 or anyone to answer on this talk group. Do you think Unit 25 needs to come there?
Working on a truck right now, and there's no electricity here. 476, they did 5 minutes, 1 to see with both.
So can you repeat the name of the tow company?
I'm telling you, because we don't have any electricity.
Can you put that in the narrative, well, in the remarks for me, please?
6419, additional time at Juvenile Court.
Are you guys seeing this?
Show me in service.
This is awesome. This is one of the best ones I've seen.
Check 122 advice. It looked like the ice got hit on their roof and started to come in. That's what we take that long for. You can see the water drip from the inside.
This is too good. Hey, Carly. Carly, is Carly watching right now? Will you post this to Facebook?
I'll put it on the case.
KFI DWN, the repeater should be back to normal use.
Lucy 94 Bravo Delta 56. No special.
Still working? Hello?
Check.
Charlie Tango Yankee 264. Task force officers just spotted in the area on Germantown, heading southbound and northbound, and they dipped off on us and fled westbound 40. So they might try to circle back. It's going to be occupied 4 times.
Yes, it should be well working now. Sounding good.
All right, here's another one. This is my grandson, Joshua. He loves you. He wants to be a storm chaser. Man, you're going to do it. You are going to do it. One of these days, me and you are going to be working together. You're going to be out there chasing them down. We'll be talking back and forth. It's going to happen, man. I can see it. I can see it in your eyes. Right there. I see it. It's going to happen. Seriously. Thank you for sending that in, Tina. That's really cool. Joshua, never, in the words of Reed Timmer, never stop. Never stop chasing.
Charlie Tango Yankee 264. Task force officers just spotted in the area on Germantown, heading southbound and northbound, and they dipped off on us and fled westbound 40. So they might try to circle back. It's going to be occupied 4 times. I got semi off.
It's snow ice cream time with sugar, milk, vanilla, and snow. I've never tried that, honestly. Hey, Joan Carter Thompson, thank you for becoming a member. Patricia, thank you for that. Michelle, thank you.
They went westbound 40 from Germantown. But that's
All right, give me just a second. I got to go get my food.
the one getting off on Germantown from eastbound 40, so y'all be on the lookout for that one too. Got plenty of damage on it.
I will be right back. Like, seriously, like, I'm not even talking about 10 minutes this time. I'm talking about 5.
7, I'm in.
7 service. The gate. It looks like it may be a Scott Young on the scene. They got in contact with the key holder advising that the subject no longer works there. 3328 Gemini Drive. Last four is 1872 265.
Please.
7.
I did it again. I did it again. How many times do I do that? At least once a stream, right? Sorry. I still can't get over this.
Check, I got 2 cars in route already. Thank you.
Sorry, guys.
Check, range task force signal C. Range task force signal C is 640.
We want you to try and get rid of a lot of that salt before you get back. So turn it up, turn it down, and try and run the middle of the road if you can.
223 area.
And he's going to help you get that 414 going over there. Try and help you get in it. And
45 to 2 caller.
Very sorry.
The Whitford Rankin resident covering the den windows. No one will be at 4032 caller drive.
Anyways, like I was saying while I was muted, we're going to continue to go through these pictures and videos from Twitter.
207.
So keep sending them in.
6221 is still available for calls. He's going to be working over.
Okay, check on information.
243 Charlie. Yeah, but we don't have anyone in custody. I hit the in custody button on accident.
I'm trying to find. Oh yeah, that video from Cali Storm Chasers yesterday. That'll be. I think that'll be okay to show while I take a quick break and eat. But I want to be here just in case like another tornado warning comes through. I don't want to do like the break screen again. I'll be right here. I'm just watch your weatherman eat some chicken tenders here while we monitor the weather and we watch this fascinating video again from Cali Storm Chasers. Once again, I highly recommend you guys go subscribe to these guys. We got them up almost to 400 subscribers yesterday from like 200. That's a big deal. If you're a small YouTube channel, that's a huge deal. So if we can get them up to like 500 subscribers, they're going to freak out. And it's worth it because they're letting me play this video. And now I get to eat. This is the reason I'm showing this is because this is what a lot of the roads are looking like right now in Indianapolis, all the way up into Cleveland. It's what they're going to look like up into Utica, later. And even, on the backside in Louisville and Cincinnati, when some of this snow hits, it's going to be extremely slick out there. And this is why you don't want to be out there on the roads when it's super slick. This is like 140p. There we go. That's much better. Every bit of this footage, you're going to see like a lot of wrecks and like a lot of like you would think this is a compilation from an entire season of winter. Every single bit of this happened yesterday in Kansas, Wichita, Kansas. Same storm we're talking about now.
Oh yeah, that is nice.
The radar software. The radar software I use mostly on my phone is Radar Omega. It's an app. There's a link in the description. So I got the small order of tenders. So I could also indulge in some of the mild wings. Not TV dinner. This is gourmet Applebee's. Get it right. Real quick. So Vince and Reed Timmer are going to go out to dinner. They can't decide where they want to eat, so we're going to help them. Hey, let me and my chat help you pick where you're going to eat.
Why? Do you have a suggestion?
So I don't know what's down there. So if you guys can narrow it down to like 4, I'll do a big poll in my chat.
I haven't even gotten past step 1. We've got a discrepancy on Google Maps here. One of the places we're thinking about is a barbecue place. My phone says 6.1. His phone says 2 point something. So we got some serious navigation issues here.
All right, well, my chat's dying to help you figure it out. So if you can narrow it down to like 4 different places, they'd love to vote on it.
All right, well, it's between Applebee's, Chili's, and barbecue.
Okay, so that's 3. All right, I'm going to make a poll. Where should Vince and Reed get dinner? Crap, what did he say?
All right, well, it's between Applebee's, Chili's, and barbecue.
Okay, poll's going up now. All right, poll's up in my chat now. People are voting right now, dominating. Oh man, barbecue is just off the charts.
Oh, they're having fun. Oh my gosh. Welcome to Wichita. That's how you break your ankle.
We have over 1,000 votes for barbecue. I think it's a clear winner there.
Oh.
It amazes me that you can gather 1,000 votes in that amount of time. It's impressive. Reed's been in the car next to me, or by the car next to me this whole time, and I don't even think he realizes that I'm talking about him.
You can get Applebee's. You can get barbecue at Applebee's. That's true. It's the best of both worlds. Especially if there's no good barbecue places down there. Barbecue's the clear winner. But some people are stating that you can get barbecue at Applebee's if you can't find a good barbecue place that's by itself.
You know, that is true. I forgot about that. I will have to remember that for next time because we don't want to have to cut corners and combine these restaurants, you know what I mean?
By the way, I don't know if you guys missed this or not. Where's it at? This is one of the craziest things I've ever seen. This is also extremely dangerous in how you break an ankle.
Welcome to Wichita. That's how you break your ankle. Oh, wow. Oh!
186 green.
That's a bad spot. Yeah.
1023.
Just block this whole thing off because there's still something up here full speed.
Switch to passenger.
All right, I'm going to end that poll. Barbecue definitely won. So, we'll see. We'll see what they end up doing. But yeah, this is 100% why you don't want to be driving around in this stuff, especially the further south you go. Sometimes people don't understand why people kind of freak out the further south you go when it comes to snow, and it's because of stuff like this. Like, a lot of people either don't know how to drive in the snow, or a lot of these communities are not properly equipped to deal with the snow. If you live up there in upstate New York, you know, it's no problem, because literally there's an entire department, like just a snow department. It doesn't snow this much very often in a lot of places in the South, including in Kansas. The National Weather Service has issued a new tornado warning now. Tornado warning for Atauga and Elmore counties until 5:30 p.m. 5:30 p.m. So there is a brand new tornado warning. Let's pause this. Let's go inspect it. Where is it at? What's it look like? Do we believe that there's a nadir on the ground? And if so, what are we going to do? Oh, wow. Yeah, so there is definitely a big signature right there. That's possibly a tornado. You can see that there's certainly a big increase in the velocity scan. Like there's we got some inbounds right next to some outbounds. Or, you know what I mean. We got that counterclockwise rotation here, and it's getting ready to go into Deatsville. This is a radar indicated tornado, so we don't have confirmation that there is a tornado on the ground, but that does not look nice. That does not look nice. That's, once again, incredibly close to Deatsville. Let me pull up the mesoscale here. Deatsville, Alabama. Population of 1,200. So right now, I'm trying to picture exactly where this is. Okay, yeah, that's a tornado going through Deatsville right now. So if my calculations are correct here, this is going near the Country Food Market, the Franklin Youth Center, and the United States Post Office there in Deatsville. And now it's moving off to the northeast towards the Coosa River, the Hoytville, near Jordan Lake. Okay, so this is actually a pretty populated area. This is actually a pretty populated area. This is, don't get me wrong, it's not like a big city, but look at this. This is exactly where this is going through right here. Places like this. Holtville Road. Let's see here. I mean, these are nice homes. But you can see that there's quite a bit of them scattered out through here next to Jordan Lake. I'm going to try to show you a little bit better as to where I think this is. The tornado is somewhere right in there. So it's moving kind of like in this direction. So it'll go right over some of these houses here, I believe. If it's actually down on the ground and it continues to move in the direction that we see it move, I'm really concerned about some of these places over here near Jordan Lake once again. You've got minutes, possibly as little as 2 minutes to get to your safe spot. If you live over here near the Slap Out Bait Shop or the Simera Enterprises Ice Cream Shop over there near Narrow Loop Road. Big time area of houses over here near the Ivy Creek family care of Holtville. Please get to shelter immediately. This is heading right towards the lake. It's going to cross the lake more than likely. Right there around Holtville. Once again, we don't have a confirmed tornado here, but buddy, it looks very mean there on radar. This might be a situation where we just got a brief spin up that went through Deatsville, and now it's going to lift before it goes over the lake. But just in case that's not exactly what's happening, we're going to go ahead and stay in our safe spots. We're going to pretend that this is a large, violent tornado on the ground there, heading over the lake there, over Jordan Lake, near the Lake Jordan boat ramp. Over here near Lake Hill Church. And then also some other places that need to be getting in their safe spots for this storm are going to be areas just north of Wallsboro. Okay, specifically if we're talking about this storm, Specifically, I want you in your safe spots if you are in, once again, the Holtville area, the Lake Hill Church, and then if you're on the other side of the lake over here near Lisa and Roger, near Weoka Creek, the Coosa County Road 29. Once again, a lot of houses. You know the area. If you're from here, you know this area. It's a bunch of this. It's a whole bunch of this. Lots of houses along the lake here. Lots of like it looks to me like nice houses. So hopefully these are going to hold up. Hopefully this isn't a large, like kind of like a devastating tornado. And what you want to do is if you live in one of these houses, you want to get into the most interior room. You want to get into the most interior room of that house, an internal bathroom, or if you have a basement, that would be nice. But I know a lot of you probably don't in this part of the world. Get into the most interior part of your house and cover your head, okay? If you have bicycle helmets, out in the garage, grab those real quick before you get into that safe spot. If your kids have bicycle helmets, football helmets, baseball helmets, whatever it is, slap those on too before you start taking shelter. Put some shoes on just in case there is some damage, some broken glass. You might have to walk over that stuff whenever this thing's over. And, you know, you might feel a little ridiculous throwing your shoes on, putting on a helmet, and going to the bathroom. But, you know, if this thing is actually turns out to be a tornado, kind of like what we saw earlier with some of those bigger tornadoes, you're going to be very glad you did that if it hits your house. I'll let you know when it's time to come out. But I would definitely stay in my safe spot if I'm in Elmore County in Alabama. Elmore County in Alabama, you are under a tornado warning. Still not seeing anything on the correlation coefficient drop here, which is a good sign. That's a very good sign. Normally, you've seen some of the stronger tornadoes we saw today. Normally, you would see the blue over here if that was lofting up debris into the air. So this might not be doing that. This might not be strong enough of a tornado to actually pick debris and put it up into the air. However, the velocity over here does look pretty gnarly. It looks like this could definitely be a strong tornado because we see those very strong inbound winds right next to the outbound winds. And there it is. There's your correlation coefficient drop. So this is 100% a tornado on the ground, guys. We still only have a radar indicated tornado warning, but I wouldn't doubt that they will upgrade that to a confirmed tornado warning, especially if this next radar sweep, this next scan, if it also shows a decreased correlation coefficient, then that's likely going to mean that we will see a confirmed tornado here. Once again, this is right in the middle of the northeastern Deatsville area. I believe that this is now, if I'm looking at this correctly, and I believe that I am, I believe that this is now over the lake. Okay, it's going to go over that big bay area near Samira Enterprises, Lightwood Road, and it's going to go over Lightwood Drive. Okay, and then imminently after that, we're going to be talking about Coosa County Road 29 there. This is going also downstream. We also have to start worrying about the Sewell or the Sewell Memorial Junior High School down here. If you're familiar with the area, that's south of the New Home Baptist Church. If this tornado stays on the ground, which it might, that's the next place that we have to worry about. Now it's 6:05 p.m. Hopefully we don't have any kids at that school. But if we do, hopefully they know about this and they're heading to their safe spots right now. There it is, and another radar sweep comes in with some bad news. The correlation coefficient drop is getting deeper, which means that we now have more debris being lofted into the air. We have, once again, debris, pieces of trees and pieces of houses likely being picked up by this tornado and put up into the clouds, and we can literally see it here on the radar. So now, I do believe that this tornado is moving once again into that region that we were just talking about near the Sewell or the Sewell Memorial Junior High School. And then down the road here, it's going to kind of parallel, if this stays on the ground, it's going to parallel Highway 21, Highway 231. It's going to go across Buick Road and then go south of Providence Methodist Church. Okay, so the places that are in the direct path, and I'm not talking about minutes from now, guys. I'm talking about seconds to maybe a minute and a half. Like that, like we're talking about Sewell Memorial Junior High School and the New Home Baptist Church. You might have 3 to 5 minutes up there in the Providence Methodist Church. Looking even further down the road, this is going to cross Highway 231 near the Mount Nebo Church, near Bethlehem Missionary Baptist Church. Lots of churches out here. But if you live down here near Weoka Creek, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Latest radar scan does look a little bit improved. It looks a little bit improved. On the velocity, it doesn't look as significant, I guess. However, we still see a very deep correlation coefficient drop. So we either currently have a tornado ongoing right now, or we just did moments ago in northwestern Elmore County. We'll wait on that next update down here because once again, the velocity looks a lot better. It looks like this might have been a spin up, and now it's lifting.
On Winchester, 6777 Winchester at Big Lots, and then you got one on back at Dollar General. 6195 Winchester. Let's check 6777 Winchester first, if you would. 925.
Unbelievable. Interesting.
Are you just okay? Okay, check 925.
So we still see that potential lofted debris there on our latest scan. So we're going to go ahead and continue to assume that this tornado is still on the ground. Now, hopefully the next scan that comes in down here, we don't see this. However, if that tornado is still on the ground, once again, it's going to cross the road. It's going to cross the road south of Mount Nebo Church there and east of the Providence Methodist Church.
Okay, check. That was my next question. Thank you.
Pretty rural area out here, other than those churches. But I'm telling you, like, along all of these highways, there's people that live out here, guys. There's you know, houses like this next to the road, up the hill a little bit. We've got another house. This is the general area where it's coming across. And it's not like, once again, it's not like that these are communities per se, but there's stuff. There's stuff out here. So that's why I'm trying to be so adamant about, you know, calling out these locations. We don't just worry about it when they hit cities. Wetumpka, Alabama currently had a tornado on the ground. People in the church sheltered at New Life Church. So that was one of them that we talked about. Yeah. People in the New Life Church watched it go by. Wow. It does look like it's lifting to me, though. It does look like it's lifting to me. So we're going to keep our eye on this, but I know some of you guys down here, downwind, in Jackson's Gap, Dadeville, Alexander City, you're watching this and you're like, oh no, it's coming for me next. Well, it's trying to give up. It's trying to give up. We'll see. We'll see if it makes it to you, but right now I am not confident that it will. We may still have a tornado on the ground. Getting ready to cross Highway 231 down here to the east of the New Life Church. But it does look like it's letting off a little bit as far as the intensity goes. Yeah, and this is close to the Titus community, south and east of Titus.
Need them to pull over there on that side with you on the west side.
But once again, like within minutes, if this thing is still on the ground, it's going to go across Highway 231 there near Providence Road, and then it's going to go across Little Weoka Creek. And then maybe if it has enough steam in it to make it all the way up there to the Bethlehem Missionary Baptist Church, it might do that. But once again, I'm not seeing a huge area of rotation anymore. This is for Elmore County in Alabama is what we're looking at, guys. Elmore County and Alabama. You're just now tuning in. We have a tornado warning for Elmore County in Alabama. We just watched what I believe was a tornado go through the southern Titus community across Jordan Lake near Holtville in Alabama. I'm hoping that we have people monitoring the emergency feeds out there, if there are any. Mods, if there's a moderator watching, if Brandy's watching, if anybody with access to Broadcastify can drop me a link to the local EMS radio feed over here, I'll pull it up. Yeah, this thing is lifting. This thing is lifting. I would be surprised if they issued another warning out ahead of this, which they might. But similar to kind of what we saw earlier with that storm in Birmingham, this thing is occluding. But we're going to keep our eye on it because there could absolutely be a new area of rotation form in any one of these notch areas. So we're going to keep a very close eye on this as this does go to the north and east. Okay, so don't completely disregard this if you're in Alexander City, Jackson's Gap, or Dadeville, because this is certainly going to be a strong storm and it could potentially produce another tornado. But the one that we were just calling out, the one that produced this observed tornado warning, is kind of wrapping up now. Yeah, this is all happening north of Walsboro, north of Wetumpka. And once again, for the most part, this is wrapping up.
Regarding an unknown male, wearing black and gray clothing that was armed with a gun that fired 3 or 4 shots, striking the complainant's white box truck. And this occurred 2799 Mendenhall at about 1620.
What county is this again? Elmore County?
Male black standing by wearing a red sweatshirt and black pants. 4640 Hickory Hill at LKQ Keystone Automotive 973.
Call man, I said Winchester and Rose Road.
Thank you.
44.
Good with number first.
Make contact with him via TX.
Still loving it.
Yeah, Bobby D was going home. Hang on. For EMG, the only other mobile we have even near there is KE4ITL. Maybe. No, he is not. He's not near there. Okay. Hang on.
Heard the airline station receiving a shooting at 2401.
I guess no. There's nobody on that side of the river. KA9VA. KC4EMG.
925. Unit MSD Unit 14 transporting us.
Oh, do we have any of the mobile teams who can head up to the Titus area?
Critical.
10-4 FLB, Roger. I'm getting ready to make a U-turn since the Warrens and John are headed that way towards Slap Out. I'll make a U here and I'll head over toward Titus. Copy.
Yes, sir. I copy. Thank you very much.
You're going to have to get on at Winchester.
By the way, the past tornado that we watched happen earlier, we are getting reports in now that Hell County has reported 1 death. So there's 1 dead and 5 injured from the tornado that went through Sawyerville earlier. And that comes from Brandon Richards. That had to have been an incredibly intense tornado to cause that much, that many problems in such an area that, where the population was so sparsely. Like, we looked at it. We looked at exactly the houses. We might have looked at the houses that were completely destroyed there on the satellite view before it came in.
Any car that can clear and pull over with 705 advisor car number, please.
725 Charlie, we're clearing this call over here. It's unfounded. You can show us pulling over to this, you can call.
Check, and the victim will be a male black Kenneth Tate. He'll be standing by his side of residence wearing a blue shirt and blue jeans.
And apparently the other injuries are serious injuries. So that number may go up, unfortunately.
KC4EMG, hot mic on 84. You're hot mic on 84.
I'm trying to send you with 9.
By the way, guys, I am now looking at. Sorry, guys, I know that's really loud. I'm trying to manage the volume on my end.
Roger. EMA advised debris signature, not necessarily debris. So this is I assume radar indicated. All right, so just wanted to let you know. So are y'all? Hang on.
Man, that looks good. I got it. I mean, I know we're sitting here like listening for damage reports in Elmore County, and I'm sorry, but that really looks like a good pizza. I'm not really sure what's going on there. What we're hearing is the Elmore County, it's the KC4EMG, it's their ARES amateur radio repeater, I believe. And I guess they've got like a team that goes out and helps after storms.
From T-Dot advising that they were unavailable.
111 at Caesarville, is that correct? Roger, that is correct.
Here's Sawyerville again.
I copy.
Mappic 4953, you can disregard.
This is 84 WDL in Freeman. Go ahead, station.
A lot of lightning, winds picking up. Winds maybe 10, 15 miles an hour, increasing.
Okay, call sign is Whiskey 4 Whiskey Delta Lima, is that correct? And your copy that wind is, I copy that wind is increasing.
November 4, Whiskey Delta Lima.
I don't think these guys know that the tornado's over. If somebody, if we have anybody listening that has an amateur radio license,
Yeah, Steve, you know, we met there. I'm right up under the water tower.
let them know that the tornado is like over.
You may be receiving some wicked weather in a little bit, so we're going to rely on your observation. 600, is that going to be on Population Shot in Asbury or across Whitewood Road as well? To report in.
All right, we're going to turn them down for a minute, and we're going to go back to our analysis. We have Carly. We have Carly listening for damage reports. So, Carly, if you do hear anything, go ahead and relay that over to me. Okay, so the National Weather Service did allow the tornado warning to expire there. Yeah, I tuned into that frequency thinking that, like, we'd hear about, hey, we got trees down over here. And they're like, hey, we got some wicked weather coming. It already came, brother. Ugh. All right. Okay, send me some pictures of snow, guys. I need some snow in my life. At Ryan Hall, y'all, on Twitter. At Ryan Hall, y'all, on Twitter. Let's see it. Here's another cat. Always like to share the cat photos. Got Ryan Hall, y'all, on TV and listening to the rain. It's not yet turned to ice in Berea, Kentucky. When is it going to turn to ice in Berea, Kentucky? How about that? Let's see. Whew. You might luck out and not get any ice in Berea, Kentucky, honestly. I think that there's a warm bubble. It's currently 50. It's 52 degrees at my house right now. I'm over in this area. Okay. Berea's over here. The ice is over here. I would guess that you're around 40. A lot of the moisture is leaving. The Berea area. So it looks like the forecast models were mostly right. Keeping the vast majority of that ice in this area. Now, there were a couple that showed the ice kind of extending a little bit further east, but that was it. It was just a couple. So, Berea, you might have dodged a bullet here. Were you under? Yeah, there was even a ice storm warning for Berea there. There's going to be a lot of people having milk sandwiches in Berea, I believe. But not in Dayton, Ohio, where they are getting buried in snow. You are getting buried in snow. Let's see here. You are listening to the Amateur Radio Emergency Services repeater that relays pre and post weather and damage reports to the National Weather Service. Yeah, I know. I didn't hear any reports coming in. I'll turn them back up at when they do start coming in. So if we have somebody monitoring that, let me know. I am an amateur radio operator, by the way. I love ham radio. I love amateur radio. I'm not trying to throw any shade at the ham radio operators. I just thought it was funny that it sounded to me like they still thought that the tornado was ongoing. Anyways, that's Dayton, Ohio. I wish that I was in Dayton, Ohio. I really do, because I love snow, and they've got a ton of it. Simply Southern. Thank you for the huge $100 dono. Look at that. Says, thanks so much, Ryan, chasers, and mods for all you do. It takes a village. It takes a village to track these naders down, especially when there's also an ice storm and a blizzard going on. So shout out to the moderators. Shout out to the chasers. Shout out to you. I think you guys are also a big part of this. Like, don't feel bad about patting your own self on the back. All right, because you guys are a pivotal role. You play a pivotal role in everything that we do here. Let's see here. Grass says, are all weathermen drunks? No, only about half. Hey, Sarah Stevens, thank you so much for sending this in. This is near Mason, Ohio. Ryan Hall, there's been freezing rain all day and it hasn't stopped. Well, hopefully you still have power. Unfortunately, there in Ohio, I think you're going to be some of the hardest hit areas because if we come back over here to the radar, you can see there's a lot of moisture still yet to come. And it's only going to get more hairy if you live out there and you're currently receiving freezing rain. You're going to get more of it as time goes on. Here's a look at Western Kentucky. Actually, let's get an update on exactly where he is. Bryce, Shelton. He's still over here near Murray, Kentucky. So I don't know. Is it raining there still? Let's get an update from him. Hey, is it still raining there? We're getting some conflicting looking information on the radar. Just wanted to see your take on it. Zanesville, Ohio here. Freezing rain and sleet have been falling since about 6 a.m.
All precip has stopped for the time being.
Okay, so Bryce is saying that all precipitation has stopped in his specific location there near Murray, which is great news. Great news. It is starting to rain pretty heavily here at my house. I can hear it on the roof. Here is Madisonville, Kentucky. Police officer cutting down trees that have fallen down in the ice storm. Big time snow in northeast Indianapolis. Look at this. That's some big snow. Whoa. Hey, Juby. Holy smokes. With the $200 super set, he says, love to y'alls. A super huge shout out to you, Juby Joe. You have that's like the third one of those you've done in the past couple of days. Holy smokes! You don't have to do that. You're done. Everybody's having steak dinner tonight. I had Applebee's. Okay, actually, everybody's having Applebee's tonight. We're okay. No, but seriously, thank you. The support is very much appreciated. Oh. Got about a half an hour outside of Buffalo. Jasper is loving every second of it. Hi, Jasper. Oh, my goodness. 29 degrees in Ohio, and look at the ice. Look at the ice building up there in Chillicothe. Oh, no. I don't know how you say that. How do you say that? Chillicothe? I'm going to get butchered. I'm sorry. Teach me, and I'll say it right from here on out. Hey, we got new tornado warnings. Holy smokes. National Weather Service has issued 2 new tornado warnings for Coosa and Elmore and Tallapoosa counties in Alabama. What happened? All right, we've had 2 little areas of spin-up rotation here pop up. South of Red Hill, down here north of Kent. And then also, I don't know what this is for. I guess this little appendage here. South and west of Alexander City. So like I was saying earlier, Alexander City, Jackson's Gap, don't let your guard down. Now you are under a tornado warning, so let's get into our safe spot. Okay, that's that same storm that potentially caused damage down there in Elmore or in the Titus community. And now we are seeing another spin up. This is 2 now. We have 2 tornadoes here, or 2 potential tornadoes in Alabama, in Elmore to Tallapoosa, Coosa, and those 3 counties are under a tornado warning right now. This is the most concerning looking area of rotation. Once again, it's getting ready to cross the road between Red Hill and Kent. Chillicothe. Okay, I got it. I got it from now on. This one looks like a brief spin up. This one up here doesn't look like much, honestly. Neither of these look like they're big tornadoes that are like on the ground right now. But definitely would be in my safe spot if I live in any of these places. Once again, Alexander City, Jackson's Gap, Dadeville, Camp Hill. All of you guys need to be in your safe spots. We got a little area that could possibly be tornadic here that we're kind of looking at for the future. But once again, I'm not 100% sold that we do have a tornado, except for, right down here near Red Hill, there's a little bit of a debris signature maybe. We might have a little skinny twister down here south and east of Red Hill, getting ready to cross the road. I'm going to pull up the mesoscale just in case. Where is Red Hill? Red Hill, Alabama. Okay, so there's Red Hill. There's our tornado. There's the road. Man, there are apparently 2 Red Hills in Alabama. Yeah, so that's Highway 229. And wow, this is actually a pretty populated area. I didn't realize this is kind of like a little commercial area. We got the Red Hill Kitchen, the Red Hill Community Center, the DNS Quick Stop, the Castaway Animal Clinic. All of those places. Now, I think that you should be in your safe spot still, but all of those places would be just north of the place where the tornado just went. And now it's getting ready to go through the Cherokee Ridge Alpine Trail there, just next to the Lake Martin area. Now we got to watch out for the deadening Alpine Trail. We got to watch out for the Alabama Hay Company down here. If this thing continues to produce a tornado, which it looks like it might. Also, make sure you're getting into your safe spot if you're at the Chuckawallo's Pizza and the Lake Martin Rental. Man, these tornadoes are going after the lakes today.
3 Control, clear to 3 Charlie. Inmate R. Johnson out of 2 cell is needed on booth 5. Check. Stand by, 374 Delta.
Alex Sims says, donate under a tornado warning. Why not? Well, hopefully you are in your shelter, at least. I appreciate it, though. So, yeah, there's definitely a little area down here that looks like there could be a tornado down. I've already listed off all of the places that I think that it's going to go through. Jovi says, here in Jonesboro, wishing some of that snow was here. Awesome coverage and info. Hey, thank you, man. Thank you so much. Which one of these color palettes do you like better? If it was up to you guys, when we're tracking severe weather, which one do you like better? We're going to call this one option A. Option A. Well, this whole thing here is option A or B. Do you like B? This one is B. Put it in the chat if you like A or B better. Which one resonates more with you? Which one makes more sense when I explain the different things? I'm interested. All right, I'm going to have to make a poll because everybody's saying something different. All right, there's an actual poll in the chat you can vote on here. Got a bunch of people typing C. Remember, this is A, this is B. A, B. We're looking at the same storm here. A, B. A, B. I personally like B way better. However, I do know that some people like this better. But I can make this look more like this. I just want to know, like, obviously, when we do this during severe weather season, we have tornadoes all over the place. I just want to know, I want to make sure I have the best one on here that resonates the best with the people, with the viewers who are watching. If you're just now tuning in, we do have tornado warnings still for Elmore, Tallapoosa, and Coosa counties in Alabama. However, looking at the radar here, we really don't see a lot of evidence that those tornadoes are still in existence. We might have had a brief spin up there near Red Hill, but I'm not seeing much in the way of tornado-y stuff now. So this is, moving towards Dadeville and Camp Hill and Jackson's Gap, and you guys need to stay in your safe spots. But I think that as long as nothing crazy happens here, we might see this warning go away. But we're going to watch that spot really carefully now. Okay, so A wins. I see it. Don't worry, I'm not going to stop using this. I'm not going to stop using B because this is once again this is the bomb diggity. Okay, this is the one that updates the quickest. And then of course we also have Radar Omega. Maybe I should have pulled this up too and made this option C. Radar Omega. I like to use this one as I'll show you the radar here in a second, but like I like to use this one as the one that displays the warnings and the watches and stuff, and also I don't like to have the radar on here because I like to be able to see these icons to pick out the cameras for like the sake of the live stream. Now, of course, I like the radar when I use it on my phone, but just in case you didn't know, this is the Radar Omega app. You can get this on your phone. You can look at the velocity. You can look at the correlation coefficient. You can look at all the same stuff that we've been looking at today. And you can also click on these little cameras and look at these weather stations and check out storm chasers that are on the ground out there providing video feeds of their chases, okay? Even me, when I'm out there, I will be providing a feed to Radar Omega. You can get this in the App Store, iOS, or Android. Link in the description. They are a sponsor. We love them to death. Thank you, Radar Omega. Here's a broad overview of everything. Still have those 2 tornado warnings. We still have a big tornado watch. You know what? These storms are getting awfully close to Georgia. Do we have any Georgia people in here? How many people do we have in Georgia? Now, it wasn't too long ago that we did that live stream and we talked about that tornado that went through, what was it, Norman or Noonan? Yeah, Noonan. Is there anybody in chat right now that was there for that live stream almost a year ago when we watched the tornado, the destructive tornado go through Noonan? I do believe that the majority of the tornado threat will be gone by the time these storms get to Noonan. However, there are some strong storms heading that way. There are still people saying A and B. Like, are some people really that far behind? Okay, so we might be seeing a little bit of an increase in the rotation there. It's a little broad right now, but we got to keep our eye on Dadeville pretty hard for the potential for this to kind of wrap back up a little bit. MB says, "You're wicked busy, kid." Greetings from Salem, Massachusetts. Yeah, I know. I am very busy. I think I might get a little break, though, after this storm. I'm kind of excited. I might just pack up and go on vacation. Because I've been sitting in this chair since December 1st. and that's not an exaggeration. We're going to check those long-range models out here in a second to see if that's actually the truth. If I'm actually going to be able to not do emergency live streams for the next, I don't know, 5 days or so. Let's see here. Houston, 290 and 1960. We got rain and ice falling and freezing. If traveling, approach with caution. Oh, do we have freezing rain in Houston now? Yeah, buddy. Yeah, we're starting to get some of that icing working into the Houston area. So be aware of that. Deatsville, Alabama. Tina D says, "I like A." Thank you so much for the input. It really does matter to me which one you guys like the best. I can read them both the same. Don't matter to me at all, honestly. Rick Riley became a Slight Risk member. Thank you so much. Anita Cooper with the big 20 bomb, and now Belinda Espinoza with the big 20. Thank you so much. We got blowing snow in Frankfort, Indiana. Yeah, everybody who's here right now, if you haven't yet, hit that thumbs up button, slap the like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. This is what I do year round. This is literally my job. Not only do I do live streams in emergency situations, I also do almost daily forecast videos, guys. All my subscribers out there, if there's anybody new watching, we got to let them know. How long ago did we start talking about this possible severe weather? We've been talking about this for a while. How long ago have we been talking about the possibility for this ice storm and the snowstorm? If you want to be more informed on the weather ahead of time, subscribing to this channel is the best thing you can do. We watch the models every day. Now, sometimes it can be an emotional roller coaster. Sometimes the models show that there's a big snowstorm coming for you, and then it takes it away the day before. And you went and bought all this milk and bread, and now you have no choice but to eat a bunch of milk sandwiches. But, I mean, it is part of the fun. And we try to avoid the hype. We try to be as matter of fact as possible. And we try not to, add to the hysteria. But at the same time, we like to communicate uncertainty and let you know the high end and the low end of everything that can happen. So please subscribe to the channel if you find this valuable. Currently, we have one tornado warning left, and that's really just for all of Tallapoosa County, or Tallapoosa, sorry. Tallapoosa County. And from my latest look here at everything that's going on, I'm not seeing a lot of activity. Sorry. I don't know where that came from, but yeah, there's a little bit of rotation down here south and west of Dadeville. Now, don't get me wrong. If you're in Dadeville, I'm staying in my safe spot, where you're under a tornado warning. We're not telling you to disregard the warnings, but it doesn't look to me like there's a big tornado here. There might be one on the next scan, though, so let's watch it. And then up here around Alexander City, there's also an increased area of a little bit of rotation up there too, but still nothing crazy. We're going to watch this closely. Please stay with me. I'll let you know when it's time to come out of your safe spot. By the way, in Alexander City, give it about 10 minutes and you should be good to come out. Dadeville, I'm definitely staying in my safe spot because that storm could come to you pretty soon. Or the rotating part of the storm. However, back down here towards Eclectic, you're good. You're good to come out. How about you down there in Rockford? You're fine. Red Hill, you're fine. Kent, you're fine. Go to sleep. If you want to, it's kind of early. I know it's only like 7, but go to sleep. Let's see here. Brian, thank you for the Big 10. He says, thanks for what you do. Hey, it's no problem to me. I love it. This is a dream job for me. I've always loved the weather. I've always wanted to be a meteorologist. I was just born with it. I don't know what it is. Yeah, I just came out of the womb. Just smelling naders. Smelling naders. I can smell them in the air. Vicky, thank you so much for the Big 25. Says, any chance of severe weather in Virginia Beach, Virginia tomorrow? There is a chance, but it's not like a big chance, okay? You got a small chance of some gusty winds. I don't think there's a tornado threat over there at all. Unique says, I've had you rocking because I knew it looked hungry for some Georgia hospitality. Here you go, Red Bull Fund. Don't leave me, Smyrna, Georgia, please. I ain't going nowhere. Now, hopefully these storms do die out a lot before they make it into Georgia, and I think that's what's going to happen. Great coverage, Ryan. Will there be any snow or ice in Annapolis, Maryland? Option B is the best. I think in Annapolis, Maryland, your biggest threat is going to be the rain, and there might be a little bit of ice, freezing rain or sleet associated with that, but nothing crazy. Okay, so the tornado warning has been allowed to expire. Thank goodness. We'll keep an eye on this. And if there's a new tornado warning that's issued, we will come right back down there. But we've still got an ongoing winter storm. It's getting pretty crazy out there in Dayton, isn't it? How's it going in Dayton, Ohio? I want to see some more pictures and videos. Columbus, you guys are getting it pretty good. Mount Vernon. Oh, Worcester. Oh, look at this. Oh my gosh, how many people? Okay, we had tens of thousands of people get on to me the other day in New England because I said, I pronounced Worcester wrong, or Worcester, however you say it, in Massachusetts, because it's spelled like Worcester or Worcester. Worcester. That's how it's spelled. And everybody's like, Ryan, I can't believe you didn't know it was Worcester. Well, take some notes over there in Massachusetts because Ohio does it right. If you want me to call it Worcester, spell it Worcester, son. Down there south and west of Akron, it's snowing pretty good. Canton, Ohio, you're getting some pretty good snow. Let's see those pictures and videos coming into the Twitter channel. Remember, at Ryan Hall, y'all. At Ryan Hall, y'all. That's my name on there. And, hey, look, thank you guys so much. We have crossed over 50,000 followers on Twitter. That's a big deal. Hopefully one of these days I'll get me one of those cool check marks next to my name. I don't know. I still don't know what you got to do. I still don't know what you got to do to get that. They won't give it to me. But hey, one of these days we'll get it. All right, I'm going to go look through my mentions now. Keep sending me those pictures and videos. 4.5 inches of snow in Dayton. There we go. 4.5 inches of snow in Dayton, Ohio, and it's still coming down pretty good. Thanks for that report.
Private pool rollback needed on a 1996 Chevy Silverado, Tennessee Tax Juliet 49336.
Yeah, I've got the check mark here on YouTube. I think I have it on TikTok. I just don't have it on Twitter and Instagram and Facebook. And that really sucks because, like, Twitter is one of the main platforms I use to get in touch with people. Like, you know, if we have somebody that sends in a picture of tornado damage and it happened in their hometown, I would like to be able to reach out to them and set up like a call to where we can interview them to make sure they're okay, get an idea of what's going on in the local area. But, you know, if I'm just some guy, you know, with no check mark on Twitter, who knows if it's really me or not reaching out to you? You know what I mean? I want to have that verification. And I think, you know, if we're streaming in front of 20,000 people during an emergency situation, I think that qualifies me for one. I just don't know. I don't know how to get it. If we got anybody from Twitter watching right now, reach out to me. Hey, looky here. Zelda loves the snow. Zelda loves the snow. Look at him. Zelda out there rocking it. We love the doggos. We love the doggos. Here's some more pictures and video from Sawyerville. Here's a look at the storm damaged area of Sawyerville where a tornado claimed the life of one and injured 8 others. Big time damage down there. We watched that live on the radar. Vince and Reed Timmer saw this tornado in its infancy stages earlier in the afternoon. Hey, thank you so much for that. The Hypertant, or I can't say your name. He says, you rock, friend. You rock, man. Brady Young says, keep up the good coverage. Love the videos and your detail. Could you do a breakdown of Humphreys County, Tennessee tonight if we have any risk? Yeah, we'll do some breakdowns here in a minute. Crawford Family Fence, thank you so much for becoming a member. Lisa says thanks, no problem. Karen with the big 20 says thanks to you, Ryan, Vince, and Reed, and all the chasers working to help keep us safe. No need for the thanks, but we do appreciate it. Oops. Man, it's pouring the rain outside. We are now up to about an eighth. I'm sorry, 8/10 of an inch of rain that has fallen here in my neck of the woods in eastern Kentucky. Hopefully we don't have any flooding problems. Here's a great picture from Karen. It's been snowing since last night, but it's heavier this afternoon. It's still blowing snow in New York, just north of Buffalo. It's a photo out of the front window of the front porch. It looks like there's some big drifts out there. Hey, thank you, Ryan, and thank you, Dustin, for becoming members. You guys are awesome. We are now at 1,543 members. Man, that's got to be one of the biggest collection of YouTube memberships that I've seen, honestly. That's a lot. Thank you, guys, for the overwhelming support. Love seeing the animals once again. Is that Bowie or Bowie? Taking in the excitement there. Watching the Ryan Hall y'all stream in the background. Thank you. Thank you for tuning in. And of course we got rabbits as well. Of course we do. What kind of animal do we not have watching tonight? We got turtles. I don't know if you guys saw the turtles or not. I got to show you that one more time because that's just amazing. This is one of the best pictures I've seen sent in. We got a whole gang of turtles around watching the severe weather coverage today. It is coming down good out there, guys. This is northern Scott County near Saddleville. Or, yeah. No, Sadieville. Northern Scott County near Sadieville in central Kentucky. What radar software is on your screen right now? This is a program called WSV3. I personally recommend, if you want a radar to keep up with storms, if you want to look at the radar, the correlation coefficient, if you want to look at the composite reflectivity, if you want to see the warnings, if you want to see the satellite, the models, you want to see all that, I recommend Radar Omega. This, however, if you want to do broadcasting, if you want to start your own TV station, I would recommend this because it just looks pretty. However, it's not nearly as detailed. It's not nearly as handy, and it's a lot more expensive. But it is a software that anybody can get. Radar Omega links are in the description.
43 Delta, show me signal 501 female white to 5400 Park.
W4RN, yeah, we had a malfunction, but we are trying to find it. We're trying to find it, but yeah, we're back online now.
Chris Hall says, I've not seen a chicken watching you yet. Now, that's a challenge. If somebody can send a picture of a chicken watching the Ryan Hall y'all stream here, buddy, I don't know what we'd do. Oh, wow. What a show off. Michael's keeping up with the weather 13,000 kilometers away. Enjoying it.
Talk to that vehicle. It's gonna be a proud full road, man.
Here is another look at the Ohio area. Snowing pretty hard. Mentor on the lake. On the Lake Ohio. That does look like some pretty good snowfall rates there. Let's see here. All rain right now in Lexington. It doesn't look like we're going to get much. What's your opinion? In Lexington, you're right on the nose. So this is going to continue to move north and east, but there's also a slight eastward progression to this. I'm talking about the precip as well as the rain-snow line. So there's still a good chance that you could get some ice out of this, but I don't see the big scary inch of ice falling for you guys like we've seen in some of these other places. It's hard to give ice totals when it's still icing. That's absolutely true. All right, now we've got we got a bird. Love it. Quincy. Hi, Quincy. If somebody shows me a giraffe watching the stream, I'll freak out. Ooh, here's a nice, lovely picture from Tam. Thank you, Tam, for sending this in. Finally, the calm after the storm. Beautiful sunset in South Bend, Indiana. It is over there in South Bend, Indiana. Thank you for sending in that beautiful picture. Anyways, yeah, it's tough. I don't know for sure if you're going to get a significant amount of ice, but it is right on your doorstep. Let's actually bring our more high definition radar in to the Lexington area. What's the best radar site for Lexington, Louisville or Jackson? I'm thinking. Well, shoot, I don't know. Come on now. Neither one of them's loading up for me. But anyways, what I was trying to show you guys is something else that we can do with the correlation coefficient. So we've been looking at this a lot today, right? Is we can tell where that rain-snow line is. All right, so let me show you the correlation coefficient a little bit bigger here in Kentucky. So earlier when we were looking at the correlation coefficient, that's this side over here, we were looking for the drop in the correlation coefficient to tell us where the debris was, right? The tornado sucking up the debris, shingles, little pieces of trees and stuff, and throwing it up into the clouds. And whenever that happens, the way this works is the radar beam, it looks out, right? It looks out at all this stuff, and it's like, okay, here's a bunch of rain. It's really heavy rain right there. It's really heavy rain right there. But oh my goodness, what's this? Something's different here. It doesn't correlate. Therefore, I'm going to tell the radar software, the processing system, to drop the coefficient, the correlation coefficient. If it doesn't correlate, the correlation coefficient drops. So if you got a bunch of raindrops in the sky, they all correlate. They're all about the same size. You throw a brick in the mix, and it's like, holy smokes, what is that? It knows. The radar literally knows that there's something different, something of a different size and consistency in the air there. So we can also use that to kind of depict where the rain and snow line is, like really to a T. So this is looking out into the air, and it's saying, okay, all of this correlates. All of this in the purple over here near Louisville, Elizabethtown, all of this looks pretty nice. Okay, it's rain. However, things start looking a little different right around here. Okay, so that's either snow or sleet or something different. So on this side, you're all snow for sure, and then on this side, you are all rain. That's one of the really good ways to use the correlation coefficient. It's way better than any of those radars that paint the colors on there for you. This is the most accurate way to determine where that rain snow line actually is. And there is a little bit of mixing down going on over here near Lexington. But the thing is you know, if you're expected to get freezing rain or ice accumulation, you're not looking for a switch over to sleet or snow. You're looking for that rain to continue to kind of accumulate on things. The surface temperature in Lexington is, let's see what the surface temperature in Lexington is. It's 32. So it's probably like 32.1. So that means that it's just raining. It's cold rain. If we get to 31.9, then that rain's going to start freezing.
Another power pull off back on the 19, and it's Mercedes SS3, Mississippi, 4 Yankee, 5 6.
Hey Bryce, how are things looking out there? How are the roads the road conditions right now? This is professional storm chaser Bryce Shelton out there in Western Kentucky. We're going to get an update on the ice from him.
Yeah, I'm on I-24 East near the Tennessee-Kentucky state line, and the road conditions have greatly improved versus 30 minutes ago. Back about 20, 30 miles to my west, it's nothing but a sheet of ice on the roads, but for now the roads are just wet through this area.
Have you seen very many car accidents or people pulled over on the side of the road, or is everybody having a pretty easy time?
Yeah, I've seen one or two slide-offs, but for the most part, everybody seems to be taking it slow and or just staying home.
So Bryce is down here around Murray. And it looks like it might be trying to switch over to all snow there. Do you have any precipitation right now? And if so, is it rain or is it snow or is it kind of switching over to sleet? What's it looking like now? Oh my God.
It's more or less just a drizzle at the moment. We were in some steadier rain about 10 miles to my west.
All right. Thank you, Bryce, for your reports. I enjoy your weather reports. Oh, man. Now my mentions are just full of this. That's awesome. There's the giraffe. Here's another one. Oh, my goodness. And here's another one. I love it. You guys are funny. My golden retriever Jackson is tired from running around in the rain and the mud today. Thanks for keeping us all safe. Hey, no problem. No problem at all. Look here. They both got the best seat in the house. Oh. We have now add grasshopper to the list. Oh man, I'm having a blast.
You got any most calls that in the south of the precinct area? I can help you out with that.
W4RRN or KE4ITL. What's your status? KC4EMG.
No comment. Oh man. All right. Gotta be serious, Ryan. There's an You're the weatherman. Calm down. You guys cracked me up though, for real. That's awesome. Thanks for playing along. Thanks for just hanging out and watching the weather with me after our really intense series of events earlier. Here's another picture of the tree that's down there in Madisonville. Obviously, we have a lot of trees down. We have a lot of trees down around the western Kentucky area between Owensboro, Elizabethtown, and Louisville. Yeah, I haven't seen a gorilla yet. Can you show the current ice totals in western Kentucky? No, not yet, because we don't know. It's still icing. And, you know, there's going to be a lot of unofficial reports. We've seen a lot of those come in from between a half an inch and 3/4 of an inch. But we won't have like a map made with all of the reports placed on there until probably tomorrow or much later tonight. All tornado warnings have been canceled in Alabama, by the way. I do believe that tornado watch still exists. Yeah, that tornado watch does still exist. But, man, these storms are really calming down as they go towards Georgia. They are really calming down as they go towards Georgia. Don't get me wrong, they're still strong. Okay, we're going to have a straight line damaging winds in excess of 60 miles an hour, possibly down there near Auburn, Tuskegee, Union Springs, all the way down into Laverne and Brantley. However, the tornado threat has calmed down. The tornado threat has calmed down. Here's another view of that tornado damage down there in Sawyerville. Oh, goodness. Did they tag me in that? I did not realize that was Severe Studios. I retweeted that if you want to go look at that. I can't tell. Was I tagged in that? Why is this in my mentions? I know Jordan Hall really well. He probably doesn't care that I show that, but just in case, I want to respect the storm chasers that work with those networks, because sometimes they want to, you know, they're trying to license their stuff, so we don't want to just show it here without their permission. Hey. Oh my God, Laurie. This is an actual chicken. We have an actual chicken watching the stream right now. This is huge. This is a historic event. Clip this. A chicken is watching the stream. Oh my God. Hey, now seriously, if somebody can get a giraffe in front of there, that's going to be a game changer. Hey, looky here. We got another view from Dayton, Ohio with some Huskies. A rooster from Worcester. And a snake. A python. Whew. My goodness. I'm starting to get kind of scared scrolling through my mentions here. What's going to be next? Here we go. We got Peanut, the guinea pig, watching as well. Oh, my God. This is crazy. Here is Brian in Williams County, Ohio. 2 days ago, and today it's 17 degrees right now, level 2 at the moment. Wow. Wow. That's one crazy before and after. That's a pretty good amount of snow that you got there. You got an official measurement for us? Hey, we got a fish watching as well. I figured we had a few fish out there. So really the view count doesn't work. You know, it says there's 12,000 people watching, but if you count all of the chicken, the fish, the pythons, it's got to be at least triple that, right? YouTube should start counting those. Stanley is a major Ryan Hall y'all fan. Love it. Oh, here's a nice shot, a slow-mo shot of the snow. Down here in Columbus, Ohio. I love those big flakes, and I love the slow-mo. Thanks for sending that in. Oh, here we go. Here's a picture from Wooster, Ohio. Man, it feels like we got like one person from at least every town watching. Thanks for sending that in. Looks like a decent amount. We really need to get our YOLO meters, our snow sticks printed out and shipped to you guys. Because I think we can make it to where you can literally, if you have a table like this, you can just set it on your table and there will be a big, you know, thing here that has your little measurements on it, and then that way you don't have to trek out into the snow and stick the ruler in and take a picture. You can literally just look out your door there on the back porch and you'll be able to see the measurement. I'm gonna get those made, and we're calling them the y'all sticks or the YOLO meters, the YOLometers, something creative. Hey, we got a dinosaur. Nice setup, by the way. Love the blue. Love the blue. Beaver Falls, Pennsylvania has some ice accumulation starting to happen. Speaking of ice accumulation, let's revisit our power outages. We are at 150,000 people without power in Tennessee. I got 14K out there in Arkansas, 32 in Texas. That's getting a lot better. We were up to 70,000 earlier in Texas. 150,000 though in Tennessee, 13,000 in Kentucky, 70,000 without power now in Ohio. Got 10,000 out in Virginia. Not sure why. This is like really close to where I live. Lord goodness, hope I don't go out of power. I don't know, max wind gust I've had here is 11.4 miles an hour. Maybe that's some sort of scheduled thing. But anyways, yeah, over here in Tennessee, this is definitely due to the ice. 129,000 people without power in Shelby County. Even up here in Stewart County, we got 910. 2,000 in Henry County. Kentucky, down here in Callaway, we got 1,200 people. Marshall County's got 500. 4,000 people without power in Hopkins County, and now we're starting to see them pop up here near Grant County and Owen County, where we got a total of 2,000 people without power. Most of those 150,000 people without power in Tennessee are in the Memphis area. Like a lot of Memphis is down. Now we're starting to see those spread into Ohio, though. Look at that. You can literally see where the ice is falling. You can literally see the exact areas where that freezing rain precip is falling there. 11,000 without power in Hocking County. 5,000 in Perry. 4,000 in Morgan. Even over here, as far east as Belmont County, we got almost 8,000 people without power. So if you live in one of these counties and you still have power, I don't think you're going to keep it very long, because once again, I think that you guys are going to end up being the area that gets hit hardest by this ice storm. because you've already got so much ice that's already accumulated, and you still have quite a bit more precipitation to go. So keep that in mind.
Yes, ma'am. Everything is okay. It literally just started beeping. It has something to do with the power being on generator.
Is there confirmed damage over there? We're getting scattered reports, and Keith has got that path plotted.
But yeah, be on the lookout for that. More power outages are going to happen.
If we're not interested, that's okay. But it would be nice to get some areas reports from in that area.
Oh, here's another good setup. We got our rabbit there. I get my setup and he gets his. Wow, and look at the perfect timing on the picture here too. This is the exact moment my transition closes. Look at that. One bearded dragon, add it to the list. We're trying to get every single animal on that list, and now we have the elusive teenager. Oh man, y'all are funny. We have a baby fox. We have a fennec fox watching you in Beaver Creek, Ohio. Oh my goodness. Hey, Joe Murphy, out of nowhere, just became an official sponsor. Thanks so much. Everybody say thanks to Joe Murphy for becoming an official sponsor. That's a huge deal. Also, thank you to Catherine.
This is a heads up. I am live again. They did shut us down at work, so we're venturing out in the worst of the storm right now.
Ooh, we got Brandon Copic back. We got Brandon Copic back up there around Toledo, Ohio. Awesome. What's your plan? Do you plan on staying up there around Toledo, or are you venturing out to the south and east? What's going on?
So currently I'm with a fellow team member, Adam Benner. We're currently heading east on State Route 163 in Ottawa County. There's a level 3 snow emergency here, which is typically actually a travel ban, but being media personnel, I'm qualified to be out here. We're just going to be out here to come help people. Reports of pretty much the city of Fort Clinton is shut down, so that's where we're heading right now.
All right. So once again, that's Brandon Copic. We're going to be able to look at his live feed as we go forward. Level 3 snow emergency up there. Once again, he's south and east of Toledo, just off the lake, and we're gonna check back in with him here in a second because I don't think he's live right now. But just in case you guys are curious, here is where he is located on the map. Up here, once again, south and east of Toledo, near Oak Harbor. So we're going to be keeping up with him as well. Let's see here. Michael, thank you for becoming a member. RFC 1135, thank you for upgrading to a high-risk member. And, of course, we're all saying thanks to Joe Murphy. G-Man Funman, thank you for the big 5. And Tracy Lee says, weather and entertainment. Love all the folks and great picks. And yikes, that fox. And thanks, Joe Murphy. And thanks, Ryan. Hey, Tracy Lee, you're always here, too, it seems. So thank you for the continued support. It blows my mind that we started doing this just a little over a year ago, and there was only like maybe 100 or 200 people that would tune in during these snowstorms. And some of you guys, some of you 100 or 200 people are still here. You still tune into every stream. You're still supporters. So thank you so much for the continued support. Hey, Joe Biden. Thanks for the 20. I'm sure that's not the one everybody's thinking of. A Kyle Rowe says he shared a picture of a goat watching the stream. Hey, look at this. This is in Medina County, Ohio. Now that is some gusts.
Roger, I'm here at the intersection of 14 and 170.
Hey, roger that. Just want to make sure that everybody gets back to QTH.
Roger, do you need somebody to
What is this? Okay, yeah, we got the Jackson Lake Hamster watching Ryan Hall, y'all. Add it to the list. Add it to the list.
Yeah, we are definitely getting near blizzard conditions out here. We are almost to the city of Port Clinton.
Once again, that is Brandon Copic. Well, good news is, at least so far, it looks like there's not a lot of people out. I think you said there's a level 3 emergency. Explain to my viewers what that means. If there is somebody out that's not personnel, what does that mean for them? Are there people out there that are going to like pull them over and give them a ticket? What does that mean right now? Hey, Ben Murphy, thank you for the support.
So level 3 snow emergency they do in Ohio here. They go through 1 through 3. 1 is only travel if necessary. 2 is recommended not to travel. 3 is you are not authorized to be on the roads unless you're emergency personnel or media, etc. Authorized personnel. The consequence to it is you could either be ticketed or even up to arrested for being on the roads when you're not authorized to.
Well, I like that. Well, that sounds good to me. Be careful out there, and we're going to continue to monitor your stream. But please ping me on here, holler at me if there's anything that pops up so we can go over to you full. Okay, so be careful out there and just holler at me anytime anything happens. So once again, that's Brandon Copic. Good old Brandon Copic. And we still have Vince out there and Bryce Shelton. Looks like there's one more burst of precipitation that might go through the southwestern Kentucky area, but for the most part, it's starting to really wind down there. Kim says, did you see that Reed Timmer caught a rain-wrapped tornado? Yeah, we saw it. We were all here. Where were you? Hey, Michael, thanks for becoming a member. There's another turtle. Let's see here. Ooh, big trees coming down. This is in Eminence, Kentucky, in Henry County. This explains why we're seeing some of those power outages and stuff around here. And this is spreading. It's probably looking worse than this in some places in Ohio right now. I know a lot of people are without power over there, but I'm hoping to see more pictures of the Kentucky or the Ohio area because it's likely going to get a lot worse. Hey, Joe, it's going great. It's going great, man. Oh, man. This is earlier in Fayette, Ohio. Okay, I'm really wondering what it looks like right now south of Columbus. If we have anybody in Georgetown, Hillsboro, Athens, McConnellsville, Lancaster, Cambridge, any of these areas in Ohio, please submit your picture reports because once again it's looking like it's going to get a lot worse down there, and depending on how bad it is right now, that can mean a lot as to how much a lot worse is actually going to impact you. These are trees snapping in Henryville, Indiana. The branch underneath saved the fence. Wow. That's a big branch. It's crazy that some frozen rain can wreak all this havoc. Looks like we got an elephant now. Deanna says, Ryan, thank you for all you do. Your streams are a great mix of information and entertainment. Keep up the great work. I've been a member for 11 months, and it's my honor to invest in such an amazing team. Deanna, thank you so much. Hopefully you're seeing the growth here. Your investment is allowing us to have a team now. As you know, we didn't 11 months ago. So thank you for that. It's only going to get better. I really do think we're building the biggest and best and the fastest and most efficient and most, I just think it's going to be the most important thing when it comes to severe weather coverage. What we're doing, what we're building here is going to change severe weather coverage forever. And I'm not saying that to go me, patting myself on the back. I am saying that because it's a good thing. Obviously, it's faster. What we proved today was having those chasers on the ground and having, me here kind of working as dispatch, helping lead them to the tornado, helping them, if they lose radar data for a second, helping them, guiding them along, and me passing that information on to you. If you have people in the path of a tornado that are watching that, I promise that means more to them than hearing tornado warning down here in Ukabuka County. And if you see the reds right here on the radar, it means it's going to be a strong storm. What we did today, if we can manage to pull that off in future tornado events, I think is going to be incredibly important to the future of, severe weather coverage. And hopefully we're going to work on saving some more lives with that. And it's not me. It's a combination of the storm chasers, the people in the background, and of course you guys. If you guys didn't share the stream, if you didn't slap that like button and subscribe, there would be nobody watching because we wouldn't spread in the algorithm. So thank you guys so much. That's all. That's all my spiel I'm going to do on that. Thank you all so much. It's you guys. Don Murray, this is he's the guy with Radar Omega, and he's got all kinds of ice down here in the Rockcastle, Kentucky area. Listen to the ice. Listen to the trees snapping. Man, that's such a weird sound. I've never actually experienced an ice storm. But what you're hearing there is the sound of the ice-covered branches moving and not necessarily like new rainfall. Yes, this is the longest storm ever. It's going, and it's going, and it's going. We got another chicken. We got another chicken. Look at that. Man, I can also promise you this. There are more chickens tuning in to the Ryan Hall Y'all stream than any mainstream media news outlet. Hey, Heavenly Heart, thank you so much for that. This is West Lafayette, Indiana, 13 inches. 13 inches of snow out there. Thanks for sending that in. Hey, Tammy. Tammy, thanks for becoming a moderate risker. Hey, Mitch, thanks for becoming a slight risker. Yeah, we are approaching the 10th hour now. Or, I'm sorry, the 20th hour of coverage here on this never-ending storm, it seems like. Ooh, wow. Ooh, my goodness. So that's kind of the kind of picture that I was expecting to see from this area in Ohio. Yeah, that's gonna end up being bad. Look at the tree in the background. Ooh, please send another picture of some of these more distant trees. That is beautiful, but also very dangerous. This is all the way down there in Coldwater, Mississippi. Talk about living up to your name. There in Coldwater, Mississippi. This was in Cambridge, Ohio before dark. Lots of ice out there. Doggo, Little Chip loves to watch Ryan Hall, y'all. Now, Little Chip is a little cutie pie. That's one of the cutest dogs I've seen. Ooh, there's a good sound of the trees. Did you get that? Jason says, every time I open the door, I hear a tree breaking outside. This is in Steubenville, Ohio. It's a winter wonderland in Medina, Ohio. Intrepid Explorer says, hello, Ryan. I've been a high risker for a few months, and as a kid, I used my own allowance money to become a member. Oh, you're epic. What is the Columbus, Ohio going to be seeing? What is Columbus, Ohio going to be seeing? Well, first of all, man, that's a big move to use your allowance money. You don't have to do that, man. You don't have to do that. I recognize your name. I know you're in our Discord server. Anytime you want to know what it's going to be like in Columbus, just hit me up over there. Send me a ping.
Medina, Ohio, Ryan.
Medina. My bad. Hey. Anytime I mispronounce some of these these city and town names, please correct me because I'm the world's worst for it. But yeah, anytime you want to know something, just hit me up over there. But yeah, you don't have to spend your lunch money or your allowance on me, but I appreciate it. I know that you're a big weather enthusiast, and it means a lot for you to be here, and I'm glad that you are a member. Anyways, he says, what is Columbus, Ohio going to be seeing? So right now, you guys saw some ice earlier, right? You saw some ice, some freezing rain. Now you should be seeing sleet. Let's bring our high def radar over there into the Columbus, Ohio region. You saw some sleet, you saw some freezing rain. It should be switching over to all snow now, and that's going to be good. If you're looking to see snow, if you want to see a lot of snow tonight, you're going to hope that over the next several hours, this precipitation keeps going over top of you, and it's going to, but you want that freezing line to sink below you. So if it's snowing right now in Columbus, it should continue to snow, and you might end up with several inches before this is all said and done. Wow. So we have had a drastic drop in the temperature here. Didn't I just call out the temperature was like 56 degrees? I don't know how long ago that was. It couldn't have been that long ago. But it is now 34. It has dropped significantly here. Yeah. So, yeah, we might end up getting in on some of this ice and freezing rain over here in my neck of the woods. Hey, Chris Norton, thank you. Andrew Shaw, thank you for becoming a high risker. And TRM Promotions, thank you. And Alan McElroy says Ontario and Quebec, Canada had a severe ice storm in 1998. Pretty much shut down central and eastern Canada. I don't remember that because I was 4 years old. However, I know all about it. I've read about it. I've studied it. That was definitely a bad one. It sounds like they're wrapping up their coverage there on the amateur radio emergency services live that we're listening to in the background. That was down there in Elmore County. Those guys, they did a great job tracking the storm. I'm gonna shut them off now, though. I'm a huge amateur radio fan, so if we have anybody down there in Alabama still watching in Elmore County that knows KC4EMG or any of those guys on the AERS radio repeater there, let them know that I said thank you. Let them know that I said thank you for their tireless coverage on this event, and they've done a great job. Here is St. Clairsville, Ohio, at about 7:30 p.m. Lots of ice out there. Lacey from Upton, Kentucky has her ears wide open about this storm. Nice setup. What do we got now? Sir Lumpy, thank you. Jeremiah says, my mom's in Ravenswood, West Virginia. How's it looking going forward? Also, you should show the power outage maps in a storm like this. Poweroutage.us is good. Thank you. I've shown that map a lot during this live stream. But Ravenswood, West Virginia, let me see exactly where that is, because I don't know. You'd think I know. I live over here in this part of the world. Ravenswood, I think they're going to be okay. It's all rain there right now. It just depends on how much of that freezing rain they get as the cold front progresses. They're not going to be in the hardest hit area of the ice storm, but there is going to be enough ice that could cause some isolated power outages. Nothing crazy, though. Nothing crazy, I don't think, there. We got Lily. Hey, this is Vince's family. This is professional storm chaser Vince Waelti's daughter. Got the tornado on the shirt, of course. Yeah, so thank you, Nikki, for sending this in. I didn't recognize it at first. I was like, but this is Vince, Vince's daughter, and thank you for sending that in. Lily watching her daddy, and Ryan Hall, y'all. How's it going, Lily? Thanks for tuning in. I know you've been watching a lot over the past couple of days. Hopefully, we'll get your dad home here for a little while, and he'll be able to take a little bit of a break after these nonstop storms. Lancaster, Ohio. Woo! That's a lot of ice. Speaking of power outages, here's an update on Ohio. 70,000 people without power now, and you can see where most of that ice is falling, right here along that belt south and east of Columbus. Got 9,000 people without in West Virginia. Most of them are way up here in the fish fin. Hancock County with 6,000 people without power. Let's check on Kentucky. Kentucky's doing really well. Doing a lot better than I thought it would. Oh, no. Oh, no. This is where I live. There's 2,500 people without power where I live. Oh, no. Let's hope I don't lose power. That wouldn't be good. What would the chickens watch for their weather coverage if I lost power? I shouldn't. I've got it set up. I got this set up, guys. You think I'm going to let a power outage get between us? I have this thing hooked up directly to the inner workings of the earth. No, I'm just joking. Actually, a power outage would probably knock us out for a little bit. But I'm getting that set up to where that's never going to be a problem again. Thanks to your all support. We're going to have a true bunker over here. But yeah, we are seeing those power outages extend in Kentucky. I don't know why we're losing power over here. Maybe it's because the rapid drop in temperature and everybody's like turning their heat on and it's overloading the circuit or something. I don't know. Still got about 150,000 people without power. In Tennessee, most of those, literally almost all of those, are coming from Shelby County. Oh, yeah, we're going to get a big generator. Guys, I'm just sending in the reports as I get them. I'm just not getting as many pictures and videos from people in New York and Pennsylvania, or I would be sharing those just as much. I'm not purposefully avoiding that. Hey, Will, thank you so much. He says, there's approximately 6 inches of pure sleet at my house in Westchester, Ohio. It feels like cold sand when you move it around. Ooh. What a waste, man. That would have been like 2 feet of snow. Sleet just eats the snow, man. But I guess we should be very thankful that it's sleet and not freezing rain, right? Because that would have also been a lot of ice. When you get one, I would like big generator emotes. Hey, we're going to have them. We're going to have them. Hey, by the way, I don't know if you guys knew this or not. We've got so many new members today. Down there in the chat, you got access to custom emotes. I worked very hard on these. We got ones that say go to sleep. We got ones that are for the weather wife and for our moderators. We got Nader Juice. All right. We got milk and bread too. So let's show those off in the chat. I just chatted a bunch of them up there. What's old Brandon Copic up to? I gotta say that this stream from Brandon is looking good. Is it not, guys? Like, for somebody being out there live in the field, like how used to we see it, like we are very used to seeing very low quality, like, but this is like 4K. I feel like I'm watching a movie. Brandon, your stream quality is immaculate. I don't know what you're doing, but it's beautiful. Ooh, did Reed Timmer upload his drone footage?
I told you, dude, it's the difference of that live view. Before it was the Teradek and hooking it up to my laptop. Now I've got where it's streaming to a server in Northern Virginia. It's great. I'm going to be putting Vince to shame. You can mark my words.
Oh my gosh, Reed. Oh my gosh, this is the rain wrap tornado earlier in that we got on stream. Here it is. Let's go. No music, Reed? Come on, we got to fix that. Oh, wow. Look at this. You can see the inflow over here, and then you can see the rapid onset wraparound on that rear flanking downdraft as well. Wow, that was a big rotational area. You see he's playing around with the contrast too to try to be able to see it a little bit better, but that's the thing about rain-wrapped tornadoes. You can't see them that well. We'll speed that up a little bit. So you can, just so you can see the motion a little bit more. The tornado's in here. You can see the rotation if you look at the whole view of the cloud. It's inside of there. Rain-wrapped tornadoes are the most dangerous kind because you can't see them coming. Rain and fog wrapped, yeah. Yeah, you can literally see. Let me get a better colored pen for you. You can see the rear flanking downdraft coming down like this, and you can see all of the inflow coming through on this side. The tornado is like right in here. But there's nowhere that I can see that there's a clear, condensed, fully, like Instagram worthy tornado. But still, obviously, there was a tornado in there. We saw the damage. Obviously, the music wasn't necessary, but I thought it would be a nice touch. Is sleet just as dangerous as freezing rain for power outages? No. No. Nope. Sleet is actually not very dangerous at all. It's a little bit more dangerous on the roads because it can cause ice to compact down on the roads. But sleet just sucks, honestly. Like if you're expecting freezing rain or snow, sometimes you get sleet, and that's better than freezing rain. But it really doesn't. It doesn't help if you're a snow lover, because if you get an inch or two of sleet, that could have been multiple inches of snow. It takes a lot of moisture to create the sleet versus not a lot to create the snow. So sleet does not stick to power lines. It does not stick to trees like the ice does. It's just Dippin' Dots, man. It's just Dippin' Dots falling from the sky. What a waste of Dippin' Dots. Here is Snowtown, baby. It's Snowtown, baby. They're in Montour Falls, New York. Yeah, sleet. Sleet bounces off of the power lines, and freezing rain sticks to them. Oh, here's a view of Oswego in New York. Road conditions are deteriorating quickly, and the temperature is falling with increased snowfall rates. North winds are gusting over 30 miles an hour, so we're talking about intermittent blizzard conditions there.
I'm going to be putting Vince to shame. You can mark my words.
Oh. No, but for real, that is one of the highest quality streams I've seen from one of these storm chasers, so that's pretty cool. I'm gonna have to get me one of them live views. By the way, I think in May, obviously if there's any small scale storms that happen in my neck of the woods here, I'm going to go storm chasing in the Storm Seeker. But I think I am going to take some time to actually go out to Texas and Oklahoma and in the heart of Tornado Alley out there in the middle of tornado season, and actually get out there and storm chase a little bit more this year. Obviously, I'm not going to obviously this is what I'm meant to do. This is what I'm focused on, but I got to get it out of my system at least once a year and get out there in the plains and chase some naders. I'm going to have to do it, and I think I'm going to do that in May. And we are going to make a big deal out of it. Wouldn't be Ryan Hall y'all style if we didn't. Going to take the Storm Seeker out there. Probably going to have a backup vehicle. We're going to have maybe multiple backup vehicles. In order to keep connection with the live stream, obviously we're going to look into the live view thing, but I'm even thinking about having like a train of vehicles with antennas on them. So like somebody stays in the city, right, where they have the good cell service, and they beam that over to the next vehicle, and they beam it down to the next one, they beam it down to the next one, down the line, all the way to where we, the Storm Seeker in the front always keeps connection. Also looking at putting rocket launchers on the Storm Seeker so we can launch tornado probes into the tornado. And no, I'm not kidding. I'm actually thinking about putting rocket launchers on the Storm Seeker. Watch our favorite weather guy. Hey, looky here. Thank you, Linda, for sending that in. Add that to the list. Oh yeah, we'll be going live when I storm chase out there, and also we'll be making videos. I don't know if you guys have watched it yet or not, but I have one vlog. I have one storm chasing vlog on here, on this channel, and I loved creating that video. And I'm itching to create another one. So I have to do it. I have to go storm chasing. And I'll be live streaming, but also I will be producing a real, like, I don't want to say like a Pecos Hank style video, but like more like that versus what I do now. Just like an edited vlog kind of thing. Yeah, I'm a Cats fan. Here is the total ice accumulation on the deck rails down here in Murray, Kentucky. Look at that. We do still have a chaser out there in Murray. We need to tell him that he's good to go. If he's... I think for the most part, we're close to done. Actually, you know what? It's raining again there. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's picked up a little bit in intensity with the precipitation down there in Murray, Kentucky. Still rain. Unbelievable. Still rain and 25 degrees. Wow. So we'll stick with him for a little while longer. Oh. This is on the 401 last night. Yeah, we're going to see a lot more of that tonight too, I believe. Will there be detailed coverage when you go chasing Texas? Yeah. there will be detailed coverage. So like basically I'm going to do everything that I do right now every time there's a storm outbreak until let's say that there's a tornado outbreak over here in Nebraska and western Kansas. All right. I'm going to fly out there and I'm going to go do my thing and I'm going to storm chase, and I'm not going to do what I'm doing right now for that 1 or 2 times that I go out there. Now, it's not that we don't care about the people out here. It's just that there's not a lot of them. And I am extremely trustworthy in the abilities of the local news outlets out here, because these guys are no strangers to tornadoes. So, and most of the tornadoes happen out there in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of cornfields and stuff, and those are the kinds that I would like to be around. I would not like to be down here in the deep south around these killer tornadoes that rip people's houses up and end people's lives. That would not be a fun experience for me. Ooh, Tracy Dickey says rain at 25 degrees. That makes no sense. I was waiting for that comment. Guys, are you ready to see the brilliant masterpiece again that I drew yesterday? How many of you know what I'm talking about? How many of you know what I'm talking about already? I'm going to explain to you what freezing rain is and how that works with my beautiful artistic skills. But I'm not going to do it again, okay? Because you can't repeat that sort of artistic brilliance more than once. So I'm going to play a replay for you and give myself a little bit of a break here. So here we go. Very good ground. One of the best grounds I've ever seen drawn, honestly. And so let's also talk about, is this a little disorienting? How can I fix this? I don't want to have Ryanception going on here. Give me just a second. How about... Man, I might be a genius. There we go. This will work. Distance a little bit here. This is Houston, Texas. Okay, that's Houston, Texas. And then this is Dallas. And this is Amarillo. Okay, I'm using these areas for just because I feel like a lot of people understand that Houston is on next to the ocean. Dallas is kind of like in the middle of the state, and then Amarillo is way back in the northwestern part of the state. All right, and the reason you'll understand why that's important here in a second. So let me then. Can you guys hear that? Okay. Clouds. All right, I'm going to draw you some clouds right now. So here are some clouds. Once again, I am a very good artist. Some of the best clouds I've ever seen drawn right here live on YouTube. All right. So in a big storm like this, we do have clouds above Houston, Dallas, and Amarillo. The whole eastern side of the country is covered in clouds right now, actually. Now, let's talk about temperature. Let's talk about temperature gradients and like how hot or cold it feels like it is outside. So it is pretty cold. It is pretty cold in, man, I don't have a lot of colors. I don't have enough colors for this. Ew, what am I going to do? Okay, let's go with the dark blue. It's pretty cold in Dallas right now, okay? Let's say it's 32 degrees. It's 32 degrees because a cold front is coming in, right? It's coming in from the north and west. What's north and west of Dallas? Amarillo. So this represents the cold air that's associated with that cold front, right? The cold front is coming in this way. It's going from Amarillo to Dallas. And the reason it comes down close to the surface is because we learned this in first grade. Cold air sinks. Cold air goes down. It goes towards the surface. All right, so we have this cold front coming in. We've got cold air in Dallas. We've got a lot of cold air in Amarillo. But on top of that, we have warm air from the Gulf of Mexico. Okay, we have what we call an overrunning event happening here, where warm air rises over top of that cold air. Something about like that. So everywhere in the red, it's warm, okay? Maybe it's above freezing. And then everywhere in the inside of the blue bubble here is below freezing. And what happens now is over here in Houston, the water, the rain, or the precipitation comes out of the clouds, and it's raindrops. And it goes all the way down to Houston in that warm air, and it falls as rain. Now, what happens over here in Amarillo, or near Amarillo here, is it comes down as snowflakes because it's below freezing up there in the clouds. All right? It comes down as snowflakes, and it stays snowflakes all the way down to the ground because it's in that cold air the whole trip. Now, what happens in Dallas? What happens in Dallas? It comes down as raindrops because we have raindrops coming out of the sky, right? And it's warm. It's warm. Oh, goodness. It's getting colder. Oh, my goodness. It's getting really cold. Oh, my gosh. It's freezing. But I don't have time to freeze. So now we have rain that's falling from the sky. It's warm. It's warm. It slowly gets colder. And there's a shallow area of cold air below freezing temperatures on the ground. And that rain hits the ground. And it's 27 degrees now. Or it's 32 degrees. Whatever it is on the ground in Dallas. Now that raindrop instantly freezes on impact. Especially, on elevated surfaces, bridges, cars, power lines, trees, all that good stuff. All right. So that's how we get freezing rain, and that's how we get snow, and this is how we get regular rain. Now, what about sleet? What about sleet? I can also explain that. Let's see here. Wichita Falls. We'll add Wichita Falls to the mix. Okay, this is where Wichita Falls is. They're going to get some sleet. Why does that happen, Ryan? Well, same thing. Okay, it starts as rain up here, comes out of the clouds, and then, oh goodness, it's getting colder. It's getting colder. It's getting colder. Hey, look, I actually have time to convert into a sleet pellet right before I hit the ground. So the small little ice pellets that fall out of the sky, that's what we call sleet. That's almost freezing rain, but it actually had time. There's enough cold air between whenever it first enters that cold layer and hits the ground to where it freezes before it hits the ground. Over here in Dallas, there's not enough time, so it freezes after it hits the ground. So there you go, guys. You are now officially a meteorologist. If you understood that, go get you a job down there at the local weather station. Where's my mouse? Oh, there it is. So there you go, guys. That hopefully that explained it a little bit better for you there with the how freezing rain and sleet works, and that's why it can be 25 degrees and raining there in Murray, Kentucky. So hopefully that. Hopefully that helped you out a little bit. Sleet is lame. Sleet is the definition of lame. The ground is just wet. But trees are iced and starting to crackle here in southeast Lexington, Kentucky. So it does look like we are starting to see that icing start to significantly happen in Lexington now. Still 32 degrees there. We're down to 34 in my neck of the woods. Yeah, let's get an update on the Northeast. Let's get an update on the Northeast. You know what? We are getting close to the end of the stream. We've been going now for 9 hours. 9 hours of consecutive coverage here on the Ryan Hall Y'all YouTube channel. Holy smokes. Once again, nearing a total of 20 hours of coverage on this storm. So let's get an update on the Northeast, okay? This is what's going on right now. Up here in Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh, right now you're seeing rain. I think on the northwest side of town, you're probably seeing more freezing rain and sleet. And then the southeast side, you're more than likely just now starting to see the rain cool down enough to maybe where it's starting to freeze on impact. Okay, that freezing line is likely going to make it into Pittsburgh before the night ends, and you guys are going to see some significant icing like we've seen down to the south and west. Expect power outages in the Pittsburgh area. Oil City and Greenville, your Snowtown though. Snowtown, baby, up there in Warren. It's Snowtown, baby, in Jamestown and Olean. How about you there in Rochester? Snowtown, baby. Syracuse, Snowtown, 25 degrees. Look at this. It's 25 in Syracuse, New York. And snow, it's 25 in Murray, Kentucky, and rain. The world is a unfair place. Albany, how about you, Albany, there with a 28-degree temperature and rain? We're looking at the potential for some significant icing to happen here as well. All rain, though, in Rochester and Manchester and New Hampshire, Portland, Maine, and everybody else up there. Worcester, you guys are also rain. Boston is rain. Cape Cod is rain. Providence, Rhode Island, and Hartford, Connecticut's all rain. But this ice line, this freezing line, is going to eventually make it down to you before the night ends. We are looking at the potential for significant icing to cause power outages between Pittsburgh, State College, all the way up into Williamsport and Scranton. This line is going to move down to the south and east. Look for up to a half an inch of ice possibly. This could also affect later tonight Kingston and Springfield, once again Worcester and Boston. So make sure you're ready for that. Be ready for some isolated power outages. I don't think we're going to see this catastrophic ice storm up here in the Northeast. But there's going to be enough ice to cause problems for sure. For sure. Let's look at those future models, shall we? Let's look at what the future has in store for us on the latest NAM 3 Calam 18Z. Ice totals. Some of the heaviest ice could fall around Scranton. Now, of course, the NAM is putting out maybe 2 inches of ice, but it was saying the same thing for Western Tennessee. Now, don't get me wrong. Some places did get significant ice, but they didn't get 2 inches. So I'm thinking if you're around the Scranton area, worst case scenario is you get a Memphis situation and you get 150,000 people without power. You get trees down all over town. So, prepare for that. Best case scenario is that rain and snow line stays away from you long enough to where either you get more rain or you get more snow. But prepare for the worst. Boston, you're not going to get an ice storm out of this. I wouldn't worry about it. New York City, you could get a glaze of ice. Same thing for you in Boston. And over here in western Massachusetts, closer to Springfield, you guys could also get a little bit more of an ice storm out of this. Everywhere north of that snow, okay? Everywhere north of this pink line right here is probably a foot of snow or more. Let's switch. Let's start looking deeper into the future, shall we? Is there anything else coming down the pipeline? Is there anything else coming down the road
Hey,
for
Ryan,
us?
just wanted to give you a heads up. We're probably going to head another, probably hour and a half, 2 hours east of here and head for the Cleveland Metro.
Okay, so Brandon Copic is going for the Cleveland Metro. So we're going to keep an eye on him as he does that. And then we are also going to go back to our models. Let's look down into the future and see what happens. Okay, so when this storm skedaddles, we're going to be left with some cold air in the east and some warm air advection down here in the southwest. Going to start warming up a little bit down there in Texas. So don't worry if you're out of power right now. It's not going to be like last year where it's like negative 10 degrees for 5 days. We're very quickly going to warm back up over here. Big Clipper comes down into the Great Lakes Saturday around 10 p.m., bringing some snow up there to the UP of Michigan. Sudbury, Canada, how about some, 3 or 4 inch snow totals out of that? And then it's pretty quiet. There's a little something over here that catches my eye. Looks like a little surface low tries to form down here off the coast of the Carolinas. That's the kind of system that sometimes can become a big nor'easter, but don't look like that's what's going to happen with this one. I'll keep my eye on it, though. And then, man, it's honestly, it's really quiet. We get another clipper coming down around February 11th. No big deal. And then it looks like the next big opportunity for an actual storm doesn't come until February 13. All right, I'm on my way to the beach. I'm taking vacation over this next week, guys. No, I'm just joking. But for real, like, I'm just very thankful that, like, this is since December 1st. Since December 1st, this is the first time I've been able to look at the models and be like, you know what? There's not some earth-shattering storm on the way. Or, some sort of big storm. Not every storm's an earth-shattering storm, obviously. But, like, this is really good. But that's just one model. Let's check out the GFS. What does the GFS show? We're quiet. Ooh, the GFS looks a little bit more robust with this storm over here. We're going to have to watch that pretty closely over there around Tuesday. That might end up being a little mini nor'easter. We'll watch it. We'll continue to watch it. And then the GFS also sees that next storm, the piece of energy that's coming out of Canada and Gulf of Mexico meeting up down here. The GFS sees it a little bit further south and possibly becoming a snowstorm for the Appalachian Mountain region, all the way up into West Virginia, Pennsylvania, Maryland, and then, of course, into the Northeast. But that's pretty far out. We're not going to look too in-depth into that. And then another monster storm possibly way down the road here on February 17. So yeah, I mean, that's pretty much that's it. I think it's going to be pretty quiet. We don't get me wrong though, we are in a pattern. Like, for example, this right here, for those of you who aren't familiar with model data, what we're looking at here, we are very close to seeing a huge snowstorm right here. If this piece of energy latches onto this, if they phase and go up the coast, this is a monster snowstorm. But right now, they stay separated. And Lord goodness, let's hope that they stay separated. But for certain, other than this little piece of energy over here, at least until February 13, we should be okay. Where would a weatherman go on vacation? I don't know. I like it where I am, really. And honestly, when I say I'm going on vacation, I'm joking. Going on vacation means that I need a break from this. Like, guys, even if I was to go on vacation, let's say I was to hop on a plane and go to Florida or Cuba or somewhere, the Bahamas, I would bring my laptop with me, and every single day I would be looking at the weather models. So, like, my job is literally, I love it. It's every day's a vacation for me. But I am honestly, like, I'm exhausted talking about these constant back-to-back, one after another giant storms that we've been seeing. I'm ready to talk about some normal weather. And that might be what we're dealing with over the next couple of weeks. At least that's what we can hope for. Only in Arkansas. Yeah, wherever my wife wants to go. AJ Douglas 4 is really good on the snowboard. That's pretty cool. Here's an update from Caitlin Vile. It's slicker out there. It's slick. Oh yeah, I'm gonna finish off these fries, and I gotta text a couple people before we end the stream. For those of you who are interested in my live streaming of storm chasing, or my storm chasing videos, I'm going to show you that one that I made. I don't know if you guys have watched this or not, but I'll show you this one while I finish up some stuff, and then we'll look at a couple more things, and then I'm going to call it a night. 10 hours, I'm clocking out, guys.
Or to try to get video footage like most storm chasers do. This year, I figured I'd give it a shot since I had the opportunity, and it didn't go as I expected.
I got that playback speed still turned up. All right, here.
Never really done it professionally or to try to get video footage. I've been chasing storms since I've had a driver's license, but I've never really done it professionally or to try to get video footage like most storm chasers do. This year, I figured I'd give it a shot since I had the opportunity, and it didn't go as I expected.
Sorry if that was loud. Very sorry about that.
It was the Storm Seeker's maiden voyage. My driver Austin left the hills of eastern Kentucky, and over the course of 2 days we arrived somewhere near Altus, Oklahoma. Conveniently, several miles to our south, a monster supercell thunderstorm was forming and headed right in our direction.
We're currently barreling down the road to Vernon, Texas, as a monster tornado is on the ground right now. This is honestly some of the best radar imagery I've seen in a long time. Here we are. Storm's about 30 miles to our south and west. We're going to try to drop south and intercept it. Big monster tornado on the ground back there somewhere right now. If it stays with us, we're going to see it. They just issued a new tornado warning. Brand new tornado warning, literally lining up exactly where we're going to be. If there's not a tornado on the ground with that, I would be very surprised.
Okay, next spot, pull over.
On this side, we've got the Storm Seeker heading south, and we are following this monster supercell thunderstorm that has a history of producing a tornado right here. We're gathering data, we're getting our video footage and everything. We're behind. We should have done all this earlier. We're preparing for an intercept. Actually, if we didn't move right now, and this kept producing a tornado, the tornado wouldn't move over this area right here. So we're not gonna stay right here. We're gonna go up a little bit. This thing's getting ready to drop a tornado, and we're gonna have it live here. I think we've got a good connection. Absolutely incredible. First storm chase for the Storm Seeker. Even if we don't see an actual tornado out of this storm, I'm going to call this successful. You can see the whole storm spinning. The inflow is strong, and it's moist, and it's It's warm. This right here is a rotating mesocyclone. Oh my God, you can see the rotation in it from here. We're gonna have to get out of here. Come right here. Go in front of this guy. Make sure we're on top of this hill. Don't go too far in front of it. We've got rapid rotation on the surface here. This thing's gonna do it. Whatever this is coming right at us. Right on top of us, guys. I don't know where this thing is, but it's close.
The storm never produced another tornado as it crossed our path. However, it did spin up several funnel clouds, including one anticyclonic funnel cloud. It's the first one I've ever seen in my life.
We got a danger noodle.
Danger noodle. It was one of the most beautiful storms I had ever seen.
This was crazy. So this was this storm was really one of the best views I've ever had at the inflow notch of a supercell. So if you've been watching for a while, you've seen me talk a million times about a hook echo and the little hook and the inflow notch and the rear flanking downdraft and all this stuff on the radar. We were actually able to see it here. This was the inflow notch, right? This back here is the hook. The rear flanking downdraft is, you know, coming around back on this side. I know that's a that's a terrible drawing, but basically this is the hook echo, and then on the radar, this is what you would see as the you know, the big red blob back in here. This is where all the hail and the rain was falling, and we just had a picturesque view of the actual rotating part of the storm, which was really crazy to see. Obviously, it sped up a little bit in this video. But even not being sped up in real life, it was breathtaking. After that, we decided to go eat at the Cracker Barrel. I guess I was so excited about the chase I didn't realize what I was ordering because I ended up with a whole pig on my plate. I was only able to take a couple bites before we realized another storm was coming. Hey guys, on the stream, if you're just now tuning in, we had time to go get dinner, and when we came out, there's another storm just north of Wichita Falls that is rotating. Yeah, tornado warning was just issued for this storm that we're on. This is what we're looking at. Can I zoom on live? Yeah. Another monster supercell storm.
The following impacts are expected. People and animals outdoors will be injured. Expect hail damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles.
Whoa. This one had decent rotation, and we positioned ourselves really well once again, but it was mostly a flashy rainmaker.
Can you see me?
At this point, it was getting dark, so I decided it was time to get a hotel and get repositioned for more storm chasing the next day.
I mean, I think we're gonna spend the night somewhere around Abilene. Somewhere around Abilene, Texas.
Since we were completely finished storm chasing, I turned off all the cameras in the vehicle except for one, and I pointed the GPS at Abilene, Texas initially, but I quickly changed my mind after realizing it was gonna take another 3 hours to get there, and we were possibly going to encounter multiple severe thunderstorms along the way. So then I changed the GPS again back at Wichita Falls and began trying to book a hotel. This took us down a pretty well-maintained, straight, low-traffic highway where the speed limit was 60 miles per hour. We were on this road for about 10 miles, encountering no stop signs, no reduced speed limit signs, or even any oncoming traffic until around 8:58 p.m. Now, what you're about to see is what happened from my perspective. This isn't what actually happened. This is just how I experienced it. I'm looking down at my phone, trying to book a hotel. We're cruising down this empty highway, and we're getting closer to Wichita Falls. Next thing I know, I get a glimpse of headlights. I look up, and I see this.
Oh yeah, I forgot about I forgot, like, this, there was more to this video than just the storm chasing part. Basically what I wanted to show you was that awesome supercell. The rest of the video is about how we got in a car accident, and I explained how it happened and how it's really dangerous to go out there and storm chase, and how we're going to try to, you know, keep that from happening again, and all that good stuff. So if you're interested in the storyline here, that was just a trailer. That was a little teaser. You can go to my channel and finish the video. I just wanted to show you that this is the first half of this video is how I imagine a lot of our future storm chasing videos will be made. Okay, but even more better because we're going to have a lot more you know, cameras and people out there. What channel? It's on my main channel. If you want to finish that video, it's if you go to my channel, Ryan Hall, y'all here. It's at the top. It does have 523,000 views, so I'd say a lot of you have already seen it. Okay, all right. I'm calling it a night. I'm calling it a night. I have been here for 10 hours now, almost 10 hours. I think I might be back tomorrow morning. If there is like a significant ice thing going on around New York City, I will probably come back with maybe like 4 or 5 hours of live coverage tomorrow because we have Nicholas Isabella down there. So, yeah. But yeah, thank you guys for tuning in, guys. Keep sending me your reports, especially if you're up here around Lexington, Cynthiana, Maysville, Georgetown, Peebles, all the way up into southeastern and south central Ohio, and of course into Pennsylvania as well. Please, even though I'm not going to be streaming, I'll still be looking at my phone. Please continue to send me your reports and your videos and your pictures. I will continue to share them. Georgia should be fine. Yeah, you've got a severe thunderstorm complex moving through Atlanta. You're going to have some strong storms come through a lot of central Georgia here, but we ain't talking about no naders right now, okay? There's no nader watch. There's no severe thunderstorm watch. There's just one severe thunderstorm warning right now for Harris County and Pike County out there in Georgia. You are okay. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Memphis, you know, I think the worst of it's certainly over for you. You're going to have one more little round of ice and snow come through, but it ain't nothing compared to what you seen earlier. Houston, you guys are almost done with it as well. Give it another hour, it's going to be out of there. You're going to get one more shot of really heavy snow and maybe some moderate to heavy snow there in Oklahoma through Tulsa tonight. Might add another inch or so to your totals. Indianapolis, you're going to be done with the snow within an hour. It's going to be moving out. St. Louis, you're done. You're done with the snow. There might be some flurries tonight, but you're done. Plymouth, you're done. Fort Wayne, an hour or two, you'll be done. Toledo, once again, about 3 hours or so, you're done. Now, you're not done in Newcastle and Cleveland and Akron and Columbus. Cincinnati, you guys still have a lot of snow to go. So have fun with it. Keep sending me your reports. And then, of course, as you go on up here into Pennsylvania and New York, you guys are in Snowtown as well, and you are not nowhere near done. Hey Brandon, I've been going all day and I'm getting a little tired, so I'm probably going to end my stream. Do you have a public stream anywhere? Are you on YouTube or anything right now? If not, I'll still send people over to follow you on Twitter. But just wanted to see if you were live anywhere public.
No, I'm just live on the live storm chasing platform right now. I wasn't able to fire up my YouTube feed. Definitely going to be getting that going in the future. You done a great job today, man. Proud of you. Let's keep in touch and get this thing working better for next time. You know how good the feed is, so let's make it work good on your platform as well, too.
All right, sounds good. Be safe out there. So Brandon Copic, if you want to follow him on Twitter, he's going to be out there tonight in the northern Ohio area. He's got tons of great information getting ready to come out. We've got him. Hey, look here. I think he just crossed over 5,000 followers. So let's get him over 5,100 real quick. How about that? So thank you to Brandon there for shooting us all these updates today and tonight. And he's going to be out there for a while. So keep up with him on Twitter. Let's see here. Who else do I need to talk to? Vince, I'm calling it a night, man. I'm going to sleep. I don't know when the last time you slept was, but hopefully you get a full night's rest tonight.
All right, well, we did complete dinner at the barbecue place, and it was acceptable, so everybody chose well, I guess. So have a good night, and hopefully everybody that's dealing with that ice stays safe.
Your all's choice of barbecue was acceptable, according to Vince. That's awesome. Hey, thank you, Vince, for all of your hard work today. Michael Bryce Shelton, is he still alive? I can't tell. I want to send him a message anyways. Hey Bryce, I'm going to end my stream. Thanks for all the hard work today out there and keeping us updated. Really appreciate you. Hopefully we get to work together again sometime. I'll see you next time. All right, who else do I need to say bye to? Reed Timmer. Hey Reed, I'm ending my stream. I know that you're full of barbecue already and you're probably going to sleep. But I just wanted to say thanks today for everything. You did awesome. I'm so happy that we get to work together and keep dominating, and I can't wait till next time. All right, that's it. I've said goodbye to everybody, and now I'm going to say goodbye to you. I'm going to say goodbye to you. Everybody that tuned in today, thank you so much for helping me out by liking the stream. If you haven't liked yet, go ahead and do that. I mean, come on, Lord goodness. Hit that subscribe button. We just crossed over 383,000 subscribers. We hit 300,000 2 weeks ago. You heard that right. We are just about to cross over 100,000 subscribers in a month. And we have been gaining 100,000 subscribers per month for a while. For the past 2 months or 2 or 3 months or something like that. So thank y'all for all the support. This is crazy. It's overwhelming. But I am more than grateful. I am more than grateful for y'all. And seriously do thank you for everything you do. Hitting the like button, sharing on social media. It goes a long ways. This is another live stream today that we got out in front of almost 600,000 people. 600,000 people were reached today by this coverage because of you. And a lot of those people were likely in the path of a damaging and deadly tornado. And hopefully we helped some of those people. So thank you for all of the hard work that you put in. Of course, shout out to the mods. Of course, shout out to our storm chasers. Of course, shout out to all of our members, which we have a lot of now. We have, let's see here. What do we have up here? 1563. 1563 on our current, what is going on here? Why is that showing up? Okay. On our current member list here, 1563. Thank you so much for becoming members, guys. I really do appreciate it. We are going to end it here, and I will see you in the next one. All right? All right. Goodbye.